So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Naruto had practice in Konoha during Chunin exam and ANBU movie, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Office and let out a long sigh while looking out the window. Even though it was already 4 o'clock in the morning, the entire village of Konoha was still wide awake. Several hours earlier the village was attacked by the Kyuubi, the nine-tailed demon fox, and though the battle was short, many people died in the attack and there was a lot of damage. Even now there were still several fires around the larger civilian areas, and all shinobi were hard at work putting them out with water-based ninjutsu. Officially it was labeled a natural disaster, but he knew where the Kyuubi really came from, of course. It escaped from its imprisonment when Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of his successor Minato Namikaze and the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, underwent childbirth. For the last couple of weeks he and Minato went over the possibility of the seal loosening and how to prevent it from happening. It seemed, however, that their precautions weren't good enough and the demon managed to escape after all, killing its container in the process. Alongside Kushina, his own wife Bawako, who acted as the midwife, and several of the most senior ANBU also died. He could still feel the terrible killing intent and power from the beast when it attacked Konoha, and he could only imagine what his wife must have felt when it escaped and attacked them at point-blank range. His only solace is that the Kyuubi would have killed them quickly and saw no point in making them suffer. After the beast escaped, however, it made a straight line for Konoha itself and launched a surprise attack in the middle of the night. Its first target happened to be a very large civilian area, since it was located in the center of the city, while most of the ninjas live in their respective clan compounds and apartments closer to the edge. It took several minutes before most shinobi were ready to counterattack. But even that would have been a futile attempt had it not been for the fourth Hokage. After several minutes of desperately trying to stop the beast without much success, the fourth himself appeared on the battlefield alongside his summon Gamabunta, the chief toad. He managed to teleport the beast away from the city and seal it away in his newborn son Naruto, thereby saving the town. Unfortunately, he himself died in the summoning process in what looked like the Kyuubi's claw penetrating his upper torso as its last act of defiance before it was sealed away inside Naruto. That was the scene he and two of his ANBU guards found when they reached the safe house Minato teleported the Kyuubi to. So with Minato dead and no successor ready to take his place, Hiruzen found himself once again in his old office with a baby in his arms and a village in despair demanding actions to be taken. That's why he ordered the ANBU to inform all clan leaders and the elders that there would be an emergency meeting of the council to decide the future of Konoha and little Naruto, who was now sound asleep in his arms, unaware of the events which would now forever be associated with his birthday. "I demand that you kill that demon," said the representative of the civilian population. He looked at Naruto, still asleep despite the rather loud noises in the meeting room, with utter disgust in his eyes. Naruto himself is not the Kyuubi, but merely its container, Sarutobi tried to explain for the 100th time that night, and I will not tolerate killing innocent babies. The Kyuubi is too dangerous, we cannot risk it escaping again. Killing its container is the only way to destroy it for good, yelled the representative, wondering why the Hokage couldn't see reason. The seal of the fourth Hokage will hold the Kyuubi back. I can assure you there is no danger of it escaping again. We will not kill Naruto, and that is final. The third said while slamming his hand on the table, making it clear that the topic was hereby closed. "What do you suggest we do about little Naruto then?" asked Shibi Aburame in the calm and logical tone his clan was known for. "Does he have parents or legal guardians to take him in?" "No, his parents died in the attack today and he has no other family," the third answered vaguely, not wanting to reveal exactly who his father was. "We can't put him in the orphanage, he's too dangerous." "I refuse it," said the civilian representative, still not entirely convinced that a simple seal can hold back a tailed beast. For the next 2 hours the council debated several possibilities, but all of them were shot down for various reasons. Getting adopted by a civilian family was impossible. Almost everyone lost someone in the attack and nobody would want to adopt the very demon they deemed responsible for it. The clans, while more convinced of the notion that Naruto himself wasn't a demon, weren't really willing to adopt him either. For one, it would be obvious he was adopted since he wouldn't have the clan's bloodline and thus be unable to use any of their techniques. They also feared the backlash their clan would receive if they adopted a Jinchuriki, though none of them said that aloud, of course. Danzo was willing to raise the child and insisted on turning him into a human weapon like Han and Roshi, the two Jinchuriki from Iwa or Killer Bee. The Jinchuriki from Kumo had been in the last war. However, the third was heavily against this idea and insisted that Naruto would not be raised as an emotionless puppet. He was supported by many of the clan heads in this decision. The meeting was reaching a stalemate until suddenly a voice spoke up. Perhaps I can offer a solution? The room was instantly silenced and everyone looked around trying to find the source of the words until they noticed it was one of the ANBU that spoke up. This shocked them since the ANBU, though present at every meeting for security reasons, never once interfered. Most had even forgotten they were even there since they usually stood at the side blending in with the shadows. The third looked at the ANBU that spoke up, a man wearing a mask with a dragon motive, and recognized him as Ryu, the new commander of the ANBU. The previous Commander Phoenix alongside 4 of his 5 captains were assigned as one of the guardians of Kushina and were amongst the first to die by the Kyuubi's hands, and Ryu, the 5th captain and now the highest in rank, was named as the new commander despite his young age. Very well, come forward and explain yourself, ordered the Hokage, wondering what the new ANBU commander had to say. Yes, Lord Hokage, Ryu said while bowing politely and stepping forward. I propose that Naruto Uzumaki will be placed in the ANBU headquarters where he will be raised and supervised by the ANBU during his childhood, Ryu said, quickly coming to the point. What? The shock was clearly written on the face of everyone in the room, including the other ANBU who were now beginning to question the sanity of their new commander. Allow me to explain my reasons, Ryu said without flinching. I can assure you I did not propose this lightly. Please explain your reasons for this most unorthodox proposal, Shikaku Nara said, having deemed this whole meeting too troublesome after debating for 2 hours. Of course, Ryu continued in his still calm voice. The civilians demand that the Jinchuriki is put under heavy surveillance, do they not? To make sure the Kyuubi never escapes again. He asked this to the representative of the civilian council, who answered with a quick yes. Well then, what better place than the middle of ANBU headquarters? He will be surrounded at all times by dozens of highly classed ninjas who can interfere immediately should he start to lose control and are skilled enough to kill him if it ever becomes necessary. If the seal ever breaks, we can react immediately and stop the Kyuubi from attacking the village again. The civilian representative had nothing to say against that and only nodded his head towards the masked man. Lord Danzo, he said next, turning towards the heavily bandaged council member, you deem that Naruto should be trained in the way of the ninja so that he may become an asset to our village, correct? The older man only nodded in response. Well, since he will be trained by the ANBU, we can guarantee that he will receive the very best training a young ninja can hope for. Danzo scoffed at that idea. He was sure that his own root organization would be more suited to prepare the boy than the ANBU were, but since root officially didn't exist anymore, he couldn't bring that up in a council meeting. So he reluctantly agreed that the ANBU were the best this village had to offer. And finally, Lord Hokage, he said while turning towards the third Hokage, we can assure you that Naruto will be protected by the very best of this village. No one will harm him during our watch and he will be allowed to experience as normal a childhood as is possible for someone in his position. Does anyone have any objections to this proposal? The third asked to the people around the meeting room. If not, then I decree that Naruto Uzumaki will now be placed under the care and protection of the ANBU. You are dismissed. The other members of the council left the room one by one until only the third, Ryu and Naruto, still asleep, remained. Ryu, the Hokage suddenly said, why are you doing this? Sir, I already explained the logic behind my proposal, Ryu answered. Yes, and you did a fine job of convincing the other members with it. But I sense there is another reason you're not telling me. So once again, why are you doing this? Ryu remained silent for a while until he finally spoke up. It is Kushina, sir. Kushina Uzumaki, the third asked, starting to see where this was going. I was her old teammate, before she got married and retired. Ryu answered, I couldn't just sit back while the council debated about killing her son. My apologies for lying to you and the council, sir. No, it's all right. Sarutobi let out a small smile while he said this. To be honest, I'm starting to see more and more merit to the idea. I'll give you a week to make the preparations, and then I'll leave Naruto in your care. Yes, Lord Hokage, I will begin immediately, Ryu said as he bowed and returned to the ANBU headquarters. So it's babysitting? Asked Salamander, one of the newly appointed captains of ANBU. We are tasked with taking care of the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and to guarantee his safety as well as make sure the seal will hold, Ryu explained. But this Naruto, he is still a baby, right? He is a newborn, yes. And we have to feed him, change his diapers, make sure he sleeps and watch over him at night? That is how one generally takes care of a baby, Ryu said. So it's babysitting? Salamander asked again. Yes? Ryu let out a sigh as he surrendered the point. During the first 5 years of his life we will for all intents and purposes be nothing more than babysitters. Afterwards we are responsible for his training until he graduates and becomes a genin. Why are we responsible? Just let the academy handle him, Hawk, another newly appointed captain said. Don't be ridiculous. You know damn well that without specialized training at home it is near impossible to pass the academy by yourself. The low number of successful civilian ninjas is all the proof you need. There is a reason that 80% of our forces come from established clans even though the clans are only 10% of our population, Ryu said. Besides, it is crucial to the safety of the village that Naruto learns how to handle all the extra energy the Kyuubi will give him. His chakra network is already as big as that of a 3-year-old and you just can't learn that level of control in the academy. I still don't like it, Salamander said. I didn't join the ANBU so I could do goddamn babysitting missions again. This is a D-rank mission for crying out loud, let the genin handle it. It also an order from both the Hokage and the council, so you will do what you are told. Ryu said, making it clear he didn't want to discuss it any further. Besides, it might be a D rank in nature but we are getting full-time A rank pay for it, so stop complaining. We can use the extra funds. So how will we do this then? Asked Deer, one of the 2 female captains alongside Crab. We can't exactly let a baby sleep in the barracks, can we? Officially the Hokage gave him apartment 101 of the iceberg, which means that as far as official channels are involved Naruto will be living by himself, Ryu said. And since he will be a tenant of the iceberg, he is of course allowed to use its public facilities including the library, training rooms, blacksmith and lounge. The barracks themselves and the meeting rooms are off limits however, since those officially don't exist unless you actually join ANBU. So he will stay in the iceberg, but he won't actually join ANBU? Deer asked. Of course not. He's a baby for crying out loud. In what universe does having a child join ANBU make any sense? He won't just magically become Jonin level because we train him for a while, Ryu said, while starting to lose his patience with his new captains and their stupid questions. Everyone thought about that for a bit. The iceberg was the unofficial nickname of the headquarters of the ANBU forces, named because over 2/3 of its content was hidden below the surface. Officially it was just a regular apartment complex owned by the village and overseen by the current Hokage. Unofficially however it housed the living quarters of the ANBU force alongside plenty of training areas and other facilities, most of which were hidden below the surface. Never before had an outsider seen the true inside of the iceberg, let alone been given a permanent room there. To say they were shocked at the news of their new neighbor would be an understatement. Anyway, as for the schedule, each team will be responsible for Naruto for 1 week before the next team takes over. The order will be Team Salamander, Team Hawk, Team Wolf, Team Deer, and Team Crab. Afterwards Salamander's turn begins again. Since Naruto won't actually arrive for another week, Salamander's first task is to make sure apartment 101 is prepared. Any questions? Ryu gave everyone their orders and his 5 captains left the room to inform their team of the new mission they were assigned. 1 week later the Hokage entered the iceberg with a sleeping baby in his arms to take him to his new home. He hoped he made the right decision for Naruto's future. After they left, 2 members of Team Hawk entered the room and started their first watch. Little did they know that the ANBU would never be the same again for years to come. It wasn't until a few weeks after the attack that it became apparent that things would never be the same again in the village of Konoha. At first everyone was still too shaken up and didn't quite realize how big the damage really was. But after the initial state of shock subsided they began to see that things they once took for granted were now changed forever. This was especially true for the ANBU. Not only did their entire chain of command change almost overnight, they also had to deal with a new neighbor in their headquarters. This neighbor was Naruto Uzumaki, the village's newest Jinchuriki. Since both his parents died in the attack, the orphaned boy was placed under the protection and care of the ANBU. However, many ANBU soon found out that taking care of a baby was a whole lot different from their regular line of work. Especially since Naruto seemed to have a near infinite appetite and refused to sleep during the night hours, opting instead to cry for more food. This drove many of the otherwise highly trained and skilled ninja up the wall, and many swore to never have kids of their own after their first shift ended. But eventually things settled down and soon the ANBU grew accustomed to Naruto's presence in the iceberg. They even managed to work out a workable schedule where a few volunteers, mostly Kunoichi, though one silver-haired ANBU in a dog mask volunteered as well, took after him most of the time. It was agreed that the ANBU who took care of Naruto were allowed to remove their masks during that time and be themselves when they were with the blonde. There were 3 reasons for this. First of all, Naruto was frightened by the masks and it was a lot easier to get him calm if they simply removed them. Secondly, an ANBU walking around town with a baby caught a lot of unwanted attention from potential enemy spies, and finally the ANBU themselves liked being normal people for a few hours before going back to their alter ego as faceless soldiers. The third Hokage also dropped by for a few hours whenever he was there for ANBU business, which happened almost every day, even when most of the time he never even made it to Ryu's office to discuss the things he was supposed to be there for in the first place. Everyone knew better than to comment on this though. The ANBU, however, had to stay sharp at all times since the rest of the village did not share their views on the boy. During the first 6 months alone there were 6 assassination attempts at young Naruto's life. They tried to poison his food on 5 separate occasions, and one man was even foolish enough to try to sneak in at night and kill him in his sleep. Tried being the word here, since he didn't get very far before the ANBU noticed a civilian sneaking in their own headquarters. These attempts at Naruto's life stopped rather abruptly once the ANBU executed the would-be assassins in public under charges of treason. After this rough start, the next few years went by rather smoothly, and Naruto grew quite accustomed to the presence of the ANBU in his flat. His room also changed quite a lot since the first year and now housed a small bed with orange sheets. Somehow he slept a lot easier with that color than others, a desk with several storybooks about ninjas, a closet with his clothes, and a small chest with his toys and birthday gifts from the Hokage and the ANBU, who long since stopped seeing Naruto as just a mission and more as part of their family. Especially Kakashi, the ANBU known as Dog, took a liking to the blonde and looked after him a lot more than the rest. It was on one of these days that Kakashi took care of Naruto. "How is he doing?" asked Kakashi to Badger once he entered flat 101 to begin his shift. "He's asleep now," grumbled Badger. "But he was quite a handful to get into bed. Apparently you promised to take him to the park today." The kid couldn't stop talking about it. "Hey, sorry about that," said Kakashi while rubbing the back of his head with his left hand. "I hope he wasn't too difficult." "Nothing I can't handle," said Badger with a smirk. "You on the other hand are about to have quite an eventful day once he wakes up. I hope you aren't too tired from your last mission to the land of tea, because you will need all the energy you can spare," Badger said while chuckling. "You didn't?" asked Kakashi with fear in his tone. "Didn't what?" asked Badger, trying to sound innocent and suppressing the smirk that threatened to cover his entire face. "I just promised you'd play ninja with him, that's all." He quickly stood up and ran past Kakashi towards the door. "Have a nice day," he said on the way out while Kakashi cursed his bad karma. Playing ninja was Naruto's favorite game, and since a short while it was also the initiation ritual the ANBU gave to the new recruits. The basic idea of the game was to give young children some basic form of training disguised as a series of games and to keep it up as long as the child remained interested. It was designed in such a way that the older ninja playing with the child had quite a hard workout themselves, that way they could keep up with their own training as well. It was very popular amongst the clans, and many ninja, especially those who had younger brothers or nephews, first frowned at the seemingly easy task of entertaining a kid for an hour or two. The catch, however, was that unlike other children, who stopped playing after 1 or 2 hours, Naruto simply did not grow tired of the game and kept demanding more. And thanks to his unwanted tenant giving him extra stamina and energy, the game could easily last 8 to 9 hours before he wanted to stop for some ramen. Many rookies were left broken after the first day of playing ninja with the hyperactive blonde, not even able to lift a finger, and a few even quit ANBU altogether, saying they couldn't take it. Kakashi sighed and silently cursed once again at Badger's idea of a joke. "Oh well, better get started then," he thought to himself, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the two of them. "Breakfast is ready," he shouted towards Naruto's room, and a few seconds later the blonde boy came running towards the kitchen wearing black pajamas with the leaf symbol stitched in white on the back. "Good morning, Kakashi," Naruto said to his favorite guardian. "Are we going to the park today and play ninja again?" he asked hopefully. "Sure, Naruto," Kakashi replied. "We'll go right after breakfast, so eat up." Kakashi then followed his own advice and ate his breakfast because he had a feeling he'd be needing all the energy he could get. After breakfast, Naruto got dressed and he and Kakashi went to the park at the edge of the village to spend the day. Because it was a warm summer day, the park was crowded with several families, mostly civilian, though there were several of the smaller clans as well who also gathered to enjoy the nice day. Naruto and Kakashi found a nice spot under a tree that wasn't yet taken, and soon the little blonde ran up to play with the other kids. Kakashi was secretly relieved by this, since it meant that Naruto would at least give him some time to relax before he insisted they began the torture session, as the game was sometimes called in ANBU circles. Smiling at his good fortune, he started reading a book of a new series called ICHA that just came out, and wondered if it would be any good. He only bought it because Jiraiya had written it after all. Meanwhile, Naruto reached the playground in the center of the park and started playing with the other children. Several of the parents tensed a little at first and kept a close eye on him, but the presence of the ANBU kept them at bay, so nobody interfered or dared yell insults at Naruto. And after a few minutes of nothing happening, even they started to relax a little and decided to let the kids play their games instead of worrying. Meanwhile, Naruto was playing a game of hide and seek and was frantically searching for a good hiding spot, while one of the other kids, a boy his age with brown hair and a dog, was counting to 100. Maybe behind the vendors? He thought to himself. No, that's too obvious. He looked around the park some more, looking for a good spot until his eyes fell on some bushes and trees at the end of the park. Perfect. He thought to himself and ran up to his new hiding spot. Eventually, Naruto found a decent spot in a tree and tried to stay hidden as good as he could. He'll never find me here, he thought to himself, and tried to stay silent, since he learned from the ANBU that making sound is the easiest way to give away your location, no matter how good you are hidden. After a few minutes, he suddenly heard some commotion behind him and he carefully looked down from his hiding spot. There he saw 3 young boys around his age surround a small girl with pupil-less lavender eyes and short indigo hair who was being pushed around by them. Bullies. He thought, I better help that girl out. He carefully moved to the other side of the tree so he could surprise them from above, another trick he picked up from one of the ninja games, and kept listening to the conversation below. Look at those freaky eyes, the biggest of the boys said. She must be a Hyuga. I bet she is just as arrogant as that Neji guy, his friend said. All Hyugas are the same. Rich girl here probably thinks she is better than us, huh? Said the biggest kid. I bet she thinks we are beneath her. He pushed the girl on her knees and laughed when she started crying. No, I do not think that, the girl on the ground said quietly while sobbing. Please, just leave me alone. What was that? Leave you alone? The third guy said. Are we not worthy enough to be around a mighty Hyuga? It's not like that. That's not what I meant. Tried the girl on the ground. Yeah, right. I think the lying bitch needs a lesson. The big kid stepped forward and prepared to slap the defenseless girl on the ground. Suddenly he cried out as he felt a stab of pain coming from his nose and there was blood trickling down his face. What was that? He yelled. He noticed the pine cone at his feet and looked up. There he saw a blonde kid with blue eyes looking straight at him from one of the trees with another pine cone in his hands. Who are you? Asked the biggest kid, while keeping one hand over his now bleeding nose. I am Naruto Uzumaki and I am here to kick some ass, yelled Naruto while dropping down from the tree and throwing the second pine cone at the bully's face. Now let the girl go, you bastards. Boss, are you okay? Asked one of the other kids. I'm fine, he just caught me by surprise, that's all. Now go teach that wannabe hero a lesson. The 2 kids seemed to regain their confidence and ran at Naruto ready to beat him up. Be careful, yelled the girl on the ground, who managed to regain her footing now that the 2 bullies no longer had her pinned down. Meanwhile, the first of the 2 kids reached Naruto and was about to hit him with a wild punch. Naruto meanwhile remembered the taijutsu lessons Kakashi taught him the last few weeks. Always keep a cool head in battle and anticipate your opponent's actions. Naruto remembered Kakashi's words and sidestepped the wild attack so that he was now positioned behind the bully. Strike hard and decisive. Naruto kicked at the bully's legs from behind and watched him crash to the ground. Always mind your surroundings. He quickly spun around and just barely managed to block a punch from the second bully that was behind the first one. Use your opponent's strength against themselves. He quickly grabbed the fist that tried punching him and using the bully's momentum threw him around right into his friend, knocking both of them out at once. Keep your eye on the mission at all times. He turned around again to look at the girl and came face to face with the biggest bully who was glaring at him. If the opponent is on the defensive, keep the pressure on and don't give them a chance to recover. Naruto ran towards the biggest kid and tried to take him down with a combination of punches and kicks he practiced earlier. Unfortunately, the third bully was stronger than his friends and, though he lacked style, managed to overpower Naruto with brute force alone and threw him on the ground with a nasty punch in the stomach. Damn, I forgot the lesson about not being overconfident, Naruto muttered to himself. He saw the bigger kid move towards him with an evil grin on his face. You're going to get it now, runt. It's payback time for breaking my nose. Naruto gulped and tried to find a way out of his predicament until he saw the girl stand up behind the bully with new confidence in her eyes. Leave him alone, she said without stuttering like she did before. Oh yeah? And what are you going to do about it, huh? The bully asked mockingly without even looking at her, a mistake which would cost him dearly. I said, leave him alone. Suddenly the veins around her pupil-less eyes became visible as she lowered her body in a taijutsu stance Naruto had never seen before. 8 trigrams. 16 palms. The girl shouted while moving gracefully, almost like a dancer, towards the bully's exposed backside. She moved her hands in a blurry and struck his back repeatedly on various parts. Naruto frowned at the attack. He could tell those hits weren't exactly strong, more like gentle tabs really, and he knew from first-hand experience that the bully could take much stronger punches and remain standing. Imagine his surprise when instead of shrugging the attack off like he expected, the bully's eyes became glassy and he fell forwards with a loud thud. He saw the bigger kid was unconscious. How the hell did she do that? He thought. Thank you for helping me, he heard the girl say and turned his head towards her. Her veins had returned to normal though her eyes were still pupil-less. Naruto gave her a wide grin. I should be the one thanking you. How did you take out that bully? That was amazing. You must be really strong, he said excitedly. The girl blushed heavily at the words of praise but managed to let out a small, thank you. So what's your name anyway? Naruto asked. I am Naruto. Nice to meet you Naruto. I am Hinata Hyuga, the girl replied. Nice to meet you too Hinata, Naruto said with his trademark grin. Hey, me and the other kids are playing games in the park now. Would you like to join us? He stretched his hand out towards her, awaiting her reply. He's asking me to play with him. Maybe he wants to be friends? Hinata thought excitedly to herself. She didn't have many friends and smiled at the idea of playing with other kids, so she took his hand. Yes, I'd like that, she said. They both ran back to the other kids, not realizing 2 figures were watching them. She is quite impressive for her age. Her father must be proud, Kakashi said to Ko Hyuga, Hinata's guardian. To be honest, I am as surprised as you are, Ko replied. She doesn't usually show this much confidence. In fact, that was the first time she managed to pull the 16 palms attack. The first time in a combat situation and she already hit all targets? She must have trained that technique a lot then? Kakashi said. No, I mean literally the first time she ever did it. She has never been able to do it successfully before, not even in training. Ko confessed. I wonder if it was that kid who somehow inspired her to do it. The first time she pulls it off and immediately in a combat scenario. Kakashi pondered. That certainly is quite peculiar though not unheard of. Apparently Naruto must have left quite the impression on her to inspire such a change of personality. Talking about Naruto, he didn't do too bad himself. Ko complimented. He took the first 2 down by himself and did quite a number on the third one as well. If the kid wasn't a head bigger than him he would have won. That's quite impressive for a kid his age. Which clan does he belong to? He doesn't belong to a clan, Kakashi answered. He is being raised by the ANBU. Oh, I see. Ko replied with a visible shock on his face. He is that Naruto, huh? Yes, he is, that Naruto, Kakashi said quite defensively. Is that a problem? Not at all, I was just surprised to see him like this, Ko answered. After all, he has quite the reputation. Nothing but rumors and superstition, Kakashi firmly said. I watched over Naruto his entire life and there is nothing at all wrong with him. He is just a normal kid. Well, he did came to Lady Hinata's help, even when he obviously didn't know who she was. Nor did he treated her differently when he did know. Ko pondered. Most people wouldn't have jumped into a fight like that. Perhaps I can convince her father to let Hinata play with Naruto more often. After all, she does seem to take a liking to the boy. He chuckled while pointing at the 2 kids who were still playing with each other. Kakashi couldn't help but smile underneath his mask at the sight. After all, this was the first time Naruto had a friend his own age. Other kids played with him when they visited the park and some, like that Inuzuka brat, seemed to genuinely like him. But in the end he never had someone he could truly call a friend. At least not within his own age group. He really hoped Hinata and Naruto could become friends. At the very least it would hopefully calm him down a bit. After watching them play for another few hours, it was time to go back home. Ko and Kakashi picked them up and after saying goodbye to each other, Naruto and Hinata quickly followed their respective guardian. Later that night at the Hyuga mansion. Are you sure that's what happened? Heishi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan and father of Hinata, asked. Yes sir, Ko replied. Hinata managed to subdue her assailant with the 16 palms technique. I should also mention that he was 2 years older than her and at least a head bigger. And you say that Naruto Uzumaki was there as well? Was he one of her attackers? No sir, Naruto did not harass Lady Hinata. In fact, he went to help her when he accidentally stumbled upon the scene. He took out 2 other kids that were there as well. He did he? Interesting. I wonder what the ANBU are doing to that kid. He'll definitely be someone to watch out for later. He chuckled. But back to my daughter. Yesterday you said Hinata couldn't do the technique and insisted she needed more time, yet now you say she successfully implemented it in a combat situation. How do you explain this sudden growth? Permission to speak freely, sir? Ko hesitantly asked, knowing he was about to touch a delicate topic. Permission granted, Heishi said while raising his eyebrow. As her personal teacher, I must say that Hinata definitely has all the talent and skill needed to become a great kunoichi. Her chakra control is excellent, and thanks to her agility and flexibility she is perfect for the gentle fist style. Ko started. However, certain aspects of her personality are holding her back. What do you mean? Hashi asked. As you know, she is quite gentle and rather shy, Ko carefully understated. Therefore the traditional training methods aren't really suited for her. She isn't the type that responds well to harsh criticism or direct competition. And some of the elders' efforts to encourage her have had the opposite effect, I'm afraid. Well, what do you suggest then? Hiyashi asked. If she doesn't master the training, she will automatically be put in the branch house, you know that. I think I have an idea that would greatly help Lady Hinata, though it is rather unorthodox. Ko carefully picked his words. You can tell me. Heishi simply stated, not showing anything in his facial expression. Today I observed that Naruto had a rather positive effect on her confidence. Apparently his rather outgoing personality and his actions in trying to help her inspired Lady Hinata to pull the 16 palms technique when he needed help in turn. His guardian, the ANBU captain Kakashi, said that Hinata had a similar effect on Naruto and proposed to let them meet more often. Ko stated, perhaps letting them train together would help Lady Hinata overcome her shyness. If not, getting trained by the ANBU has never hurt anyone. This can only improve her technique. She also looks like she really could use a friend. It's not like she has any. Even within the branch house most won't approach her, Ko taught, though never stated out loud. You're right, Heishi said, it is rather unorthodox. The elders won't like it, that's for sure. I understand, sir, please forgive me for bothering you. He nodded and turned to leave. Then again, Heishi continued as if Ko never said anything, they don't like her current progress either. There have been voices of dropping her from the training already. Truth be told, I was about to ask the Jonin Kurenai Yuhi to take over her training, but maybe the ANBU are a better idea. Perhaps we should give your idea a fair chance. If you are correct, then the end result will surely be worth a small breach of protocol. I'll convince the elders and talk to the Hokage. Let's see if this Naruto can really help Hinata get over her shyness. Thank you, sir. Ko bowed politely and left the room. Once on the hallway, he allowed a small smile to appear on his face but quickly suppressed it. Hyugas were trained to hide their emotions after all. A few days later, ANBU Headquarters Training Area 27. Naruto and Kakashi were busy going over the basic taijutsu exercises again when the Hokage cleared his throat to make his presence known. Hey old man, did you came to visit me? Naruto yelled while hugging the Hokage. Hello Naruto-kun. How is your training going? The Hokage asked while returning Naruto's hug. He is making steady progress, Lord Hokage, Kakashi answered in Naruto's place. His taijutsu is pretty good and he is making great progress in throwing shurikens and kunai as well. He can hit stationary targets with 90% accuracy and moving targets with 40%. But I expect those numbers to go up quite a lot by the time he starts the academy. I'm glad to see you are taking your training seriously, the Hokage said. Of course, I'll be the next Hokage after all, Naruto said confidently. Will you now? My, you sure aim high, but let's not get ahead of ourselves, shall we? Being Hokage is serious business after all. The Hokage chuckled at Naruto's enthusiasm. Anyway, I have an announcement to make. The Hokage said suddenly, all serious. I'm afraid, Naruto, that you will no longer be able to train one-on-one with Kakashi. What? Why? Naruto shouted with a shock on his face. Sir? Kakashi asked. I don't mind training Naruto, there is no need to stop the sessions on my behalf. Now, not so fast you two. The Hokage said with a small smile, remember that a good shinobi looks underneath the underneath. I never said you had to stop training now, did I? Huh? Naruto said, because it seemed to him that was exactly what he said. I see, Kakashi stated, you said our one-on-one training sessions would end, that would imply someone else will be joining us. Now since having two teachers at the same time makes no sense, I would have to say you want me to train someone alongside Naruto? Indeed, the Hokage confirmed. In fact, why don't you two meet her right now? She is waiting just outside with her father. As if on cue, Heishi Hyuga entered the training area with Hinata in tow. The little girl was wondering what they were doing here and why she needed to bring her training outfit with her, If father wants to do a training session, why can't we do it at home like usual? When Naruto spotted Hinata, he immediately yelled out to her, "Hey Hinata, are you my new training partner? That's so cool." Training partner? Hinata taught, "This can't be right, father would never let me train outside the clan. But why am I here then?" "So Naruto, is it?" Heishi said as if he didn't hear the loud shout, "I heard you helped my daughter out the other day. Why don't you tell me some more about that?" Kakashi frowned. He realized Heishi technically never agreed to the training yet and that he was giving Naruto a character test first before making a decision. Because although he was a strict parent, he did care for his daughter and he wanted to be sure she was in good hands. He expected that he would receive a similar test later, though his would be less secretive. It's a lot harder to fool a jonin than it is a child after all. Naruto on the other hand saw no harm in this and started talking about their day in the park. Kakashi noted with some amusement that his version of the facts was pretty different than how he remembered it. Naruto said that Hinata was fighting 3 kids at once, rather than being bullied by them, and that he helped her with the first 2, instead of knocking them out single-handedly. Then, "The third guy cheated and knocked me down when I wasn't looking, instead of him being an idiot who ran head first in his fists," he finished with. Hinata defeated him by herself with some really cool attack that totally knocked him out. Well, at least that part was sort of correct. Kakashi waited for Naruto to finish up and was surprised when he kept talking. He spent another 10 minutes describing all the games they played later that day in far more detail than the actual fight Heishi wanted to know about. In the end though, Heishi just smiled to himself. It was obvious that Naruto and his daughter got along great, and if anyone would be able to get her out of her shell it would be him. His face however didn't betray his feelings and it kept its neutral look throughout the entire story. "So Naruto," he suddenly said, "I take it you will be starting at the academy next year as well?" "Yes sir," Naruto confirmed. "Well then, I feel it would be in both your interests if you and Hinata could work together to practice and do your homework. Wouldn't you agree?" he asked, already knowing the answer. "You mean I can train with Hinata after school? That's so awesome," Naruto almost yelled. "Awesome huh?" Heishi taught, "I better make sure he keeps focused on training only, don't want to give the kid ideas about my daughter." "That is of course if you can keep up," Heishi said, "only the best training partner is good enough for Hinata." And now to really drive the point home, he almost smirked. "Maybe I should ask that Uchiha kid instead, he'll probably be Rookie of the Year." Heishi pretended to ponder aloud. "Hell no," Naruto said, "I'm gonna be Rookie of the Year, you'll see." "Will you now? Well then you better focus on training a lot, because if you turn out to be a failure I'll put a stop to these sessions at once, do you understand?" Heishi said with a stern gaze. He loved to play with people's minds like that. Naruto gulped and nodded. He was determined not to lose his new training partner and he vowed to become Rookie of the Year. Naruto and Hinata entered the room of their new class and looked around. The room was already filled with several kids Naruto had seen in the park or on the streets from time to time. Most of them were from civilian families, but he also recognized several clan children by their clan's characteristics. A kid with facial markings who brings a little puppy to class. Must be an Inuzuka. A chubby kid who eats potato chips in class. Akamichi. Next to him a dark-haired kid who is sleeping. Inara. Then the girl with a blonde ponytail who sits next to them must be a Yamanaka. He reasoned. He also recognized an Aburame. Hinata was a little freaked out about the insects. Naruto didn't particularly care. "Hey Naruto-kun, you're here as well?" a familiar voice suddenly said behind him. He looked back and saw Itachi Uchiha, one of the ANBU who looked after him from time to time, standing there alongside a smaller version of himself. "You know who this is, brother?" Sasuke asked Itachi. "Ah yes, let me introduce you too," Itachi said. "Naruto, this is Sasuke, my little brother. Sasuke, meet Naruto, the boy I told you about who lives with the ANBU. And you must be Hinata Hyuga, I assume." "Yes, I am Hinata. Nice to meet you Itachi-san, Sasuke-kun," Hinata replied. Sasuke however wasn't paying attention to her and instead looked at Naruto. "So this is the ANBU kid huh?" he taught. He heard a lot of stories about him. Some people like his parents and several civilians said he was trouble and that he should stay away, while others like his brother Itachi said he was just a regular kid and even encouraged them to be friends. Seeing him in person he was a little disappointed. By now he expected Naruto to be some sort of mythical figure if all the stories he heard were even remotely true, but it looked like he was a normal kid after all. "Naruto, Hinata." He nodded politely. He was still an Uchiha after all and he had to hold up the reputation of his clan. Meanwhile Itachi had already left without saying a word. He was a busy ninja after all, and he also knew better than to embarrass his baby brother with too much open affection. Uchihas were a clan of warriors, not a clan that needs someone holding their hand on the first day of school. "All right everyone," a voice suddenly shouted. "Pick a seat and sit down." Naruto looked to the front of the class and saw a young man in a Chunin flak vest and a scar across his face. Next to him was another man with white hair, also with the flak vest. "I am Iruka," the scarred teacher introduced himself, "and this is my assistant Mizuki. From this day till the day you graduate we will be your teachers. But make no mistake. This is not the civilian school, this is the Ninja Academy. All those who are here came here with the sole purpose of becoming a ninja for Konoha. Some of you will succeed and become the next legends of our village," he continued his speech, "but most of you will either drop out or end up killed within your first year." Most of the class, especially the kids from civilian origin, gulped at that last statement and looked around nervously. The people from clans however seemed perfectly at ease hearing about getting killed, and Naruto, who sat down next to Hinata and Sasuke, didn't flinch either. "Anyway," Mizuki said next, "before we worry about that we shall go outside to the training course to see where everybody stands. Don't worry though. This first session will not count for your report card," he assured them. "Nonetheless, it is a good way to see where you need improvement, so do take it seriously." Iruka looked sternly at Shikamaru, who was dozing off in class as he said it. Once outside, everyone stood around the throwing range where Iruka explained the first exercise. It was a simple accuracy test where you threw 5 kunai and 5 shuriken dull ones to make sure nobody caused accidents at a series of targets 20 meters away. You scored points the closer you got to the center of each for a maximum of 100 points if you landed 10 bullseyes. One by one Iruka called each name and that person got forward to throw their weapons at the targets. It was obvious there was already a huge difference between those who had previous experience with throwing weapons and those who didn't. The average civilian scored a low 30 points at best. The kids who came from clans on the other hand did better with an average score of 70. Hinata even scored 90, firmly placing herself as the best female and even in the top 3 in general. Finally only Sasuke and Naruto remained. "Sasuke Uchiha," Iruka called amongst a loud murmur when they heard his name. Everyone heard of the legendary Uchiha clan and now they got to see one of them in action. Sasuke confidently went forwards and took the weapons. He weighted them in his hands and threw them one by one at the targets like he had done countless times before. 99 points. Iruka said in disbelief. That was the score you expected on a final exam after months of training, not on the first day of school. Everybody looked at Sasuke in awe and several of the girls started talking very excited amongst themselves while looking at him with little hearts in their eyes. "Not too bad," Naruto said casually as Sasuke walked back to where he and Hinata were waiting, "but you missed one." That one kunai must be slightly off balance then," he remarked. "Naruto Uzumaki, you're up," Iruka said. Naruto casually walked to the range and picked up the kunai and shuriken. As he got ready for the exercise he noticed that nobody was really paying attention to him. Everybody was still hanging around Sasuke. "Good luck Naruto-kun," Hinata, who was the only one looking at Naruto, said. Naruto smiled at her and focused on the exercise. He quickly threw his shuriken and 4 of his 5 kunai at the targets. Everyone spun their heads around when they heard 9 consecutive thuds and looked in shock at the 9 bullseyes. Naruto was about to throw his last kunai as well when he stopped at the last second, smirked a little and then threw it anyway, aiming slightly left of his last target where it impacted the board with a thud. Everyone just looked in shock at what they just saw. "Well, looks like you were right Sasuke-kun," Naruto casually remarked. "That kunai was slightly off balance. Thanks for the heads up," he smiled at the young Uchiha. "No problem," Sasuke recovered himself. "I had to let you win at least one trial, right? 100 points. Well done Naruto," Iruka managed to say after having recovered from what he just saw. 2 geniuses in one class. This is going to be interesting, he thought. After the targeting exercise they continued towards an obstacle course they had to cross in less than 5 minutes. This time the civilian kids did even worse. Only 6 out of 45 managed to complete it, and even then it took them almost 4 minutes on average. The clan children once again did better and all managed to pass it. Naruto noticed however that the best ones were different kids than in the previous exercise. Shikamaru, who scored an impressive 92 in accuracy, couldn't really be bothered to go all out. He called it troublesome, and completed the course at a leisurely pace, finishing after 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Kiba on the other hand scored pretty low at targeting, a mere 63, but excelled at the more physical test, finishing it in 1 minute and 10 seconds. The rest of them all finished somewhere within that time frame, Even Choji, who was pretty big-boned, as he called it, did really well and finished it in 2 minutes. Hinata once again scored really high. She demonstrated a high level of agility and never missed a single step. In the end, however, she missed some of the raw speed and power Kiba had and completed it in only 1 minute and 15 seconds. This still placed her safely above Ino's 2 minutes as the best female, however. Once again, only Naruto and Sasuke remained. Somehow they suspected Iruka did it on purpose to not discourage the others too much. "Why don't you go first this time?" Sasuke offered with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Thanks." Naruto smiled. "No problem." Sasuke smirked a little. After all, a gentleman always lets the ladies go first. Everyone sniffled at the joke, and even Hinata couldn't fully suppress a small smile on her face. Naruto, who could always appreciate a good joke even if he was on the receiving end, had to admit he walked right into that one and focused on the obstacle course instead. There were 5 obstacles they had to cross. First was a wall of 5 meters with ropes they had to climb over, then a balancing beam suspended over water, a series of ropes they had to swing from, a wooden construct without ropes this time, and finally they had to crawl under a series of wires to the finish line without disturbing any of the bells that hang on them. Naruto was determined to win this round as well and quickly went over, through and under each obstacle at record speed. He wasn't as gracious as Hinata had been and had in fact fallen down once, but in the end he made up for it in raw speed and finished at 1 minute and 3 seconds. Sasuke, however, noticed the part where Naruto had fallen and during his turn made sure to be extra careful when crossing that slippery part of the course. This carefulness paid off, since without wasting precious seconds like Naruto had, he could go on immediately and finished in 59 seconds. Both of them scored really high again. "It looks like it's more than a fluke," Iruka taught in disbelief. "Very well, let's go to the final test for today," he said while keeping his face straight from the internal shock he was feeling. The last test was a small taijutsu tournament between everyone. To make things fair and balanced, the brackets were divided based on the previous results rather than at random. As such, Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata ended up in different brackets and wouldn't meet each other until the semifinal at best. The first few rounds of the tournament were pretty one-sided for our 3 heroes. Naruto and Sasuke went through the civilian kids like a knife through butter, and Hinata, who was physically weaker than most of them, relied on her agility and her superior fighting style to reach the semifinals as well. Eventually only 4 people remained: Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata and Choji, who surprised everyone by beating Kiba in the prior round. "All right everyone," Iruka said to the group, who was now equally divided in fans of Naruto and fans of Sasuke. "The matchups from here on out will be randomly decided," he declared while running his hand blindly through a box and pulled out a card. "The first contestant is Naruto and his opponent is..." The hand went back in the box and pulled out a second card: Sasuke. "This means that Hinata versus Choji will be the other semifinal and the winner of both matches will meet in the final, understood? Okay, first match begin," he shouted the last part. Sasuke and Naruto were circling each other carefully and waited for the other to make the first move. Finally Naruto was the first to get bored and suddenly rushed ahead to launch the first attack. Sasuke quickly reacted and dodged the first blow by rolling out the way. He then spun around and started counter-attacking. Meanwhile Naruto had steadied himself from his own missed attack and managed to block Sasuke's punch with his forearms. Sasuke kept up the pressure and continued to try and hit him with a flurry of kicks and punches. Naruto managed to block or dodge most of them, but some still got through and he soon started sporting some bruises from the impacts. Naruto realized that if this kept up he would have to give up eventually, so he decided to start his counterattack. He waited for an opening, and when Sasuke's left side was open after throwing a punch, Naruto took his chance and landed a few hard hits on his exposed side. Sasuke jumped back to stop being hit and readied himself for another assault, biting through the pain from the hits. Meanwhile Naruto prepared himself as well, and both boys ran towards each other at the same time, their fist extended to hit the other with everything they got. They reached each other in the middle and both landed their right fist on the other's face. For a moment everything stood still in the audience, who was cheering them on until now, held their breath. Then the world went dark for them and they both collapsed on the ground. Ache. Naruto heard a small voice through his headache. "Ake up." The voice became louder. "Hey, wake up you two." Iruka's voice was clear now, and Naruto opened one eye to see the outline of his teacher in his vision. He grunted and opened his other eye as well while looking around the area. Next to him Sasuke slowly got up as well, grabbing his head and cursing under his breath. "What happened?" Naruto asked. "You and Sasuke were fighting in the tournament and you got knocked out," Iruka casually answered. "Oh right, the fight. Naruto suddenly remembered, so who won? I did, Hinata said with a smile. What? Naruto and Sasuke asked in unison. Well, Iruka said, you both got knocked out at the same time so neither of you could go on. And Hinata won her match so she was the only one left and won the final by default. Oh, they both said rather disappointed that their unofficial competition ended in a tie. Anyway, Iruka continued, now that the first test is over we are done for today. You three can go home now and I'll expect you tomorrow at 8h30 in class. For the next few months Naruto and Sasuke continuously tried to surpass the other and soon became the two best students of their class. Hinata still trained with Naruto and various ANBU in her skills, but mostly her self-confidence, kept increasing at an amazing pace. Soon she found herself as the best kunoichi of her class, not that there was much competition for that title, and even started catching up to Naruto and Sasuke as a close third overall. Despite their bitter and often merciless rivalry during any sort of test, competition, trial or spar, the three of them actually became quite good friends. They often hung out together and helped each other when someone had difficulty with a certain subject. As the end of their first year at the academy approached, their rivalry to become the #1 student went higher than ever, each with their own reasons why they couldn't lose. Finally the time came when Iruka called out their final scores. Already their class had sunk from an original 60 students to a mere 30. Only the clan children and the best of the civilian ones remained while the others dropped out and transferred to the regular school because they couldn't handle the demanding schedule the academy demanded. Sasuke, Naruto and Hinata sat at their usual spots waiting patiently for Iruka and Mizuki to call out their scores. Let's start with the girls, shall we? Mizuki said, holding the list with all their scores in his hand. Third place for the girls with 85 points is Ino Yamanaka. Everyone applauded politely. Second place with 89 points is Sakura Haruno. He continued. And the kunoichi of the year with 96 points is Hinata Hyuga. Everyone applauded the three girls, though no one seemed too surprised at the outcome. Hinata's victory was pretty much assured from the beginning. They were much more interested in Naruto's and Sasuke's competition for first place of the boys. Now on to the boys. Iruka said. On the third place with 93 points is Shino Aburame. Everyone once again applauded politely and then held their breath for the big reveal. Who would win? Naruto or Sasuke? Second place. Iruka began while looking at the scores. Huh, that's weird. Mizuki, are these numbers accurate? He suddenly asked his assistant. Yes, all the scores are accurate, Mizuki simply stated. I see. Iruka said while looking at the paper in his hand. Oh come on, Kiba suddenly shouted, don't keep us in suspense like that. Just tell us who won already, I have a bet to win. Alright then. Iruka said. The first place goes to Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto hung his head at this news. This meant he failed. Hinata's father wouldn't allow them to train together anymore now that he didn't reach first place. And Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka continued. Naruto's head snapped back up at this news, wondering if he heard it correctly. What? The entire class shouted. What does that mean? They can't both be on first place, can they? Yes, Iruka said. Both Naruto and Sasuke scored 98 points total. So it's a tie. They both got first place. Naruto smiled at this news. Granted, it was very unorthodox, the first time in 16 years, Iruka said, but shared or not, first place was first place. So he and Hinata would be allowed to continue their training. Sasuke had similar hopes. Being first still counts even if you had to share the position, did it? He just hoped his father would see it like that as well. Later that night there were several small celebrations in Konoha to congratulate those who passed their first year. Lucky for him, Sasuke's father did agree that being first counted even if it was a tie. Well, more specifically, Sasuke's mother Mikoto said that it still counted and sent a look at her husband that dared him to disagree. He knew better than to argue, so the entire clan was invited to celebrate the success. On the other side of town, the Hyugas held their own private celebration as well. Naruto and Kakashi were invited to join and both donned their finest kimono for the occasion. Apart from him and Hinata, there was a third guest of honor at the party. Hinata's cousin Neji. He also made the top spot in his class, and Heishi insisted, despite some protest from the elders because Neji was a branch member, that the party was in his honor as well. Naruto quickly found that he didn't get along well with Neji, or most of the Hyugas for that matter. It seemed that Hinata's kindness and calm nature, which he liked best about her, was not a trait she shared with the rest of her family. Most of the Hyugas, including Neji, had a serious stick up their ass and an ego the size of the Hokage monument. He always taught Sasuke had a bit of an arrogant streak if he performed really well in a certain task, but now he had to reconsider that statement. Sasuke was downright humble compared to some of these guys' claims of the superiority of the Hyuga clan, and how lucky he was that he was allowed to train alongside a prodigy of the main house. Even Neji couldn't help but rub in that Naruto had to share his first place position while he was the undisputed best of his class. Luckily Hinata seemed to share his discomfort at the boasting of her family, and they even joked about it a few times when the rest of the Hyugas weren't listening. Eventually the night came to a close and he and Kakashi returned home. He said they were allowed to rest for the rest of the week and the training sessions would begin again the following week, when they started their second year at the academy. Naruto was a little disappointed when he found out that students at the academy did not get a real vacation like the kids in the regular school. Iruka said that their skills would deteriorate too much if they didn't practice regularly. He explained that missions and enemies didn't stop because it was a holiday, so ninjas had to get used to working around the year, and they started this philosophy in the academy. After their week off, the students returned to the academy for their second year. Mostly things continued on as usual, with Naruto and Sasuke constantly trying to one-up the other in every test, spar or training exercise. Hinata kept improving as well and soon secured her third place, and then slowly began catching up until she eventually started winning several of the unofficial competitions as well. Eventually they also started on their first ninjutsu lessons. Naruto started fantasizing about breathing fire or summoning lightning and was thoroughly disappointed when Iruka started with a theoretical lesson about chakra theory and how to mold and gather it. He was even more disappointed when he said the only jutsus they would learn in the academy were the transformation jutsu, the substitution jutsu and the clone jutsu. The other jutsus were only available once they actually became genin, since they didn't want to just let anyone have access to destructive techniques. He quickly discovered two facts. One, he had a lot of chakra, even more than Iruka had apparently. But as a result of this, his actual control, which according to Mizuki was more important than just having raw chakra reserves, was the worst of the class. He compared it to trying to fill a teaspoon with a bathtub of water. He was more likely to wash the entire spoon away than come anywhere close to the impossibly small amount he needed to isolate. Luckily Kakashi foresaw that this might become a problem, so he started working Naruto on the leaf balancing exercise every day until, after a few weeks of improving his control, he managed to isolate enough of his reserves to use the transformation jutsu and the substitution jutsu without too much trouble. The clone jutsu remained difficult though, and he could only do it when he was extremely concentrated. Kakashi simply said that he should keep on improving his chakra control until it was good enough. 8 months into their second year. "Hey, Hinata, have you seen Sasuke today?" Naruto asked his friend. "No, it looks like he didn't show up," Hinata answered. "You think he is sick?" Naruto asked. "Maybe we should visit him after class then. Or perhaps it has something to do with all the commotion last night," Naruto said. "What do you mean?" Hinata asked, since she hadn't heard of anything happening last night. "Well, last night there was a general alarm in the ANBU headquarters," Naruto explained. "They summoned every available ANBU to the mission room. Apparently something really big must have happened. For a minute I thought Konoha was invaded or something." "Really?" Hinata asked in surprise. She already learned a few things about how the ANBU worked, and a general alarm was only issued for the most important events. "Perhaps we can ask Kakashi-sensei later." "I doubt it," Naruto said. "If it's secret ANBU stuff he won't talk. Not even to us." "Yeah, I guess," Hinata said. "Oh look, Iruka-sensei is finally here." Iruka had indeed entered the classroom with a defeated look on his face. The entire class noticed something was up when instead of Mizuki it was the director of the school who entered the classroom alongside Iruka. Even Shikamaru opened his eyes and started paying attention. "Attention everyone," the director started. "Classes have been dismissed for the rest of the week. Your parents have been notified and they will come pick you up shortly." The kids started talking amongst themselves until Sakura raised her hand and asked the question on everyone's lips. "What happened? Why are classes cancelled?" Iruka looked at the director, asking a silent question, to which the director gave a short nod. "Last night," Iruka began, "the Uchiha clan has been massacred inside their compound by an unknown assailant." The entire classroom exploded at that statement. Everyone started talking and bombarded Iruka and the director with several questions until Naruto asked the one they all needed to know. "Is Sasuke okay?" "Sasuke is alive," the director said to everyone's relief, "but he is in a coma and is now being monitored at the hospital. So far he is the only known survivor." Before the kids could ask other questions, the director excused himself and left the room. He was going to have to repeat this talk with the other classes as well and did not look forward to it. When they left the school, Naruto and Hinata were awaited by Ko and Kakashi, who looked like he hadn't slept at all last night. Since you are his friends, the Hokage allowed you to visit Sasuke. Kakashi said. Follow me. Your father has agreed, Lady Hinata, Ko said with a sympathetic smile. The three of them followed Kakashi to the hospital and they walked into a secure ward until they arrived at a door guarded by 3 ANBU. Inside, Sasuke was lying on a bed, his eyes were open but they looked glassy and he didn't respond to anything. The Hokage was standing next to the bed talking to a doctor. As you can see, this isn't a regular coma. The doctor said. Physically speaking, he is perfectly fine, and a Yamanaka confirmed that he does show signs of normal brain activity, something a regular coma patient doesn't have. So what do you think this is then? The Hokage asked. It looks like he is trapped in a genjutsu, the doctor answered, but we never saw anything this strong. Not even the Kurama clan has any idea what caused this or how to undo it. Any ideas how to get him out of it? No, only someone like Lady Tsunade could break through a case like this, the doctor said in defeat. So what does that mean exactly? He will be like this forever? The third asked, worried. No, the doctor explained, the technique, though extremely powerful, is still limited by its initial chakra supply, which is slowly running out. After a while it will start to lose power and he will wake up himself, but that could very well take a few weeks at this point. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata had entered the room and stood by Sasuke's motionless body. Hinata was softly crying at the sight of their friend in such a state, and Naruto put his arm around her shoulder to try and calm her down. In the meantime, he subconsciously reached for Sasuke's hand for his own emotional support when he felt a sudden pulse emanating from his stomach before the world went black. Everyone watched in horror as Naruto suddenly dropped to the floor, his eyes just as glassy as Sasuke's. Hinata lost all self-control and started crying loudly when her other friend collapsed as well. Ko immediately rushed over to calm her down while Kakashi went to Naruto. He lifted his shirt and saw to his horror that the seal on his stomach was fully activated. Does that mean what I think it means? He asked the Hokage, who was kneeling beside him studying the seal. I'm afraid so. The seal responded to the technique and dragged Naruto inside the genjutsu, the third said. So now what? Kakashi asked. With Naruto in there as well, the technique will burn through its reserves a lot faster, especially if it wants to compensate for his. He looked at Hinata, who was still crying but paid attention nonetheless. Unusual condition. He finished. At the very least they aren't alone, they can support each other now. The third said, we can only wait and trust them to make it out of their own at this point. Inside the mindscape. Naruto woke up inside the Uchiha district at the middle of the night. He started wandering the empty streets until he heard a deafening scream further ahead. He rushed over and saw Itachi Uchiha going through the district, killing everyone he met, while Sasuke was strapped to a cross, being forced to watch the scene replay itself over and over while he was crying and begged his brother to stop. Sasuke! Naruto yelled at his friend, who suddenly looked up at the person who yelled his name. Naruto? Is that really you? He asked with his eyes still red from crying. Yes, I'll get you down from there, Naruto said, don't move. Sasuke suddenly started laughing. Slowly at first, but then he let everything out. Don't move, he said to no one in particular. I'm trapped and immobile and he tells me not to move. Sasuke kept laughing. He knew it was stupid. He knew he shouldn't be laughing right now, but he just couldn't help it. His mind was too tired and tormented to make sense anymore, so he just let out everything without caring about the situation. Meanwhile, Naruto was standing behind him looking at the cross and cursed a little. Apparently getting Sasuke free wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. The world he found himself in didn't play by the rules. For one, he never saw anything that kept Sasuke trapped in the first place. For all he could see, the cross was an illusion itself. Thinking about what they learned in the academy about dispelling genjutsu, because it was a genjutsu that much he could detect, he tried to mold his chakra and let it out in a pulse. Release! He shouted. He thought he saw the world flicker for a bit, but it ended as soon as it started, and he once again looked at the Uchiha district at night. He tried again, but this time the world didn't even flicker when he released his chakra. Naruto! What are you doing? Get me down from here already! Sasuke shouted. I'm trying, damn it, but I can't seem to break through this illusion. They never let us practice on one this strong at the academy. Naruto shouted back. Okay, now let's focus. What does the manual say when you can't dispel it yourself? Sasuke seemed to regain his composure. If you find yourself trapped in an illusion you cannot break out of, you can dispel it by having an ally enter his chakra in your system. The outside flow will disturb the genjutsu's own flow and dispel it. Naruto droned the lesson he learned from Iruka. Let's try that. Pour your chakra in my body and it should release me, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded and placed his hand on Sasuke's back. He poured some of his chakra in his friend's body, and to their relief it seemed to work as the cross he was hung up on suddenly disappeared and Sasuke fell down. "Alright, it worked," Naruto shouted. "Not really," Sasuke pointed out. "We got rid of the cross, but we are still inside this illusion as a whole." Naruto looked around and noticed that they were indeed still inside the Uchiha district, where Itachi kept going through the motions as if nothing happened. He even stopped to talk at the now empty cross, apparently not realizing his brother has been freed. "He must have left you with nothing but a pre-recorded message," Naruto reasoned. "Without him here to adjust to changes, the illusion can't adapt and keeps on playing the same scene again and again." "But how do we break it?" Sasuke asked. "Well, I tried dispelling it before and it seemed to work for a second." Naruto pondered. "Maybe if we both try at the same time we can break through it." They both focused their chakra and released it at the same time. Release. The world around them flickered again, and for half a second they found themselves in what appeared to be a sewer. They saw a set of eyes looking up at them from behind a giant cage before they were suddenly thrown back into the illusion of the Uchiha compound. "What was that?" they both asked at the same time. "Did it work or not? And what was that sewer about?" Suddenly the world around them started shaking as if a giant earthquake hit Konoha. They looked up and saw that the very sky started cracking open and red tendrils made of chakra poured inside the illusion, destroying it from the inside out. The world started flickering again, as if the illusion refused to be dispelled, but soon the chakra tendrils broke completely through and the world crumbled to pieces under the strain. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves being thrown inside the sewer again and looked up to see all the chakra tendrils retreat into the cage they came from. They gasped as they saw who their rescuer was. Before them in all its glory stood an enormous fox with 9 distinct tails swinging behind him, looking down at the two of them. "And what do we have here?" His booming voice filled the room. "Does my host finally grant me a visit?" He chuckled before looking at Sasuke. "An Uchiha?" The fox suddenly roared. "What is a member of that accursed clan doing here?" he demanded. "What are you talking about?" Naruto shouted back. "Who are you and what are you doing here? Are we still under the genjutsu?" The giant fox started laughing. "Sure, I'll tell you everything. Now why don't you remove that seal over there?" He pointed to a piece of paper on the gate with the kanji for seal on it. "So we can talk more freely, huh?" "Do you think we are stupid?" Sasuke suddenly interrupted. "We aren't going to release you. You're obviously a demon." "Huh. At least one of you has a brain," the fox said. "Just answer our questions, damn it." Naruto snapped. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" "You mean you really don't know?" the fox asked, incredulous. "Surely your Hokage must have told you who you are. Why do you think you heal so fast? Or why you have such outrageous chakra reserves for a human?" Sasuke's curiosity was piqued now. He did always wonder how Naruto, supposedly a clanless orphan, was so good or had so much chakra. "Stop playing games and tell us what you know," Naruto demanded again. "You got guts, kid. I like that." "Very well then," the fox said. "I'll humor you once. I am the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed demon fox and greatest of all the demons." "Kyuubi?" Naruto and Sasuke shouted in disbelief. "But that can't be. You're dead." "Of course I am the Kyuubi," the fox roared, displeased that they wouldn't believe him. "How many other giant foxes with 9 tails do you know of?" "But why are you alive? Didn't the 4th Hokage kill you 8 years ago?" Sasuke asked. "You idiots. You cannot kill a demon, for I am immortal. Even if I am defeated I would simply reform myself over time," the Kyuubi said quite proudly. "Then what are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "And why did you save us?" "I grow tired of your questions," the Kyuubi said. "Ask that leader of yours, he knows the answers. And as for why I saved you too, let's just say you were useless to me as a brain-dead puppet. Now leave me alone." The fox laid its head down and started to rest. Naruto and Sasuke seemed unsure of what to do and decided to try and wake up. Suddenly Naruto started blinking and looked up at the white ceiling of the hospital. He groaned and slowly stood up from the bed and looked around. Next to him Sasuke started waking up as well, but unlike Naruto he seemed to have more difficulty orienting himself. "You're awake." The two of them suddenly found themselves tightly embraced by a crying Hinata. "I was so worried about you." "Hinata, stop hugging so tight, I can't breathe," Sasuke said, while his face started coloring purple. Hinata let go of them and merely smiled, seeing them move again. "Naruto, Sasuke, I'm glad to see you two are fine." The voice of the Hokage suddenly interrupted. "Would you mind telling us what happened?" Sasuke started talking about everything that happened the night before, how Itachi killed the clan and had a weird Sharingan I never saw before. and then placed him in an illusion where he had to watch his clan being killed all over again until Naruto suddenly appeared. Naruto took over and discussed how he managed to free Sasuke. The Hokage listened intently, but his face paled when Naruto finally said the one thing he was afraid of. And he said he was the Kyuubi, but why was the Kyuubi there and why did he save us? He said you knew the answer. Kakashi and the Hokage looked at each other not sure what to do while Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata, who heard everything, looked at them with a questioning look. This isn't the time and place to discuss this. The Hokage finally said, come to my office tomorrow and I'll explain everything. In the meantime you two should rest. He pointed at Naruto and Sasuke who were finally beginning to feel how tired their bodies were, and you should return to your family, they must be worried as well, he said to Hinata. The three of them nodded and the Hokage left the room. He had a lot of explaining to do tomorrow and he did not look forward to it. After they were cleared from the hospital, Sasuke and Naruto, alongside Hinata, her father and Kakashi found themselves in the Hokage's office. Where do I begin? The third asked no one in particular. Tell me, he suddenly said, what do you three know about the Kyuubi attack? The Kyuubi attacked Konoha 8 years ago on the 10th of October, Hinata said. It appeared out of nowhere and did a lot of damage. Many people died that day, Sasuke continued. But eventually the fourth Hokage entered the fight and killed it, though he himself didn't survive either. Naruto finished. The third Hokage gave a small smile. It's good to see that you paid attention during history as well. But unfortunately what you just said isn't entirely correct. You see, the Kyuubi isn't dead. Naruto, Hinata and Sasuke looked in shock when he said that, not dead. How is that possible? They each thought. The truth is that you can't kill a tailed beast, the third continued, especially one as strong as Kyuubi. Because even if the fourth would have destroyed it, it wouldn't be really dead. Tailed beasts have been killed before and every time they reformed themselves after a few years. Had he killed Kyuubi back then it would have been back now and free to attack villages again. Kyuubi did say something similar, Naruto thought. So what did happen that night then? Hinata asked. That is where Naruto comes in. The third said, you see, tailed beasts cannot be killed, but they can be sealed away. The fourth used a special sealing jutsu and sealed Kyuubi inside a newborn, because only a child can handle the sealing process. A grown man, with developed chakra cores, cannot handle a new foreign source of chakra being entered directly into his system. In fact, the gentle fist style is based around that, I believe? Heishi merely nodded. So on with the story, the third said, as I said, the fourth sealed Kyuubi inside a newborn. He sealed it inside Naruto. Naruto, Hinata and Sasuke looked wide-eyed at this news. They already suspected it as the story went along, but to hear it spelled out like this was still something else. What? Naruto yelled, why me? There were several reasons. The third said, for one, the younger the child, the safer it is and you were literally only hours old. But most importantly though it was because you are an Uzumaki. Because I am an Uzumaki? Naruto asked. What does that have to do with it? What do you know about your clan? The third asked. Kakashi said the Uzumakis came from Whirlpool and that they were pretty important there but they got wiped out in the Second Shinobi War. My mother was in Konoha at the time so she survived and became a leaf nin. However she died the day I was born during the Kyuubi attack. Naruto said the bits and pieces he found out from Kakashi. Yes, that is mostly correct. The third nodded, but for security reasons we held back certain parts until now. What? Naruto shouted, feeling hurt. Why would you do that? Don't I deserve to know where I came from? I didn't mean to hide it from you, Naruto. Kakashi apologized, but what you are about to hear is pretty big news. And you weren't ready yet to face it. I only did it to protect you. Does it involve the Kyuubi? Hinata asked, and the reason being an Uzumaki was important enough to choose Naruto? Yes. The third said. You see, the Kyuubi did not just randomly attack one day as we told you in the academy. What do you mean? Sasuke asked in confusion. The truth is that Kyuubi has been in Konoha's possession for over 60 years now. Everyone, even Heishi and Kakashi, looked shocked at that statement. How could such a secret have been hidden all this time? The head of the Hyuga clan taught. You aren't the first Jinchuriki we have, Naruto. The third continued. In fact, you are the third one who successfully held Kyuubi for a long period. And just like you, the previous two have all been Uzumakis. There is something in your blood, call it a bloodline if you will, that suppresses demonic chakra and adapts to it. Until now only an Uzumaki has been able to hold back Kyuubi successfully. Anyone else, and many have tried over the years, died after a few months. Wait a minute. Hinata suddenly interjected, "You said the previous Jinchuriki was an Uzumaki, but Naruto's mother was the only one who survived. Does that mean his mother was the Jinchuriki?" "Yes." The third said sadly, 8 years ago the unthinkable happened. During your birth the seal weakened and Kyuubi escaped, killing your mother in the process. Luckily the fourth anticipated this might happen and we moved her far out of the village to give birth. I don't dare think what would have happened had Kyuubi escaped inside the village. The outside attack was bad enough already, and inside one would have leveled everything. Naruto looked very quiet. My mother was a Jinchuriki like me? And Kyuubi killed her? There is one last thing. The third said. I might as well tell you about your father too. My father? Naruto asked. You have to understand, that even after I tell you, this cannot leave this room. The third insisted while looking at Heishi directly. Your father had a lot of powerful enemies and if they knew you were his son they might even start a war for it. Naruto was even more curious now. Who could be that dangerous that people would wage war if they knew I was his son? Your father was Minato Namikaze, the third said. What? Heishi suddenly broke character and yelled at hearing this news. Are you telling me Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage? Surely you realize the consequences if news like this were to spread, do you? The third asked coldly. Naruto will not inherit his family title until he is old and strong enough to protect himself from all those who would attack him. Revealing this news, even in good intentions, could have him killed. But why? Naruto asked confused. I thought my dad was a hero. Everyone loves him, don't they? Sensei may be considered a hero in the land of fire, Kakashi said, but to our enemies he was known as an S-rank threat and one who killed many of their loved ones. If the Rock Village found out that he had a son they would send professional assassins after you. Not even the ANBU would be able to protect you from all of them. Indeed, the third said, this news carries a large responsibility, one you aren't ready to face yet. And on that note, I would suggest you watch your tongue. Heishi suddenly said harshly towards Naruto. Just now you accidentally called the fourth, my dad. People pick these things up and you'll end up jeopardizing yourself with your carelessness. The third nodded. Indeed Naruto, it would be prudent to never refer to the fourth as your father, even when you think you are alone. Naruto nodded that he understood and the third smiled before turning towards Sasuke. Now then, Sasuke, how are you feeling? Losing your family must not be easy for you. Sasuke said he was feeling fine but the third could see he was having trouble dealing with all that happened and decided that the boy needed help. Sasuke, you don't have to do this alone. The third said. I am going to set you up with a counselor to help you deal with this trauma. Even the greatest ninjas need someone to talk to after things like this happen. Sasuke nodded. He was secretly relieved he could talk to someone without having to make the first step since he was taught that Uchihas didn't need help from outsiders. But this way he could allow himself some comfort and later claim it was an order from the Hokage. He knew it wasn't healthy to reason like that, but he was raised like that from birth and old habits die hard. Good, the third said. Now what shall we do about your living arrangements? I can't let a child live by himself and we can't send you to an orphanage either at your age. Hey, I know, Naruto said. The room next to mine is empty, why can't he stay there? The third looked at Kakashi who simply shrugged as if to say, why not? Very well then, the third said, I'll see to it that room 102 gets appointed to Sasuke. In the meantime the Uchiha district will be closed down and sealed up to prevent anyone from damaging it or stealing from the buildings. After that the Hokage ended the meeting and contacted Yamanaka Inoichi to start Sasuke's counseling. After the Uchiha massacre Sasuke moved in room 102 of the iceberg and was soon invited to join Naruto's and Hinata's training sessions with their various instructors. After some months Kakashi was promoted to commander of ANBU when Ryu retired and removed his mask permanently. Since his new position came with more work and responsibility he only had time to train them once a week so the three of them soon met many different trainers to work with them. There was Yuga Ozuki who taught them basic kenjutsu, Yamato who trained them the basic ninjutsu of each element, Kage who trained them in stealth and evasion, Toa, who was a taijutsu specialist and his partner Kamachi who specialized in throwing weapons. Eventually the months became years and the three of them managed to stay in the top spot of their class even when their classmates started picking up their own training sessions as well. Nowadays a simple class tournament became a sight to behold once their classmates started using specialized clan techniques as well. Instead of simple punches and kicks you had to dodge human boulders from Choji, fang over fangs. From Kiba, poisonous flowers from Ino and Sakura, who trained alongside her friend Ino at the Yamanaka house, and insect domes from Shino. But despite these new tricks, which Naruto could confirm hurt a lot if you didn't manage to dodge them in time, it was always either Sasuke, Naruto or Hinata who won the tournament in the end. Hokage's office. 1 year before graduation. Kakashi come in, the third said. So what did you wanted to speak to me about? It's about Naruto's training. Kakashi said. Lately we have gone as far as we can reasonably go with academy students. Nowadays they mostly just do standard exercises for better control and repeat the techniques they already know. But only having them a few hours each week limits what we can teach them. What are you saying? The third asked. I think all 3 of them are ready to take the Chunin exam early and get a real sensei, Kakashi said. You think they are ready for it? The third asked. Taking the exam early isn't usually done, you know. I was already in the field at their age, Kakashi said. That was in wartime, the third countered. We got rid of that practice because too many graduated before they were truly ready. You of all people should know that. I'm aware of that, Kakashi said. Nonetheless, I repeat that I think they are ready. They have good taijutsu, good shuriken control, and they each know some basic jutsus from their preferred element. Even compared to people a year older than them, they have what it takes to graduate. And what about the basics? The third asked. Iruka's report says that Naruto still struggles with a simple clone. Naruto's problem is that he has too much chakra. He doesn't know what to do with it, and things like creating just one clone is too precise for him. He always overloads the technique and ends up destroying the clone with the pressure he builds up. Kakashi stated, that's hardly a sign of weakness. Perhaps, but the rules cannot be changed. The third said, the exam will feature the clone jutsu and right now he cannot pass it. I cannot allow exceptions or I'll never hear the end of it. I thought about that. Kakashi responded. I was thinking of teaching him the shadow clone jutsu instead. Shadow clones? The third raised his eyebrow. That's a forbidden technique? It's not forbidden because it's immoral or unethical, nor is it a big village secret that can't spread. Kakashi simply shrugged. It's just too dangerous for people with low chakra reserves since they can end up draining themselves and even die. But I can assure you that Naruto will not have problems with the chakra requirements. If anything, he will find this technique easier since it doesn't demand precise amounts of chakra, and overloading it will only cause more clones to appear than intended instead of shutting it down completely. We still need permission from the council to grant an exception to the rules, the third stated. Heishi isn't going to vote against his own daughter, and the rest of the clans won't dare cross the Hyuga. And Sasuke is pretty popular with the civilians, so they'll agree as well. Naruto will just have to hitch a ride on their popularity. They can't single him out if we apply all 3 of them in the same form. I'll even sponsor the decision so he gets the backing of the ANBU. Speaking about Sasuke, how is his mental state? Has he dealt with his parents' loss? The first few weeks were pretty hard. For a while he was obsessed with revenge in an unhealthy way. Kakashi admitted, but the counseling and Naruto's influence has helped him deal with it. He still wants revenge for his family, of course, but he learned to place it and isn't obsessed with it anymore. I'd say we were lucky Naruto accidentally broke the genjutsu so soon. If he were trapped in there for a month instead of just a day, chances are he'd be a revenge-obsessed emo. Thank Kami that didn't happen, the third said, and he and Kakashi laughed at the idea of Sasuke ending up as an emo. But all right. I'll push it through the council. You just make sure Naruto can do the clones. He still has to actually pass the test. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Kakashi said and left the office with a bow. As predicted by Kakashi, once Heishi Hyuga openly supported the application, and why wouldn't he support his own daughter? The rest of the clans didn't dare protest against it. And by extension the Hyuga clan. And so 2 weeks later Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata entered the Chunin exam 1 year earlier than they normally would. Uzumaki Naruto, the instructor said, you're up next. Naruto entered the examination room and looked at the 2 Chunin instructors from the year above him sitting across from him before a desk filled with Konoha headbands. All right, the instructor said after scribbling some notes in a file, please show us the transformation jutsu. Transform into the Hokage, would you? Naruto nodded and gathered his chakra. Soon there was a small poof, and when the residual smoke cleared, Naruto was replaced by a spitting image of the 4th Hokage in his official robes, who couldn't help but show a foxy grin. You never said which Hokage, so I hope this is okay, he said with a smile. The instructor didn't seem upset and merely asked Naruto to turn around so he could see the transformation from all angles. All right, I don't see any real errors. The transformation is adequate enough to pass. Next up is the replacement jutsu. I will throw this ball at your face. You have to dodge it by replacing yourself with that mannequin over there. He pointed to a mannequin on the other side of the room before quickly throwing the ball hard at Naruto's face. Naruto however was prepared and managed to replace himself just in time as the ball hit the mannequin that now stood in his former position. Very good reflexes. His would-be assailant commented, the replacement jutsu is also a pass. Finally it's the clone jutsu, he said, in order to pass you need to make a minimum of 3 clones. Only clones which are good enough to fool me count, so no half-formed monstrosities. Naruto nodded and went through the hand signs, however both instructors were very surprised when he ended in a cross rather than a ram sign. Your hand signs are wrong, UFA. Was as far as he got when the room suddenly filled with 50 copies of Naruto all grinning from ear to ear. You were saying? They all asked at the same time. His only answer was a headband being thrown at one of the clones. Naruto placed it on his forehead and proudly left the room where Hinata and Sasuke, who both already passed earlier, were waiting for him. Naruto, you passed, Hinata said with a smile. Congratulations. Sasuke merely said before the 3 of them went off to celebrate. So, do you think we'll be on the same team? Hinata asked Sasuke and Naruto. I hope so. How do they divide the teams anyway? Kakashi explained at once. Naruto said, tonight the Hokage and all the Jonins come together with a list of all those that passed and the teams are divided. They have a tradition of putting the first and the last together in the same team. Apart from that they divide the teams with what they think's work best. Sometimes it's because they complement each other's skills, like putting a taijutsu expert together with a genjutsu expert, or if similar teams have performed well in the past they'll try to reenact them. Like how my clan always worked great with the Inuzuka or the Aburame to form scouting teams. Hinata said, wait, now that you mention it, many of my cousins do have either an Inuzuka or an Aburame as partner. Well, luckily we graduated sooner, or else you might have ended up with Kiba and Shino. Sasuke said while laughing. Hinata shuddered at the thought of being teammates with Shino. She had nothing against the boy, he was even quite nice to talk to, but he still had all those bugs and it made her uncomfortable. And what about the 2 boys, 1 girl ratio? Why is that? Sasuke asked. It's not like they do it on purpose. Naruto said, it's just a side effect of balancing things out. Most male ninja do tend to specialize in combat-oriented skills while most females have mostly support skills. Combine that with there being twice as much shinobis as kunoichis and it's almost impossible to make teams that don't fall in this mold. But there are exceptions. Like the famous Ino Shikacho team, they were all male. Meanwhile they arrived at the iceberg and the 3 of them went straight to the lounge. None of the present ANBU looked up anymore. Since Naruto and Sasuke lived there they had every right to be there. So what are the odds they'll put us together then? Hinata asked again. Well, I don't think we made either first or last place, so we won't be put on that team automatically. Naruto reasoned, I guess it all comes down to whether they think we can work well together. But seeing as we train together and we never really met the other people in that class, it would be reasonable to assume they will place us in the same team. At least I hope so. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Hinata said, anyway I'm going home. I have to inform my father that I graduated. The following day Sasuke and Naruto left together to the academy. On the way they met Hinata, who was walking with her cousin Neji. Neji acted just as arrogant as Naruto remembered him, and Hinata was all too glad her friends showed up before he drove her mad. Later they entered the room reserved for those who had graduated and waited to see on which team they would be placed. Hey, I've never seen you 3 before. A girl with a pink dress and 2 buns in her hair said, you sure you're in the right class? We used to be in the year below. Hinata explained. But we managed to take the exam early and graduated alongside your class. I see, the girl said, my name is Tenten, what's yours? Hinata Hyuga. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha. Yash. A loud voice suddenly erupted next to them, I am Rock Lee. Nice to meet you Hyuga-san, Uzumaki-san and Uchiha-san. You must have worked really hard to be able to graduate early. I myself will also prove that the power of hard work is enough to be a ninja. Lee, stop scaring our new classmates, Tenten said dryly. Lee wanted to protest that, but at that moment the Chunin who took their exam the day before entered the room with a clipboard and everybody suddenly became very nervous. They all knew that they would now be paired up with their teammates, something that would decide their future for years to come. Everyone crossed their fingers hoping to be placed with a certain person of their class or hoping to avoid a certain person instead. The suspense hung thick as mist in the air. All right, listen up. The Chunin said. I will now divide you into 3-man teams and inform you who your sensei is. He will then pick you up within the next hour and take it from there. Now Team 1 is. He then went over a list of people Naruto didn't know until finally, Team 7 will be Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha. Your Jonin-sensei will be made a guy. The three of them cheered. They were glad they were placed on the same team after all. They were so thrilled they didn't even hear who was put into Team 8 and missed the introduction of Team 9 as well. Tenten, Hyuga Neji and Rock Lee will be Team 9 with Hayate Gecko as Jonin-sensei. So our sensei will be made a guy, huh? Naruto pondered. Why does that name sound familiar? And why do I have a bad feeling about this? You must have heard my eternal rival Kakashi talk about me. A loud voice suddenly boomed through the class as a man wearing a green spandex appeared. Greetings everyone, I am Maida Guy, the mighty green beast of Konoha. He flashed a smile while giving a thumbs up and a sunset seemed to appear behind his back. Is that our sensei? Naruto taught. Kakashi considers him his rival? Sasuke wondered. He is using a genjutsu to make a sunset appear every time he smiles, Hinata realized. Green really isn't his color, Tenten concluded. I am glad this isn't our sensei, he looks weird, Lee thought. Fate has decided that Hinata is stuck with this man as punishment for what the main house did to my father. Neji smirked as he looked at his younger cousin. All right my youthful students, Guy said in his energetic voice, we don't have time to waste. Meet me at the roof of the academy in 5 minutes, on second thought make that 4 minutes. We must continue to push ourselves to greater heights. Without looking back he suddenly ran up towards the roof, on his hands. I guess we better follow him, Hinata said. Sasuke and Naruto nodded and the three of them headed towards the roof to meet their new sensei. After catching up with Guy on the roof he explained there was a second test they needed to pass before they truly became genin. Deciding they had no time to waste he insisted on doing the test that same day. So our three friends soon found themselves at Training Ground 7 while Guy explained their mission. It's quite simple really, he said, your job is to land a hit on me before the sun sets. That's it. Just tag me or successfully hit me with a jutsu or throw a kunai. That's all. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Once he said, go, he used a body flicker and disappeared from sight. I can't sense him anywhere nearby, Naruto said. Hinata? I'm on it. Hinata said while activating her Byakugan. He's over there, about 200 meters away from us and increasing the distance. Damn, he's fast, Sasuke stated. We better go after him before he's out of your reach. The three of them set off after the speeding green beast of Konoha. They quickly realized that landing that hit was going to be more trouble than they thought. They hardly managed to keep up with Guy, who they suspected was already slowing down considerably, let alone go anywhere near him enough to even attempt an attack. A few times they came close enough to throw a shuriken or launch a fireball but Guy either dodged or reflected the attacks and then went off again. Guy had long ago abandoned the training area and was now leading them to a merry chase around the forest, the lake, some other training areas and he even went into the market district once to buy a bottle of water. If it wasn't for Hinata's Byakugan they would have lost sight of him hours ago but they had to use it sparsely as she didn't have the chakra capacity to keep it active for hours on end while doing a high-speed chase. Alright, let's take a break, Sasuke said, I'm exhausted. The three of them sat down to get their breath back and started drinking from a water bottle Hinata had bought in the same store as Guy when they chased him there earlier. I think we're doing this wrong, Naruto said. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, still out of breath. Look, we can't catch him like this, Naruto said. He's too fast for any of us and at this rate we'll simply run out of time and fail. Well, what can we do then? Sasuke asked. We have to catch up with him somehow. Yeah, but the point is we can't catch him. Not like this. We have to work together. But Naruto, we are working together, Hinata said. No, he shook his head. We aren't. We run alongside each other and don't get in the other's way, that's true. But at the end we are still each doing our own thing. We have to coordinate our movements to trap him. I think this test is about teaching us a point. Individually we are limited, but working together we can do it. Okay. Sasuke said. It looks like we have about half an hour left before the sun sets. Hinata, where is he now? He went back to our training field and it seems he is waiting for us there. All right, let's split up and surround him. Naruto said. Hinata, you go around and approach from behind. Sasuke, you go from the left and I will approach him from the right. When we are in position we attack him from all sides at once. He can't possibly dodge every attack. They nodded and everybody left for their respective positions. It's almost time. Guy pondered, have they finally given up? Suddenly he was forced to dodge as several shuriken came flying out the bushes behind him. He quickly stepped sideways when Naruto jumped out of the trees in front of him doing several hand seals, wind element, Air bullet. Several compressed gusts of air sped rapidly at Guy, who merely jumped to the side and went the other way until he was stopped by a barrage of fireballs that scorched the earth in his path. Fire element. Phoenix flower jutsu. Sasuke yelled from the side. Once again changing directions, he was suddenly faced with Hinata, who launched a whip of water at his head. Water element. Water whip, she said. Guy suddenly dropped and rolled underneath the whip, thus avoiding being hit. You three are very good for genin, he complimented. Doing elemental attacks is no small feat. I can see my eternal rival Kakashi trained you well. But you still didn't hit me. Oh, but we weren't trying to hit you, Hinata suddenly said with an unusual sweet voice that put Guy on alert. See, it's like this. Hitting you is Naruto's job, Sasuke said with a smirk. We simply had to distract you, Naruto said before poofing out of existence, showing he was just a clone. Guy's eyes widened when he realized his three students managed to trick him, and just as he was about to move again, Naruto, the real one this time, bursted from underneath the earth. Earth element. Mole technique, he said with a smile on his face. He was about to hit Guy when the last ray of sunshine suddenly disappeared behind the horizon, indicating their time was up. That was a very good combination, Guy said, but unfortunately that punch came too late. The sun already set when you hit me. Oh come on, Naruto said, it was 1 second. You can't be serious about 1 second, can you? In missions 1 second can be the difference between success and failure, Guy said in his teacher mode. There are plenty of dead people that failed by just 1 second. The three of them hung their head in defeat. If we only worked together sooner we would have won, they each taught. But then again, Guy said, you did came very close. Closer than anyone came in years, in fact. I could give you a second chance, but this time it'll be a lot harder. I'll do more than just dodge this time, and you will get hurt if I take it seriously. So what about it? Are you prepared to do it again? The three of them looked at each other and hardened their resolve. Yes, Guy-sensei, we will do the test again, and this time we will hit you before the time limit. Well, in that case, he began, you pass. He gave them a thumbs up and the sunset reappeared behind his face as he said so. What? They each yelled in surprise. What do you mean we pass? I must confess, my beloved students, that I have lied to you earlier, he said while crying passionately. Hitting me was never the real test, it was only a means for me to conduct the true test. The true test? Hinata asked. Yes, Guy said. The true test was never giving up despite seemingly impossible odds. You see, it's easy to keep going when all is well, but persevering when the world turns against you, now that is true youthfulness. He once again gave them his trademark smile and thumbs up. So we really passed? Naruto asked in disbelief. Yes, Guy loudly proclaimed, we will begin first thing tomorrow. Meet me at the training ground at say 5 o'clock. FF5? Naruto said worriedly, you can't be serious, can you? Of course I am, Guy said. That way we can have several hours of training before we start our first D-rank mission. I can see that this will be most youthful. I'll see you tomorrow, my beautiful students. Now I must inform the Hokage that you passed the test. With that he ran towards the village again. Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata looked at each other dumbfounded until they started grinning. All right, we passed. Watch out world, because Team 7 is ready for action. By the way, Naruto, what's a D-rank mission? Sasuke asked. I think the D stands for dangerous, Naruto said. We'll probably be sent to save a princess or something. You'll see. Being a genin will be so awesome. So far they had been genin for 3 weeks and it was terrible. He assumed it would be awesome and adventurous with lots of cool and exciting missions like they talked about at the academy. Funny enough, the academy never mentioned such a thing as D-rank missions, which included marvelous tasks such as painting a fence, milking cows, dragging wood to a construction site, or his all-time favorite, catching a runaway cat named Tora. Their current, youthful adventure, as their sensei Guy called it, consisted of cleaning up the Konoha park after some local women's club had organized a small festival the night before. Therefore Sasuke was filling several plastic bags with garbage. Hinata was in charge of cleaning up the equipment, and Naruto, who lost their game of rock paper scissors, had to clean up all the garbage from the river that ran through the park. There were times when he wondered what he was thinking when he decided to graduate a year sooner. Yes, school was sort of boring and he didn't really learn anything new anymore, but at least you didn't had to dig any empty ramen cups from a river at 7 o'clock in the morning. Then again, Guy said they were making great progress in their training and he was going to ask the Hokage for a C-rank mission soon. Thinking back on their first real training session, he was still a bit embarrassed about Guy's assessment of their skills. They were always used to being the best of their year, so hearing Guy point out their flaws was a much-due wake-up call. He thought they couldn't have been that bad since only one other team of their graduating class passed their Genin test, therefore making them the second best team of their generation, right? But Guy had also pointed out that since their classmates didn't pass, their performance no longer counted, and next to the other Genin teams theirs was the weakest one at the moment. Hearing it like that, they were motivated to change that and get back to the top position they were used to. Luckily Guy thought the same and had given them a strict training schedule to improve. He remembered that first training day like it was yesterday. Flashback. 3 weeks ago. Their first training session consisted of more tests where Guy would test each of them individually to get a good grip on their skills. He had their files from the academy, but he insisted that files didn't show everything and wanted to see for himself. Naruto went first and showed his wind jutsu, his own mix of taijutsu, his throwing skills, and finally surprised Guy with making 100 shadow clones and being able to perform a solid transformation. Sasuke showed his fire and electrical jutsu, his clan style in taijutsu, the interceptor fist, and his skills with kunai and shuriken. Hinata showed off her water techniques, her taijutsu skill in the gentle fist style, and her homemade healing salves. After also testing their endurance and stamina, Guy was finally ready to give his opinion. "All right, my youthful students, there is good news and there is bad news," he said in his always enthusiastic voice. "The good news is that you three are very well balanced," he began. "As expected from my eternal rival, Kakashi made sure that you studied and trained in every art of the ninja. Usually beginning genin have a few glaring holes in their education and are thus easily defeated when their opponent figures it out. You three on the other hand have good taijutsu, ninjutsu and shuriken control. An enemy will be hard-pressed to find an exploitable weakness." The three of them grinned at that. It seemed their hard training had paid off until Guy gave them the downside of their training. "Unfortunately, that style of training also comes with a price, one that will cost you dearly in the long run if you keep this up," Guy said with an ominous voice. "What do you mean, Guy-sensei?" Hinata asked. "Isn't it a good thing not to have weaknesses?" "Yes, of course that is good," he explained, "but you shouldn't try to generalize your skill set too much or you'll end up as a jack of all trades but a master of none. I noticed that while you don't have any obvious shortcomings, you also don't have any real strengths either. You will end up being mediocre at most skills and won't really excel at any in particular. Until now your strict training and low level made sure you were able to outperform your classmates anyway, but if you keep this up you will notice that you start stagnating instead of making progress," Guy explained in his teacher mode. "Then what do we do?" Sasuke asked. "I recommend that you start specializing in one particular field." "That's the way most jonin do it," he answered. "For example, I am a taijutsu specialist and deadly in close combat. And while I do keep up with my ninjutsu, it is Chunin level at best. My rival Kakashi on the other hand is a ninjutsu specialist, who only has average taijutsu compared to a master like myself. Others specialize in genjutsu like Kurenai Yuhi or in kenjutsu like Hayate Gecko. Even the Hokage himself is really only skilled in ninjutsu and isn't that strong in taijutsu or genjutsu anymore. The point is that if you want to be the best at everything you'll only end up as the best in nothing. You have to specialize in one area." "Specialize in one area?" Naruto pondered. "It makes sense, I guess. Still, it is a pretty big decision to make. I'm not sure I feel ready yet to know what my entire further career will look like." "Indeed, my youthful student," Guy said approvingly, "this is a very important decision. I recommend thinking carefully before you choose. Don't just pick something because you feel like you have to." "I want to specialize in taijutsu," Hinata suddenly said. "The Byakugan allows me to perform the gentle fist style, so that would be an obvious choice. Besides, my chakra reserves aren't big enough to focus on ninjutsu anyway." "Very good, Hinata," Guy praised her. "That is a well thought out reason. I think you'll do very well as a taijutsu specialist." "I'll pick ninjutsu," Sasuke stated. "I feel more comfortable attacking from a distance and my fire jutsus cannot be implemented at close range since they could end up damaging me as well. Also, once I unlock the Sharingan I'll be able to copy other people's jutsus and use their own attacks against them. And Kakashi warned me that in order to do that I need a lot of experience in ninjutsu or I'll only end up with inferior copies." One again Guy nodded in approval. "Yes, that is very sound reasoning. You'll define as a ninjutsu specialist." Sasuke smiled at the praise. "And finally, Naruto, have you made a decision yet?" Guy asked his blonde pupil. "I don't know," Naruto said whilst thinking it over. "I mean, I like close combat more than fighting from a distance, but I'm not sure I have a future in taijutsu. I usually stick to the academy style combined with a few advanced moves I picked up left and right. For now it's enough, but I know it'll never stand against a real style, especially an advanced one like the Gentle Fist. On the other hand, my wind techniques are very good and I know I have enough chakra to not have to hold back in a fight. But the whole running, dodging and throwing techniques from a distance isn't my style. I usually throw a few air bullets at my opponent before moving in and fighting up close, but I don't think I can do an entire fight with jutsus though. What do you think is best, Guy-sensei? Naruto asked. That is indeed a challenging problem, my dear student. You are best suited for something you don't really want to do and not so good at the thing you like doing. Guy summarized in his teacher mode. Normally there isn't really a correct answer for dilemmas like these, but you are in luck since I know just the answer for your problem. Guy said while giving a thumbs up. But how? Sasuke asked. It looks to me like he has to make a choice either way. The style he is good at versus the style he likes most. Whatever he ends up choosing, he will have to face consequences, right? Naruto and Hinata nodded at this and waited at their sensei's response. Normally you would be correct as most ninjutsu aren't suited for close combat compared to taijutsu. Guy said, but luckily for Naruto, wind techniques are the exception. Wind is known as the most aggressive of the 5 elements, and using the right techniques it's perfect for close combat fighters as well. Until now you focused on wind techniques that blew your opponent away from a distance, but if you focus on the techniques that slash your opponent with the cutting power of wind instead of those that blow them away from afar, you can easily combine wind ninjutsu with close combat fighting. In essence you will train both your ninjutsu and taijutsu at the same time without having to sacrifice either. Naruto smiled as he heard this. This was perfect for him, using his large chakra reserves for ninjutsu while still fighting up close and personal. This was everything he wanted in his fighting style. Thank you, Guy-sensei. I will look into cutting powers of the wind at once. Guy smiled at Naruto's enthusiasm and gave him a thumbs up while his teeth were sparkling. That's the spirit. With the power of youth you will succeed in no time. However, he suddenly said with his serious voice again, now that your fighting style is taken care of, I want to focus on the second problem in your skills. A second problem? Hinata asked. Yes, Guy said. While you are very skilled in battle, you 3 are quite lacking in other skills a ninja must possess. At this point you are little more than trained fighters. For instance, how would you go about infiltrating an enemy stronghold and copying papers without being seen? You can't just enter through the front door and fight your way in. Especially if Konoha can't officially be involved. Or what if you have to track down a runaway prisoner? You can have all the fighting power in the world to take him down, but that won't do you much good if you can't locate him in the first place. Without support skills all the battle prowess in the world is meaningless. The 3 of them nodded, seeing the wisdom behind his words. Now don't worry too much, eventually most of these skills will come from experience and nobody expects a genin to know them all. Guy said, but for now I want you to also study one extra skill that isn't immediately related to combat. That way we can broaden our arsenal and get more C-rank missions sooner. Besides, there is never any harm in knowing more stuff. A lot of people end up implementing their other skills in combat as well. So do you have an idea what you would want to pick up? Guy asked. Fuinjutsu, Naruto said without even pretending to think about it. Sealing techniques? Guy asked in amazement. That is a pretty overlooked skill. Why did you pick it? My clan, the Uzumaki, were known as experts in Fuinjutsu. Naruto said quietly, and even if I never get to meet them, I feel like studying seals will make me get closer to them. Sasuke and Hinata each put a hand on his shoulder to show their support and Guy nodded approvingly. I see. Guy said, well, I don't really know a lot about seals myself, but I'll try to find you some literature to start on. Now what about you two? I want to learn medical jutsu and techniques. Hinata said, I already make my own healing lotions from herbs and I want to know more about other healing techniques. I want to study genjutsu. Sasuke finally said. Several of my clan's techniques are based around genjutsu and it is one art I am not very good at the moment. Very well, Guy said with a thumbs up and a sparkle in his teeth. I'll try to get you guys going on the things you want to learn. Now that that is settled, let's continue our regular training and then we can do our first mission. Flashback end. It's been 3 weeks since Naruto started working on his new fighting style and his study in Fuinjutsu, and so far he made little progress. The scrolls Guy gave him about the Wind Sage style demanded that he was already able to gather pure wind chakra, which he could train by splitting a leaf with his chakra. So far he tried it for 3 weeks and all he had to show for it is a small indent that might be the beginning of a cut. Guy insisted that he shouldn't give up and that it was normal that it could take weeks before he could get the hang of it. In the meantime, Guy recommended that he bought a weapon made from a chakra-conducting material so he could learn to use that one in the meantime. Eventually he would learn how to channel wind chakra into the weapon to really do some damage. The final step, where he wouldn't even need a conductor at all and would be able to channel the various wind blades from his limbs at will, would take years to master. So he better started doing it sooner than later. His Fuinjutsu studies went slightly better once he got properly started. At first many scrolls and books he looked up on the topic were written for Chunin or higher and assumed he already had a good knowledge of chakra theory. He even found an original scroll from the first Azukaji himself inside the personal library of Mito Uzumaki, that was now integrated in the ANBU archives. However, his enthusiasm quickly faded once he realized he literally did not understand one word in the entire scroll. The Uzumakis were talented at sealing and especially the Azukaji was a master. Thus he did not bother dumbing things down or properly explaining what exactly each seal was supposed to be doing in the first place. Eventually, though, Kakashi handed him a small red book called Sealing for Dummies. It was written by a guy called Jiraiya and it was the only book that actually taught you how to make seals from scratch instead of assuming you already knew and just needed specific recipes. So after going through the first few lessons on what seals are and the different ways you can use them, he started making his very first seals. So with that in mind, he entered the Dragon Fang weapon shop to buy new sealing scrolls, ink, brushes and to look at one of those chakra-conducting weapons Guy talked about. "Welcome to the Dragon Fang. How can I help you today?" a familiar voice said as he entered the store. "Oh, hi Tenten," Naruto said to the girl who greeted him. "Do you work here? I didn't know that." "Naruto, I didn't recognize you at first," Tenten said, "and yes, I have a part-time job here. I met the owner on one of those D-rank missions." She rolled her eyes in disgust as she spoke of the bane of all genin, and he was quite impressed with my knowledge of weapons, so he offered me a part-time job. The money is not bad. I like working with all the weapons and I get a discount on everything I need. Which really comes in handy. But anyway, enough about me. Are you here for something specific? "Yes," Naruto said while mentally checking over his list. "I need 5 empty sealing scrolls, chakra-sensitive ink and a few brushes." Tenten started gathering the items while they kept talking. "So what are these for then? Do you know how to make seals?" she asked. "I'm working on it," Naruto said, "but it's pretty complicated though. For now I'm working on custom explosive tags and paralyzing seals, which are basically the two simplest seals to start with. I also looked at the more advanced seals as well and there is some pretty crazy stuff in there. But that won't be for a year or so. Still, it's going to be awesome when I can finally do it." "No doubt about that," Tenten replied. "So is that all or do you need something else as well?" "Actually I do," Naruto said. "Guy-sensei said I should look into chakra-conducting weapons. Do you sell those?" "Chakra-conducting weapons, huh?" Tenten whistled through her teeth. "Yeah, we have a few of those in the back, but I have to warn you. Those things are pretty expensive." "I was afraid of that," Naruto said while looking at his wallet with a frown. "Well, can you show them anyway?" "Sure thing," Tenten said. "Follow me." She went to the back of the store where they kept the more exclusive weapons. She pointed Naruto towards a corner where several weapons that were made from a dark green material were put on display. "Here are our chakra-conducting weapons," Tenten explained. "They are imported from the land of iron and made by authentic samurai blacksmiths. The exact composition of the alloy is a closely guarded secret, but it is the best material to make these blades from. These are the best weapons in all of Konoha. It looks like they are also the most expensive weapons in all of Konoha," Naruto said while looking at the price tags on display. "Yeah, they aren't cheap," Tenten admitted, "but trust me, they're worth every ryu." "How do they work anyway?" Naruto asked. "The idea is quite simple," Tenten explained. "Basically every handle has a small chakra-sensitive surface that is directly connected to the blade itself. So when you let your chakra flow into this surface, it spreads directly into the weapon. Due to the special alloy used to make these weapons, the properties of the blade change depending on the type of chakra that is used. Some weapons also have several seals inscribed in them that allow for additional effects. So put the chakra in the handle and it transfers to the blade." "Okay, seems simple enough," Naruto said. "So what kind of weapons are there?" "We have all kinds of standard bladed weapons like katanas, daggers, trench knives and short swords." She pointed towards a shelf filled with blades of all sizes. "But we also have some non-traditional weapons like quarterstaffs, maces, axes, tonfas, sei and nunchakus." She pointed to another shelf with all kinds of less traditional weapons. A lot of them seemed highly impractical and Naruto wondered if someone actually used these. Still, he found something that piqued his interest. These ones looks rather unique, he said, pointing at what appeared to be a pair of gloves. How do they work? Ah yes, the combat gloves. Tenten said, they are a one-of-a-kind weapon. The blacksmith that invented these insisted they would be revolutionary and made these as a prototype. But they didn't catch on with the samurai, so he was forced to abandon his plans and sold the prototype to recover his losses. According to the scroll that comes with it, you wear them as if they are normal gloves, like this. Tenten carefully put the combat gloves on as she continued the demonstration. The inside of the gloves have several chakra-sensitive receptors in each finger and on the palm, so it feels slightly funny and sluggish at first, but it doesn't hinder regular movement, so forming hand seals or using taijutsu shouldn't be a problem. Tenten explained. Now the real fun begins when you are channeling chakra in them. As she explained it, the gloves suddenly began glowing light green. When you are activating the gloves, the outside becomes harder than steel and you can release several of its hidden blades and other parts depending on how you channel your chakra. Suddenly 3-foot-long claw-like blades sprang between the knuckles of the gloves. These are claws, Tenten explained. They are harder than steel and sharp enough to cut through rocks. They will also never break or go dull since the blades reshape themselves from your chakra. Suddenly the claws retracted and a single solid blade appeared from the palm of the blade and nested itself between the middle and ring finger. This one is called the Hidden Blade. Its design is based on weapons used by some ancient guild of assassins. It's primarily a stabbing weapon designed to go through any kind of armor, and just like the claws, it will always be in prime condition since it reforms itself on your chakra. Finally, the blade is said to adapt itself to its user. The longer you use it, the stronger your link with the weapon will become. Eventually you can start making more complex forms, but that's just according to the smith. It has never actually been tested. This weapon looks incredible. How much is it? Naruto asked. Well, it's 250,000 ryu. Tenten said calmly. 250,000. Naruto almost yelled. I can't afford that. Maybe I know a solution. Tenten suggested. See, our normal supplier of seals has stopped recently and we are running out of our supply of tags and can't find another source anytime soon. You said you can make custom explosion tags, right? If you can show my manager that your tags are good enough to sell, you can strike a deal with him. He's currently really desperate for a new supplier and would be willing to pay up to 500 ryu for every batch of 10 tags. If you think of it as a part-time job and produce a few hundred a week, you can make the money back easily. Naruto considered this and decided he really wanted the combat gloves. Besides, with his shadow clones, making the seals in large quantities wouldn't be as tedious as everyone assumed, but they didn't need to know that, right? All right, Tenten, I'll go talk to your manager about supplying seals. The next day Naruto tested his new weapon out in the training session of Team 7. Using hand seals with them was a bit hard at first, but he quickly got used to them and he got the hang of it quite fast. Using them in his new fighting style turned out to be quite a workout. According to the scroll that came with the gloves, they weren't accepted by the samurai because the chakra drain was considered too big for prolonged use. Too big for a samurai, that is. He chuckled to himself while thinking of his enormous amount of chakra, a gift from his unwanted tenant. So far he was using them for 3 hours straight and he was still good to go. That didn't mean he didn't feel the drain, especially when he changed from the claws to the blade and back to their unhardened state all the time. Still, he felt comfortable that he could keep using them for an entire fight without the risk of running low on chakra. His sealing had also improved a lot. Apparently, using shadow clones to mass-produce the seals he sold to get his money back had the side effect that he trained his sealing a lot faster than the book said he would. Right now he could make a normal explosive tag in less than a minute and a custom one in 5 minutes. So with an hour of work a week and 10 shadow clones helping him, he made 60 batches of tags which he sold to the Dragon's Fang for 500 ryu per batch. Not a bad deal if he said so himself. For the next 3 weeks Naruto's schedule consisted of training with his new gloves, crafting better explosive seals for the Dragon's Fang, training with his team, doing those god-awful D ranks and working on his wind chakra. Eventually Guy decided they were ready for their first C-rank mission. It still wasn't anything fancy or legendary, but it could at least be considered actual ninja work instead of cheap child labor. So Team 7 went into the Hokage Tower for their first real mission. So Guy, you think they are ready for a C-rank? The Hokage asked the man in green thighs. Absolutely, Lord Hokage. My youthful students have trained very hard and they are now ready for the first big step in their career. Guy shouted whilst giving a thumbs up. I'll take that as a yes then. The Hokage said, seemingly used to Guy's wild behavior. Now let's see what we have. He reached the mission scrolls before him and looked at the pile of C-rank missions that were requested of the village. An escort mission? No. The client's too important. Border patrol? No. That's not suited for kids. Guard duty. Too soon. The Hokage went over each scroll and put it back down, looking for something suited for a beginning team. Ah, this is an interesting one, he suddenly said while reading a particular scroll. Apparently the town of Kyoku is recently plagued by sightings of a monster, as they call it. The unknown creature appears at night and roams around the area of the town. So far there has only been material damage and no casualties, but the people are getting afraid and want this dealt with immediately. The mayor of Kyoku suspects that it's all a trick of the mind and that this monster is nothing more than a regular animal like a bear or some youngsters who scare people. He expects you to investigate the attacks and put a stop to them before the rumors grow out of control. The town lives of its tourism after all, and they can't use bad press or talk of monsters. Have no fear, Lord Hokage, we will solve this mystery and bring peace to the poor people of Kyoku. Guy proclaimed loudly while accepting the mission scroll. That's great, Guy. The Hokage said simply without a single hint of sarcasm in his voice. Anyway, you are dismissed. Good luck on your mission. All right, team, Guy said. Pack your bags for a long-term mission and meet me at the gate in 1 hour. Kyoku town is 5 days travel from here, but if we hurry we can do it in 4. Yes, Guy-sensei. They all said and disappeared to get ready, thrilled to finally get a real mission. Meanwhile, in a cave near Kyoku town. Are you certain he is here somewhere? A dark voice asked. Yes, Captain. The damage we found near the town matches his chakra signature. He is definitely somewhere in this area. What makes you so sure he didn't leave already? He has been running from us for 2 weeks straight now. He was heavily hurt when he escaped our facility. It's a miracle he got this far, but it looks like he finally had to stop and rest somewhere. It looks like he is waiting and recovering somewhere nearby. Though we better act quick. Once he is fully healed he'll be on the move again and we might lose his trail. Captain, we have a problem. A new voice suddenly said. The mayor got sick of the rumors and called help from Konoha. They will be sending a squad soon. Damn it, the captain of the group said. We can't have Konoha Nin snooping around. That complicates everything. Go back and find that freak. We have to recover him at all cost. Yes, sir, both of his underlings said and disappeared in a swirl to look for their missing prisoner. Shit, 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 the captain mumbled to himself. Lord Orochimaru will kill us if we let his experiment fall in Konoha's hands. Where the hell is that bastard hiding? Team 7 made quick progress towards the border town of Kyoku. With no civilian to slow them down, like you have to deal with on escort missions, they quickly went for the trees and sped towards their destination. Normally the town was 2 weeks travel away from Konoha, but ninjas could do it in 4 days if they had nothing holding them back. Guy insisted that they would make it in 3 days instead. With the power of youth, even if that meant they had barely no breaks. And so Team 7 arrived at their destination on the evening of the 3rd day. They were exhausted from the long-running sessions Guy forced on them and very hungry since they didn't have had time for a proper meal. So the team went straight for the house of the mayor, who was also the client that hired them, to get installed as soon as possible. Ah, you must be the ninja from Konoha my master requested? A man wearing a suit asked after they knocked on the mayor's house. I must say you came sooner than we expected. That is us all right, Team Guy is reporting for duty. Guy answered loudly while giving the man a huge smile and a thumbs up. Do come in, the man said while holding the door open. My master Furukami-sama already went to bed, but I will lead you to your rooms and he will come see you the first thing in the morning. My name is Takawara, his assistant. As Team Guy went inside, Naruto's stomach started rumbling. Would you like something to eat first, Ninja-san? Takawara asked with a smile. We don't want to intrude. Naruto replied. Nonsense, you are our guest. I will prepare a meal for you. I hope you don't mind something simple like ramen? Takawara almost apologized. Did you say ramen? Takawara-san, you are the best. Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically, which earned him a small giggle from Hinata. After their meal the team installed themselves in their room and had their first real sleep in 3 days. The next day they met their client. Murao Furakami was a man in his late 40s with pitch black hair, blue eyes and an expensive kimono. He greeted the ninjas with an air of confidence that proved this wasn't the first time he dealt with shinobi. So we are here to deal with a monster that has been harassing your town, am I correct? Guy said. Oh please, Murao said with a wave of his hand, don't tell me you believe those fairy tales? The mission scroll said this town was under attack from some monster. Guy clarified. Are you saying that's not true? Oh no, there is definitely something going on. But it's not a monster. Look, I'll get right to the point. 2 weeks ago several of our farmers started reporting attacks on their cattle at night. The local militia looked at it but couldn't solve the crime. Soon those stories started getting a life of their own, and now the townsfolk are afraid that a monster is attacking this town. Morao shook his head in disbelief at how gullible people were. So what are we here for then? Guy asked. Basically it's a PR move. I want you to publicly investigate these attacks, show everyone that I hired Konoha shinobi and that I take this threat seriously. Then after you discover that it's just a wild bear, some bandits or maybe a kid pulling a prank, you enter the woods and get the one responsible. The sooner this ridiculous nonsense is over, the better. We depend on income from the trade routes run through here, and these stories are scaring away the merchants. I see. Well, could you lead us to one of the crime scenes so we can get started? It's better we get this over with as soon as possible. Of course. My assistant Takawara-san will be at your service for the remainder of your stay. Ask him and he will lead you to where you need to go. And thus Team 7 and their guide Takawara left to investigate the place where the supposed monster attacked first. Guy noted that Takawara lead them through the middle of the village instead of going straight at the farm, which was located near the edge. No doubt another calculated move to make sure everyone sees us. Bah, I hate parading like this. This is not youthful at all. We shall have to plan extra training exercises when we get back to rekindle our flames of youth after this mission. Yes, that is a most excellent idea. During the rest of the day they went towards several farms, once again taking busy roads on purpose, Guy noted, to look at the various sites that were attacked. Using Hinata's Byakugan and Guy's experience, they even managed to collect several hidden clues that the local militia didn't accidentally destroy in their amateurish attempt at investigating. Guy was still furious when he heard the carcasses of the attacked animals were already destroyed. How was he supposed to know what attacked these cows if they didn't even leave a corpse to look at the wounds anymore? After dinner they got back to their rooms and spread everything they found out on the floor. Guy immediately noticed a pattern but decided that this was a good training exercise for his genins, so he backed up and let them try to figure it out themselves. All right team, what do we have? He asked innocently. On the site of the first attack we found blood that doesn't belong to a cow, so the attacker was bleeding himself, yet there were no signs of a fight, Hinata said. In the second attack he broke through a wall to get in. That's not something a kid can do for a prank, so that's out, Naruto said. He also stole clothes and bottles of water, so it's not a wild animal like a bear, Sasuke continued. So a group of bandits then? Hinata asked. Not likely, Naruto pointed out. When he entered that third farm he only took clothes and some basic supplies and didn't touch the rest. Even I could see there was quite some money to be made in that place. Bandits wouldn't be able to resist taking the jewelry. No, our man is not in it for the money. Guy was smiling as he saw that his team connected all the clues. Now let's see if they come to the right conclusion as well. Indeed, indeed. But what does it all mean? He asked his students. We have one man, who is working alone. He is injured, hence the bleeding, and in need of supplies. He enters a few farms at night and takes only what he needs to eat and heal up. So I'm guessing we have a fugitive, Naruto said. But if it's a fugitive, why not just come to town and check in at the hospital? Hinata asked. Because he can't, Sasuke answered. The way he entered some of these farms proves he has at least some basic ninja abilities. So now we are dealing with a missing nin. The trail he left at the first farm leads to the north, that's the border. So we have a missing nin from another country. He ran away from his pursuers but got wounded. Once he reached the land of fire he felt safe enough to stop here and heal up. Correct. Guy said. Now there is still one last piece to this puzzle. What do you assume his next move will be? How can we possibly know what he's planning based on what he stole? Sometimes the answer lies not in what you see, but in what you don't see. Huh? Idiot. Sasuke said while slapping Naruto. He means that we shouldn't look at what he stole so far but rather at what he didn't steal yet. That's no reason to hit me, you bastard. Will you two stop fighting and focus on our mission here? Hinata said while playing Peacekeeper again. The three genin looked at all the items that were stolen and tried to find the missing piece. What didn't he steal yet? Naruto pondered. There is food, some clothes, basic medical supplies. But what is missing? Let's just think this over. He shows up wounded, so he needs food and medical supplies. He also needs fresh clothes and more bandages to keep healing. But he already has all of that, so what else do he need? Okay, let's continue. He is done healing and now he wants to. That's it. He hasn't left the area yet. What do you mean, Naruto? Hinata asked. All he stole was stuff to keep him going for a few more days. He hasn't stolen anything you need for a long trip. That's his next target. He will strike at a general store next and take canned supplies alongside travel gear. And there is only one store in town that sells all of those, Sasuke suddenly realized. So that means. Well done, my dear students, Guy said, you solved this puzzle. We're dealing with a runaway fugitive, possibly a prisoner, who was in need of medical help. And now that his wounds are almost healed, he will make another run for it. But first he needs supplies, and for that he will have to break into the general store next. Possibly even this night. Well then, what are we waiting for? We should be guarding the store then. We do have some time left. He's not going to make a move when there are still people on the streets. But yes, we will keep an eye on the store. I'll talk to Takawara and see if he can help us. Later that night, Team 7 was hiding on the rooftop of the building across the street from the store. They were taking turns keeping watch while the others were waiting nearby. So far nothing exciting has happened yet, but then again it wasn't until now that the night truly began, when the last people left the streets to the confines of their home. Unbeknownst to them, they weren't the only ones watching the store. Situated on the other side, hiding under bushes, were 3 ninjas who also had a stake in capturing the one responsible for the recent attacks. You sure this is the right store? The eldest of the 3 and the one in charge asked. Yes sir, I checked the entire town and this is the only store in a 20-mile radius that sells all the stuff he will need to make another run. And he will strike tonight? He will strike soon, sir. Might be tonight, might be tomorrow, but looking at the last hit he did, I can see he is almost healed enough to run away again. Now listen up you two. The commander said in a threatening voice, this is our last chance, we cannot risk it to go deeper into Konoha territory. If you screw this up and he manages to escape, I will personally make sure you regret the day you were born. Do I make myself clear? The 2 younger ninjas gulped at the threat and responded with a, yes sir, before one of them dared ask the question that was on their lips. And what about that team from Konoha sir? They arrived yesterday evening and made quite a show today. Any chance they'll pose a problem? He snorted at that. Those poor excuses for shinobi? All they did was parade around town and draw attention to themselves. Hell, that Jonin was wearing green spandex, for crying out loud. But in the off chance that they do stumble upon the scene tonight, the orders are clear. No witnesses, got it? The 2 nodded and looked back at the store. I think I see someone coming, you think it's him? The captain looked at the cloaked figure slowly approaching the store. That's him all right. We wait till he's inside the store and then go in from the back. Get ready. Guy-sensei, we have company, Hinata said, at which point the rest of Team 7 stood up as well and looked at the figure that was approaching the store. Very sloppy, Guy remarked. I doubt he had proper ninja training. That makes our job easier. We wait till he's inside and then move in from the front. Get in position. The cloaked figure carefully approached the store and looked around to see if the coast was clear. When he couldn't spot anyone, he quickly kicked a side door in with one kick and went inside to get the equipment he needed. When he went inside, Guy ordered Team 7 to go in after him, and soon they entered the store at the front to sneak up on him. At the same time, 3 other ninjas approached the store from the back and entered the warehouse from the other side. Hinata, do you see him? Asked Guy. Hinata activated her Byakugan and looked around. Yes, he's over there. He hasn't seen us yet, she whispered. Wait. There are 3 other people that entered the store just now from the other side. They're approaching him too. They're definitely ninjas, though they don't have any headband on. Damn, that must be the team that was tracking him down earlier, Guy reasoned. What do we do now, sensei? For now we wait and see. Since we don't know what's going on between them, we can't be sure which side to take. We could be helping a dangerous prisoner escape as well help in a kidnapping. Both are equally possible without the right context. The 3 genin nodded and carefully went closer to their target to see what would happen and to intervene if Guy gave the signal. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure moved through the store looking for all the equipment he needed when the captain of the enemy squad made his appearance. Going somewhere? He asked the startled man. What? You didn't think you could escape that easily, did you? Lord Orochimaru has requested an audience, so you better don't disappoint him, he said with a smirk as his 2 subordinates appeared from the other side to surround their target. But suddenly the cloaked man decided to make a run for it, and he turned to the smallest of his 3 would-be captors and swatted him away before making a dash towards the nearest wall. Without stopping, he punched through the wall with a giant deformed-looking arm and made his way outside. After him, the enemy captain ordered, don't let him escape. Orochimaru, I don't know what that snake is up to, but I now know which side to take. Guy thought before addressing his team. All right, time to move. I'll take their leader since he looks like a Jonin. Hinata, you take the one on the left with that weird device on his arm, and Sasuke the one on the right. Naruto, you go and secure our prisoner. Now move out. Using the newly made hole, Team 7 quickly followed their respective targets. Outside they saw that the battle had already erupted and the outnumbered fugitive was losing fast to the three ninja. Wasting no time, they each went after their designated target, hoping to catch him by surprise and take him out fast before they really had a chance to fight back. Guy went straight for the leader of the three and the only one at Jonin level. As the captain was about to launch a fireball at the still-cloaked fugitive, Guy used a body flicker to appear before him and hit the man hard in his jaw, causing him to lose focus and slide back several feet. So the ninjas from Konoha make an appearance after all. The man glared while rubbing his jaw. Guess even a weirdo like yourself has at least some skill. I am Maeda Guy, the green beast of Konoha. Guy shouted while assuming his strong fist stance. And you three are under arrest for unlawfully entering the land of fire and causing problems to its citizens. Surrender now or I will be forced to use violence. Looks like we have ourselves a comedian. The enemy captain smirked. All right, big guy, let's dance. With that he jumped back and flew through several hand seals. Fire style. Fire dragon jutsu. A giant dragon made of flames erupted from his mouth and flew towards Guy, who could do nothing but dodge or get burned to a crisp. While Guy kept avoiding the captain's fire jutsus, Hinata found herself facing her own opponent. A young man, obviously still a genin, who attacked using a weird device on his arm that transmitted sound waves and made her feel nauseated. Luckily she did catch him by surprise at first and landed a few hits with her gentle fist before he could use the device, and she was forced to back away. Using her Byakugan, she noticed that she at least succeeded in closing several of his main tenketsu, which would make performing jutsus considerably harder for him. Seeing as she couldn't get closer to her opponent without getting caught in the seemingly undodgeable sound attack, she tried another method. Water style. Water whip. Hinata yelled out while a whip made of water shot from her hands and encircled the weird device on the genin's arm. Got you know. I don't think so, the genin said. Don't you people know that water transmits sound waves just fine? As he said that, he used his device again and the whip around it dissolved back into water. Hinata cursed under her breath and tried coming up with another plan while she kept out of the way of yet another sound attack. She looked around and noticed Sasuke and his opponent were engaged as well. Sasuke used his fire attacks, but his opponent kept dodging them and tried to get in close, only for Sasuke to keep his distance and throw in a genjutsu from time to time. It looks like he was facing a taijutsu specialist, though from the looks of it not one that would give her many problems. Wait a minute, she suddenly thought. I think I know what to do. Now to try and get Sasuke on board with this plan. While everyone was distracted, Naruto hurried over to the unconscious man on the ground and tried to get him out of there. He couldn't risk a stray fire attack hitting him after all. After putting some distance between himself and the battlefield, he started treating the unconscious man. He removed the heavy cloak to take a good look at him. The man was around his age, but he was huge. Even now he was at least 2 heads bigger than him. He wondered when he would finally get his growth spurt. Life just isn't fair, he thought. He also noticed that the man had bright orange hair and some weird markings on his body. At first he thought it was a tattoo, but they seemed to be changing ever so slightly, as if they were a part of himself. Must be a bloodline. He thought, is that why these other guys want him? To steal his abilities for themselves? Seeing that he didn't seem to have any wounds, besides some old ones which were bandaged and healed nicely, he decided to wake him up and talk to him. Hey there, are you okay? What's your name? Naruto asked while trying to shake the man awake. In Kami's name, stand still. Sasuke cursed when his opponent dodged yet another fireball and then ran straight at him again, forcing him to move out of the way. At this rate he was going nowhere fast and he didn't trust his opponent in close combat. He saw the guy had an ace up his sleeve and he didn't want to face him until he knew what it was. Still, I better think of something before I run out of chakra, he thought. Then he noticed Hinata approaching him. Sasuke, prepare for tactic number 3, she yelled at him. Tactic number 3? Of course, that'll work out just fine. He smirked and started running towards Hinata with his opponent in tow. When Sasuke and Hinata reached each other in the middle, they each ran past their teammate and headed towards the other's opponent, effectively switching targets. It was a tactic Guy taught them in case they faced an opponent that was strong against them but would be ideal for a comrade, especially since most people are too focused on just their opponent and don't expect to suddenly switch targets in the middle of a battle. And indeed, the genin with the sound amplifier on his arm was still focused on Hinata and hardly noticed that Sasuke started going through hand seals. When he finally realized his mistake, he just barely managed to dodge the barrage of fireballs Sasuke had sent his way. Had he reacted half a second later, he would have been killed already. Now he escaped with minor burns. Sasuke didn't waste time however and launched forward to quickly place an explosive tag on the weird sound device while the genin was still recovering. "I got you no," he said while activating the tag, blowing up the device. When the smoke cleared, the enemy ninja was dead and completely unrecognizable from the blast. "Damn, these new explosive tags in the Dragon's Fang are awesome," he whistled through his teeth. "Sure, 2000 Ryo for a pack of 10 isn't cheap, but the extra power is worth it." Hinata's opponent didn't lose sight of his surroundings however and noticed that the two leaf ninjas switched positions. "So I'm fighting the girl now?" he said. "I hope you won't run away all the time at least." "I won't," was all Hinata said before moving towards him and beginning her assault. After the first few hits she realized why her opponent acted cocky. His skin felt like hitting a brick wall and not even Guy would have an easy time damaging his defenses without going all out. "So how do you like my iron wall defense?" he asked cockily. "Your punches aren't that hard to begin with, but compared to my skin they're completely useless. Nobody has ever beaten me in a taijutsu battle." Hinata only smiled while she continued her assault. She used her speed and agility to dodge his punches and kept on hitting him repeatedly in various parts all over his body, eventually ending her combo with a palm strike in his chest, forcing her opponent to fall on his knees and cough up blood. But how?" he asked with wide eyes. "You couldn't have damaged my iron wall so easily." "I didn't have to," she explained. "The gentle fist attacks the internal organs, bypassing any outer defenses completely. Your iron wall might as well have not been there." "I see. It looks like my defense wasn't absolute after all." With that he fell down and closed his eyes for good. Meanwhile Guy was still locked in combat with the Jonin, who turned out to be quite proficient with fire attacks. He had tried to move in closer several times but he never gotten in more than a few hits before he was forced to move away again. He noticed that the other battles had stopped and looked back at his students. He was relieved to see that both of them had won their battles and saw Hinata healing some of Sasuke's wounds which he had suffered from the earlier explosion. "It looks like my worthless team couldn't even finish of some genin," the captain said in disgust, looking at his defeated comrades. "At least their sacrifice allows me to do the job for them." He went through several hand seals and launched a massive fireball at Sasuke and Hinata's back. Fire style, grand fireball. Guy realized the danger and acted immediately by opening the inner gates. "First gate. Open," he shouted and literally disappeared from view in pure speed. He reappeared in the path of the fireball and swatted it away with the air pressure from his attacks. "That was a most unyouthful attack," he said to the captain. "I cannot forgive you for trying to kill my students. Prepare to die. Second gate. Open." With that he disappeared again, and before the captain realized what was going on, Guy launched him upwards with a bone-shattering kick right in his now broken jaw. Guy appeared behind him and grabbed his body in a full Nelson, hidden leaf style. "Primary lotus," he shouted while dropping the captain head first towards the ground. "Primary what now?" were the last words that went through the captain's head before he crashed into the ground and broke his neck on impact. After checking on Hinata and Sasuke, Guy went through the captain's pouch and found what he was looking for. A scroll with the info on the escaped prisoner and their supposed monster. "Let's see what we have here." Guy read from the scroll. "Escaped prisoner. Male. His name is Jugo apparently. Aha. He possesses a rare bloodline that allows him to absorb natural energy involuntarily. He naturally has a calm nature, however sudden surges in natural energy can overpower his senses and cause him to go berserk. He is known to have lost control several times and killed people before. He approached Orochimaru on his own volition, hoping the Sannin could help him. Instead he was used for experiments to better understand the way his clan accesses natural energy." "That is horrible," Hinata said, remembering the time she got kidnapped by Kumo agents for her bloodline. "Indeed it is," Guy replied. "It is our duty to help him. We better go find Naruto." Meanwhile Naruto was having his own set of problems. After he managed to awaken Jugo, the guy went insane. Those black marks had spread all over his body and the giant guy started attacking him mercilessly. "I'm going to kill you," he screamed. "I'm going to kill everybody." "Great, you try to help someone and he turns out to be a crazy psychopath that wants to kill everybody," Naruto thought while dodging and blocking the giant's attacks. "Wind style. Great storm," Naruto said while a focused storm of wind blew relentlessly at the incoming juggernaut. For a second it seemed to hold him, but then his body mutated again and several jet-like appendages sprouted on his back and started shooting beams of pure chakra, giving him a speed boost to break through the windstorm. When he got in close, his arm mutated again to form a piston which he used to increase his attack power. Naruto held up his combat gloves and focused chakra into them to harden the material and then held them in front of him to form a makeshift solid steel shield. The gloves managed to hold back the mutated punch and Naruto threw a few punches of himself at Jugo's face before his opponent threw him away. After falling down on the ground hard, Naruto tried collecting his thoughts on how to defeat the berserker. I can't win with strength alone and even my wind techniques aren't powerful enough to damage him. Also, I have a feeling he hasn't really shown me all the power he has at this point and I don't want to find out just what he can do. He rolled out of the way to dodge an incoming Jugo who shattered the ground he just stood on. I suppose I can hit him with the claws or the hidden blade, but I don't want to kill him. He is a victim after all. He ducked under Jugo's arms, which mutated again and now resembled scythes, while punching him in the stomach several times. At this rate it's just a matter of time before he gets in a lucky shot and decapitates me. He narrowly avoided another swipe from the scythe arms and kicked him in the jaw hard, though it seemed to only enrage him further. A paralyzing tag would work, but I don't have any prepared. I do have some explosive tags left though. He lifted both combat gloves in their hardened state to stop an axe kick from Jugo, but it still launched him away with the sheer power behind it. Looks like I don't have a choice then. A paralyzing tag it is. He created two shadow clones that immediately moved out of the way and started working on a new paralyzing tag. Luckily he also gotten quite good at making them and he figured all he had to do was keep the man busy for no more than 2 minutes whilst his clones worked on the tag. They're not good for combat, with them expelling in one hit and all, but they are handy sometimes if you need an extra pair of hands, he thought to himself. Naruto spent the next 2 minutes dodging Jugo's attacks and throwing some of his own at the giant, though they didn't seem to slow him down in his enraged state. When one of his clones dispelled to let him know the tag was finished, he set his plan in motion. He grabbed 2 explosive tags from his pouch and placed them on the ground before him. Then he captured Jugo's attention by using an air bullet. When the giant ran at him to clobber him to death, he let the tags explode to blind him with the dirt that sprung up. He moved in to punch him in the face as hard as he could, and when Jugo turned to take his revenge, the second clone appeared from behind him and placed the tag between his shoulder blades, paralyzing him and making him lose consciousness at last. He noticed that the dark spots retreated and his face looked normal again. I'm glad that is over. If I didn't study seals I doubt I would have won that battle, Naruto said in relief. Anyway, it's time to take this big guy back home. Guy-sensei must be waiting for us. Naruto and the clone picked up Jugo's body and carried him back to their rendezvous point. They're useless in combat, but damn it, I sure love shadow clones, he said with a smile. Once the battle was over and Team Guy got back to their chambers, they started the interrogation of Jugo. Naruto slowly lowered the intensity of the seal he used until Jugo was awake enough to answer the questions but still adequately sedated to stop him from going berserk again. They learnt that Jugo came from a clan in Kirigakure that was one of the first victims of their bloodline purge. Jugo miraculously escaped that day and ended up being adopted by a surrogate family that didn't know he had a bloodline. But without the specialized training to help him master and control the raw emotions that his ability generated as a side effect, he easily became overwhelmed and had ended up killing his caretakers in a state of bloodlust that put him on Yagura's radar. After fleeing the land of water, he tried to get help and had ended up being found by Orochimaru. Being unaware that the Sannin had betrayed Konoha, he trusted him to find a way to help him control his powers, but he soon found himself a prisoner instead. Jugo explained that the snake Nin was already working on a way to recreate his clan's abilities in a seal he could place on his henchmen to make them stronger. But his own attempts were too unstable to be of use and the death rate was too high to be a feasible weapon. That's why Orochimaru experimented on him to try and find ways to stabilize his seal and make it safer for use. However, 1 month ago he managed to escape when a new guard had underestimated his strength and thought he wasn't a threat. Using his bloodline, he killed the guard and made a run for it. By the time he had regained his senses, he found himself wounded from the fight and on the run with the team of 3 ninja on his tail. Knowing he had little choice, he ran for the nearest border, the Land of Fire. And the rest of the story is known. After hearing this story, Guy decided that Jugo was not to be blamed for his actions and he wanted to bring him back to Konoha so he could finally receive the treatment he had needed all this time. However, they still needed to handle the mayor, who was insistent that Jugo needed to be tried instead, seeing as he was the criminal responsible for the break-ins. His argument was that he paid good money for Konoha to see justice done and the people of his town wouldn't be satisfied with letting him go, no matter what sob story he had. Guy countered by pointing out that the standard contract he signed had a clause that says Konoha reserved all rights towards military assets, which included people with bloodlines, and that the original mission parameters only hired them to solve the crimes and put a stop to them and never spoke of making sure the criminal was actually tried in his courtroom. Eventually they came to an agreement. In exchange for a 20% discount on his contract, the mayor would put all the blame on the 3 dead ninja that were the talk of the town. After all, having a shinobi battle in the merchants district tends to be noticed, and he would let Jugo slip under the radar since Naruto's battle took place in a deserted field where nobody saw them. Guy was appalled by this most unyouthful behavior, but didn't press any further. Getting Jugo safe to Konoha was more important than dealing with this haggling bastard. And so Team Guy left in the dead of night, to make sure nobody of the town saw the extra person that ran alongside them. Hokage's office, 1 week later. Hokage-sama, I am here with the report on Jugo. Ah, Ibiki, come in, said the elderly man. So what did you find out? We looked into his clan and it seems they were another victim of Yagura's insane crusade. It's only because he wasn't in Kiri when they struck that he survived. There are no other known survivors, or if they exist, they are in hiding and won't come out anytime soon. I see, I will inform the boy myself. And what about my old student? What part did he play in all of this? It seems that Jugo's bloodline has several similarities with the cursed seal he designed and put on Anko. Based on the boy's testimony about the nature of the tests, it seems Orochimaru tried to stabilize his own design to increase the odds of success. Did he succeed? That's hard to say based on the boy's vague descriptions, but it looks like the tests were still going on when he fled, so it would appear that he still needed him. My guess is that he was still working on it and hasn't succeeded yet. I hope you were correct. Did he know the location of the lab he was imprisoned in? From what he told me, there were several labs and they kept moving him around every few weeks. While he didn't know where he was exactly, he did give a pretty good description of the environment that allowed our trackers to narrow things down a lot. Kakashi has sent several teams of ANBU to investigate the different possibilities. Hopefully one of them will find something that could help us smoke this snake out. And what about the boy himself? Do you think we can find a place for him in our forces? From Naruto's report it's clear the boy is quite strong, but he hasn't received a day of proper training in his life and that is holding him back for the moment. And it's already too late to send him through the academy at his age. No, the academy wouldn't be a good idea, but perhaps a Jonin can apprentice him and give him a crash course in being a shinobi? It's not like there is nothing to work with, he just needs to be roughed around the edges a little to make a great assault-type ninja. Anko did always wanted a team, but until now the council has blocked her application every year because of her former sensei. Yes, if it were up to me I'd let her try out a team immediately. Everyone can see that Anko is nothing like my old student, if only the civilian council would give her a fair chance, but then again. What are you thinking, Lord Hokage? Technically apprenticeships don't count as being a regular Jonin sensei. Therefore this is purely a shinobi matter and the decision rests with me. It's not really a team, but I think Anko can finally become a sensei after all. The Hokage said with a smile. Meanwhile in Naruto's room. Hey Naruto, can I speak with you for a moment? Sure thing Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto as he held his door open for the commander of ANBU to enter his apartment. Naruto, I'm not your sensei anymore. Stop calling me that. You might not be my team leader anymore, but you will always be one of my senseis. Anyway, what are you here for? Well, I read the report of your latest mission and I have some questions about things I didn't really understood. Especially about the way you captured this Jugo. Could you tell me some more about that? Well, since we had to detain him for questioning, I had to capture him alive, so I used a paralysis tag to subdue him. Yes, the report said you made a tag during the fight? Yes, I ran out of paralysis tags, so I made a shadow clone to make a new one while I kept him busy. Then after a minute or two the clone stepped back in and used it on him. Naruto said with a smile. Let me get this straight. You made a clone? A shadow clone? A shadow clone, yes. And while you two were still in the middle of a fight this clone stepped aside and started working on a seal? Yes. For 2 whole minutes. That's how long it takes to make a paralysis tag. Huh, Kakashi, is something wrong? Is something wrong? Is something wrong? He asks. Kami? Naruto, that plan is just crazy, Kakashi said incredulously. It worked fine. What's wrong with it? You were lucky that Jugo was in a berserker state at the time you fought, because there is no way in hell that plan would have worked in any other situation. Real opponents do not just let a clone sit at the side for 2 minutes creating seals. Any real opponent would have seen through the diversion immediately and would have went straight for the clone. Oh yeah, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head and giving Kakashi a grin. I guess I got lucky, huh? Naruto, this is not a laughing matter. Kakashi said sternly, what did I teach you about luck? Being lucky will save you once, being prepared will save you every day. Naruto repeated one of the lessons the ANBU drilled in his head. Exactly, therefore it is crucial that we prepare you properly for these types of missions. I talked it over with Guy and together we found just the jutsu you need to help you out when you ever need to detain a person again without using lethal force. Really? A new jutsu? That sounds awesome. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? You are going to like this one, Kakashi said while taking a black scroll with the Uzumaki symbol on it from one of the pouches in his flak jacket. This jutsu actually belonged to your mother and according to what your dad told me it helped her greatly in controlling the Kyuubi's chakra. Really? That seems great. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? They are called chakra chains and the technique allows the user to sprout chains made of chakra from his body, which can be used to hold and detain opponents in a non-lethal way. They also allow you to drain the chakra from your opponent and absorb it. This second function is what allowed her to control the Kyuubi's chakra for herself. Oh man, I can't wait to test these things out. Can you show me how it's done now, Kakashi-sensei? No, I'm afraid I can't do that. What? Why not? Because I don't know the technique myself. See, while the technique is not a bloodline, it is a clan-specific technique much like the Nara's shadow manipulation or the Yamanaka's mind jutsus. And one of Konoha's laws specifically states that any outsider is forbidden from using these techniques. See, a lot of clans were wary to be sharing their techniques in a village with the Uchiha and their Sharingan eyes. Therefore the founding chapter of Konoha protects certain techniques and copyrights them, so to speak. And even though I am not an Uchiha myself, I do possess a Sharingan, thus I am bound by the same laws. So then why am I allowed to learn it then? Because you are an Uzumaki and are therefore allowed to learn your own clan techniques, of course. You mean this is one of the Uzumaki clan's certified techniques? Naruto said excitedly. Yes, didn't you read all of those scrolls one gave you when you graduated? I skimmed them. Naruto said sheepishly. Kakashi sighed at his unofficial apprentice's ways. Anyway, you better start training on those chains. Once you are able to summon them without hand signs, Guy will see how they can be integrated in your fighting style. I will, Kakashi-sensei. I'm looking forward to it, the ANBU commander said with one of his eye smiles. During the course of the following months, Naruto spent his time in between missions training with the chakra chains technique until he could spawn them from his arms without seals. He was still far from using the more advanced techniques like using them to create a barrier or manipulating multiple ones at the same time, but the simple chains could be easily used by the end of the first month. After working it over with Guy, the taijutsu expert devised a way to integrate them into his fighting style and Naruto quickly got the hang of it. Even Hinata, who always had been the expert in close combat, found the chains pretty hard to deal with since once you got caught they started draining chakra and you had to be fast in your escape or risk chakra exhaustion. Eventually the ANBU teams that scouted the possible locations of Orochimaru's bases returned and the next day teams 7 and 9 were summoned in the Hokage's office for their next mission. I'll get right to the point, Kakashi said to the gathered teams in the Hokage. These last few months the ANBU scouted several of the locations we derived from Jugo's testimony. And while most places turned out to be dead ends or there was a base but it had been deserted for a while, we did find 2 bases that are still in operation. You found my old student's location? Asked the Hokage. That's a negative, sir. Orochimaru himself didn't show up at either location, but we did find signs that the bases are in use. So he might still be running some of his experiments there. Jugo mentioned he saw other prisoners from Kiri from time to time. Maybe some of them are in one of these bases and we could save them. There are more innocent people being experimented upon. That is most unyouthful. We must liberate them at once and restore their youthful spirits, exclaimed the always enthusiastic sensei of Team 7. Take it easy, Guy, said the Hokage as he took a scroll from the desk and tossed it to Hayate. Now on to the actual mission. The ANBU reported that one of the bases houses the prisoners and is heavily defended with several known Jonin-level ninja, while the other is more of a smaller research site that has only a few grunts guarding it. Therefore we are going to split the teams up a little differently. What do you mean, Lord Hokage? Asked Hayate. I mean that the prison site is too dangerous for genin to infiltrate. Therefore you, alongside Guy and the initial ANBU squad, will go there. The research site shouldn't be too much of a problem, so your genin squads will handle it alone. Understood, Lord Hokage. Cough cough, we will carry out our mission. 2 weeks later at the outskirts of Orochimaru's base, 2 a.m. The 6 genin stood together and went over the plan one final time. Each of them was ordered to forego their usual attire in favor of a pitch-black outfit with a face mask and a hood to make sure they were as stealthy as possible. Now remember, this is a stealth mission. said Neji, who, as Rookie of the Year, was appointed as team leader. That means no flashy moves, no explosions, and try to take the guards out silently and from behind. Got it? Everyone nodded that they understood. Good, then move out. Team 7 will enter from the west entrance and we will go in from the north. 5 minutes later, Hinata, Sasuke and Naruto were in position looking down at their targets. Hidden inside an inconspicuous-looking shack was a trapdoor towards the base. Hinata used her Byakugan to look at the guards outside. I see 3 guards in total. 2 are outside talking to each other and the other one is inside the shack taking a nap. I'll capture them in an illusion, but if they are decently trained then it won't take long for them to notice and break free. So you have about 10 seconds to go in and silence them, Sasuke said while Naruto and Hinata nodded. Once the guards were captured in Sasuke's illusion, Naruto and Hinata moved out. Hinata appeared by the guard on the left and used her gentle fist to strike his heart, killing him instantly. Naruto meanwhile appeared behind the guard on the right and used the hidden blade on his combat gloves to pierce through the guard's armor and straight into his inner organs. Unfortunately, he missed his heart and the guard wasn't dead yet. He tried to scream out in pain, but Naruto raised his other arm and a chain sprouted from his wrist to wrap around the guard's throat and stop the screaming. After struggling for several seconds, the guard finally succumbed to his injuries and passed away. The guard inside is still sleeping, Hinata confirmed. She silently went towards him and another precise strike at his heart made sure he would never wake up again. That was that, now let's go inside, said Sasuke as he approached the hidden trapdoor. Wait, said Naruto as he stopped him, there is a seal hidden on the lock over there, while pointing at a small blotch of ink that most people would just glance over. Any idea what it does? It seems to be a simple alarm seal that will alert our presence to the entire base unless a specific deactivation seal is presented. Check the guards, one of them should have the counter seal on him. After checking the 3 dead guards, Naruto found the seal he was looking for tattooed on the guard's left hand. I'm sorry buddy, but I'm going to need this more than you do right now, he said after using his blade to cut off the guard's hand and use the seal to safely deactivate the trapdoor. We better alert Neji-Nisan about this seal, Hinata said. Their entrance will probably have one too and it wouldn't do if they missed theirs and alerted anyone anyway. Good idea, I'll contact them now, said Sasuke, who was wearing the team's radio round his neck. He pushed a button and started talking into the microphone. Team 9, do you copy? Over. This is Team 9, we hear you loud and clear. Tenten's voice sounded from the radio. What is your situation? Over. We dealt with the guards on our side and discovered a seal hidden on the trapdoor. If you find a cross-like insignia on the trapdoor, you need to deactivate it with a counter seal one of the guards should be carrying. Over. Good thing you contacted us, we almost missed it. Hang on a minute. Roger, send a message once you are ready to enter from your side. Over. After about a minute of silence, the radio croaked again. Team 9 is ready to commence. We found the counter seal and have successfully opened the trapdoor on our side. Get ready to begin the operation. Both teams entered the base simultaneously and started their mission. Using their respective Byakugan user as a guide, they easily evaded the few patrolling guards of the night shift and silently took them out one by one using the element of surprise. As they went deeper underground into the base, they searched every small lab or storage room they entered and sealed away all the documents they encountered for the intelligence division to analyze later. They also placed several high-grade explosive tags on key locations to completely destroy the base once they were out. Naruto accidentally ruined one of these tags and decided that since it was now worthless, he might as well keep it to study later. Hinata and Sasuke both rolled their eyes at his bad acting but didn't comment either way. 3 hours, 50 dead guards, 200 activated explosive tags and 1,000 sealed away documents later, both teams once again met up at the lowest level of the base. Neji estimated that they must be about 200 meters underground at that point since he could barely see the surface with his Byakugan at maximum range. There was now only one door left. One of the guards they killed earlier was carrying a master key, so getting in wasn't a problem. Yet they decided to not take unnecessary risks and play this one by the book. Do you see anything behind the door? Neji and Hinata used their all-seeing eyes to look beyond the steel door and into the room behind it. It's another laboratory of sorts. There is no guard or doctor in the room, but I do see a large concentration of chakra in one of the tubes in the back. Any idea what it is? It's hard to tell. It looks like some sort of fluid, but it has a chakra network. I've never seen anything like it. Well, we're not going to find out by standing here. Let's go inside. The 6 ninjas opened the door of the lab and started searching the place for valuables. Naruto and Neji went straight to the back where a giant canister filled with water was placed against the wall. "So this is where the chakra is coming from?" asked Naruto. "Yes," replied Neji while studying the canister and its context with his Byakugan. "Why would they lace the water with chakra though? What use could that have?" "They didn't lace the water with chakra. It appears that the water has its own internal chakra source, almost as if it were alive. I've never seen anything like it." Neji took a closer look and suddenly noticed something. "Hey, there appears to be a seal here. Do you know what it does?" Naruto looked at the small seal that was placed onto the canister and recognized it immediately. "Yes, this is a standard paralysis seal. It is used to keep prisoners sedated. But why would they put such a seal on water? That makes no sense." "That's because it's not water." Lee's voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. "What do you mean? It's not water, it sure looks like water to me. Take a look at these documents the scientists were working on," the swordsman said while handing him a scroll he found a few minutes earlier. "All of these documents are about the Hizuka clan. It's another one of the bloodline clans from Kiri. According to this, they were researching something called the hydrification technique. It's a bloodline that allows them to literally turn parts of their body into water." "Water. So that means that this canister isn't water at all." Neji finished the sentence for him. "If this is actually a living person, then that explains why there is a chakra source in the water." "So what do we do with him?" Lee asked. "We wake him up," Naruto said without hesitation. "I don't know if that is such a good idea though. The Hizuka clan weren't exactly allies. I didn't say we should trust him immediately, but we can't let him stay here when we are going to blow up this whole place. Besides, now that Kiri no longer welcomes bloodlines, he is bound to re-evaluate his loyalties. Konoha won't sound so bad to him now, I bet." Seeing as the other two weren't convinced, he decided to compromise. "Look, how about this? We get him out of here and bring him back for the Hokage to decide what to do with him. Konoha could always use a powerful clan like the Hizuka." "That's not a bad idea, let's do that," Neji decided. And so half an hour later the 6 genin stood on the hill overlooking the base with the still unconscious man they just rescued on Lee's back. Naruto used the hand seals Kakashi showed him and detonated all the explosive tags they placed around the base simultaneously, resulting in a giant tremor as the entire underground structure collapsed. Afterwards they went back to the meeting spot where their senseis would be waiting for them after they finished their own mission. Hokage's office. Mission debriefing. "So Hayate, I take it your mission wasn't a success?" asked the Hokage. "No sir, by the time we arrived at the base it was already abandoned. We went inside to look for clues they might have left behind, but it seems they were very thorough. We didn't find anything." "I see, that's too bad, but if you don't mind me asking, where is Guy?" Naruto stepped forward with an embarrassed look on his face and explained their sensei's weird behavior. Guy's sensei was so upset about failing his mission that he is running 300 laps around Konoha on his hands. He should be done with that shortly. "So anyway," Kakashi said to break the uneasy silence that had fallen over the room, "your base wasn't abandoned yet, am I correct?" "Indeed, Kakashi-sama," said Neji, "our base was still in operation when we broke in. Together we have secured over 1,000 scrolls and documents with various research on it. It is currently being looked at by the intelligence division. We also managed to liberate one prisoner. Another bloodline user being experimented upon. Yes sir, he is a member of the Hizuka clan. When we found him he was in a bad shape. He is currently in the hospital being treated from severe chakra exhaustion and other signs of malnourishment. But he seems to recover quite well and Ibiki is talking to him as we speak." "Very well, I will hear from him soon then. Anything else to report?" "No sir, after rescuing the prisoner we blew up the base and made our way to the meeting point." "All right then. You are dismissed. The payments for the mission will be deposited in your bank accounts as usual." Everyone gave a small bow and left, leaving only the Hokage and Kakashi behind. "They handled that mission very well, don't you think so, Kakashi?" "Yes, sir. They grew a lot this past year. I still don't understand why Guy and Hayate didn't sign them up for the Chunin exams. I believe they were ready for it. Knowing Guy, he probably likes to make sure all of them were absolutely ready. He isn't the type to sign them up just for trying or to give himself a holiday, like some teachers do. I'm sure he will let them participate next time when it's being held in Konoha. And when he does, I have a feeling they will make Chunin on their first try. And Hayate's team? I don't know, he probably didn't want to be the only one who sent a rookie team." Kakashi shrugged. "Good, something else now. As you know, the academy will have another batch of graduates ready next week. Do you still think Mizuki will be up to something?" We found his name in one of the scrolls we took from Orochimaru. Apparently he contacted him 3 months ago. He promised he could get the forbidden scroll in exchange for power. He plans on framing some academy student while he runs off with the scroll. Do we know who? No, he hasn't given any specifics. At this point it could be anybody. Without knowing the specifics it'll be hard to gather the evidence to arrest him. Maybe we can force his hand towards a specific student. The Hokage pondered while handing Kakashi a file. Kakashi read the file and pondered about its contents. You think it will work? Mizuki never did manage to let go of the past. This will be a target he can't refuse if we set things up right. Now all we have to do is convince him to play along, Kakashi said while looking at the file. Mizuki was counting the seconds down in his head until he could finally send these brats in his class home. He hated working in the academy. Some people like Iruka liked this job since it was low risk with set hours and a steady income, but he hated it with a passion. For one, it was a dead end for his ninja career since being in the academy meant you were stuck there for at least a year without any chance for promotion to Jonin or any chance to get exciting missions that looked good on your record. And even amongst the other Chunin it was laughed at. It didn't pay nearly as good as doing a few B-rank missions and you never had any interesting stories to tell or brag about. Also, he was a man of action, damn it. He wasn't meant to be stuck in a room with children trying for the 100th time to explain how a clone works. He was meant to be out on the field, fighting the enemy, protecting important documents, guarding nobles and rich merchants, maybe getting some action with a hot civilian woman you saved now and then. Those were the good old times, not babysitting brats. But at least it would all be over soon. One more week and his plan was ready to be put into action. He still couldn't believe how fast everything went. 3 months ago he was suddenly contacted by none other than Orochimaru himself. While most of his colleagues would have alerted the Hokage, immediately he sensed a golden opportunity instead. He always believed that Orochimaru was treated unfairly. Sure, there were some casualties to his methods, but didn't his research produce great results? Didn't he always found new jutsus or new methods to help them in the war where others failed? He thought Konoha hand shunned one of their greatest geniuses too easily. Yes, 50 orphans died. But the one who lived inherited the first Hokage's wood style. The wood style. He single-handedly revived one of Konoha's greatest bloodlines that were lost to the village, and how do they repay him? They complain because some stupid orphans died in the process and he is sentenced to dead. Who cares about orphans anyway? You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, he always reasoned. And now Orochimaru, the Orochimaru, wanted him. He promised him power and a position of Jonin in his private forces. How could he not agree to that? What did the Hokage promise him? Another year of teaching stupid spoiled civilian kids how to throw a kunai without killing themselves. Well, whoop-de-fucking-do, the choice was easy if you asked him. True, he had to give something in return, but he understood that. There is no such thing as a free meal, that's the way it works. In order to get what he was promised he needed to steal Konoha's forbidden scroll. Now most people would consider this a suicide mission, but he knew better. After years of peace the village got lax with their security. Especially the night of the graduation ceremony is an ideal time to strike. Most available Jonin were obligated to be a part of the meeting where the teams were divided, and many of the retired shinobi would be joining in on the various celebrations since every team celebrated its own anniversary. After months of research and preparation he found the location of the scroll, the list of ANBU on guard that night, the bare minimum, and the routes of their patrol. He planned that with good timing and decent skills anyone, even a failed academy student, could realistically get their hands on the scroll. The tricky part was escaping with the scroll afterwards. In order to safely get away he needed to reach the border with the land of Tea where he would meet his contact. But that was a 3-day trip no matter how you looked at it. He knew he was pretty good, too good to be stuck in this hellhole for certain, but he couldn't evade the ANBU and the tracking squads for 3 days while carrying the scroll on his back. He couldn't. Unless he had a sizable head start, that is, and for that he needed a distraction, or more specifically a scapegoat. He looked around the class looking for someone to take the fall while he made off with the scroll. By the time they figured out he was innocent his trail would have hopefully gone cold already. Now the only question was, who will he pick? It needed to be someone that would cause a loud enough uproar to distract the village, so that would mean he couldn't just pick a random civilian kid. It needs to be a member of one of the clans. Luckily this year there were plenty to choose from. Iruka, Mizuki, do you have a moment? He was suddenly disrupted from his thoughts and turned towards the man who called out to him. It was Abaki Irame, the principal of the academy, alongside the Hokage himself. Putting on his mask and pretending he wasn't just planning on stealing the forbidden scroll, he followed Iruka to the principal's office. 5 minutes later he was back on his way home and he couldn't believe his luck. The Hokage informed him that they recently had a new bloodline user in the village that wanted to join their forces. Since the kid had prior training, he was allowed to try the exam directly without spending time in the academy. Now what really interested him was learning that it was a member of the Hizuka clan. He remembered the stories of how his grandfather was killed by a Hizuka in the Second Shinobi War. True, he wasn't even born back then, but he still resented the clan for it, even if this kid couldn't have possibly been involved. But soon he would have his revenge since he now had the perfect scapegoat for his plan. Kami must be smiling on me, he thought. Cheers! All around the village people raised their cups and enjoyed the celebrations. For today was the day of the graduation, and it was a tradition in hidden villages to celebrate a team's anniversary on this day rather than the actual day and month a team was formed. As such, many teams were celebrating today, from the youngest genin teams who celebrated their first year to the veteran teams like the original Ino Shikacho team who had been together for several decades. Even the Hokage's old team, which according to the old man himself was actually formed in the winter, had come together earlier today to have a few drinks in celebration. As such, the security was at an all-time low with only the bare minimum of ANBU patrolling the walls and even less in internal positions like the Hokage Tower's storage room. In other words, it was perfect for someone to sneak inside and get a hold of village secrets that would have been infinitely better guarded on any other day. With that in mind, Mizuki had started his plan to steal the Forbidden Scroll from the Hokage Tower. Earlier today he had abused his position as teacher to make sure that the Hizuka kid had failed his graduation exam. Flashback. The written exam was made up of questions specifically selected to be about very precise parts of Konoha's history and traditions. The other students who were born and raised in Konoha had no problem with them. In fact, Sakura had once again scored a perfect 100, but to an outsider who had spent less than a week in the village it was impossible. His score of 40 was actually pretty good given the circumstances, but it wasn't enough. During the taijutsu exam he deliberately fought him a lot harder than he was supposed to, yet he was careful enough to make it look like he held back. As a result, Iruka barely passed him on that part, even though he had to admit the kid was easily as good as the Inuzuka if not better. And finally the ninjutsu part, which at this point had required a perfect score to pass, was also sabotaged by spiking his water bottle with an odorless and tasteless chakra disrupting poison. He was surprised the kid managed to pull the henge and a substitution under these circumstances, but the clone jutsu, which required very precise control, proved to be too much for him and Iruka was forced to fail him. Afterwards it was as easy as approaching the kid and telling him Konoha had a makeup exam in case someone just had bad luck. He gave the kid specific orders to infiltrate the Hokage Tower and steal some scroll as part of a simulated mission. The kid's eyes filled with hope and he swallowed it all without question. Mizuki couldn't help but crack a smile as he saw him running towards his destination. End flashback. Now Mizuki was standing hidden outside the Hokage Tower and he looked to see if his plan would work. After it became dark he finally noticed someone sneaking into the tower. Good, he thought, he is hiding very well. If I didn't know he would show up I would have missed him completely. That means the Chunin on guard won't notice him until it's too late. With that he turned around and went to a safe distance. No need to let himself be seen around the tower when it's being robbed after all. He walked around the streets a bit, joined a few of his colleagues in a drink or two and congratulated a few of his students that passed him in their own celebrations, all part of keeping up the act and establishing an alibi. He couldn't care less about those stupid kids and the sooner he could dump this place the better. All the while he kept himself ready for the real event later that night. Just a few more hours till everybody is heading home and I can move unseen to our meeting point and get out of here. He smiled and raised his glass for another drink. Tea, of course, he couldn't afford to be drunk on sake tonight. Later that night Naruto and Sasuke were walking back home after having spent the day celebrating at Hinata's house. Since the Hyuga compound was by far the largest of their 3 houses, Hishi had invited them over. Neji had received a similar offer but had refused it, so Team 9 had gathered in one of the bars and restaurants to celebrate. Is not fair. Sasuke mumbled while seeking support on Naruto's shoulder. You drank more than me and you were JJ just fine. Naruto had indeed been drinking quite a lot that night, but since the Kyuubi broke the alcohol in his blood down before it had a chance to reach his brain, he was perfectly sober. The same couldn't be said for his 2 teammates though. This would be a night both of them would rather forget. Of course, as a good friend it was his job to make sure they never did. He smiled as he thought back at everything that took place. 6 hours earlier, Naruto, Sasuke and Guy arrived at the Hyuga compound, each wearing their best clothes. Even Guy had changed out of his green jumpsuit for once and wore a pretty nice suit. It was quite a shock to see him wearing decent clothes for once, and even the ever-stoic Kakashi lost his composure when he passed them in the hall. After a woman from the branch family took their coats, and flirted with Guy a bit now that he actually looked decent, they were led to the main hall. Inside, Hinata was waiting for them wearing a very beautiful and obviously expensive dress. After that, Heishi introduced them to his old teammates, Shirui Yamanaka alongside his wife and Sume Inazuka and her canine partner Kuromaru. The dog was, as far as Hinata knew, the only animal that was ever allowed to walk freely inside the main house. Of course, the fact that the animal was properly trained, knew how to talk and had saved Hiashi's life several times on missions had a lot to do with that. After a small diner, the gathered guests started reminiscing about the past year and various memorable missions they did during their career, including a rather funny story about Shirui once using his mind technique to take over Heishi and making him strip to his underwear before entering the ladies' side of the hot springs. The latter was not amused and claimed he never quite recovered from the beating his father gave him that day. Around midnight there was some commotion when Neji returned covered in bruises and sporting a black eye. When asked what had happened, he simply responded that Lee is forbidden from drinking alcohol now, and went to his room to get some well-needed rest. As the night went on, Naruto drank from the sake without really paying attention at how much was supposed to be normal for a kid his age. He didn't realize that the alcohol in his blood was being purged faster than humanly possible and that he should have been getting pretty drunk under normal circumstances. Sasuke and Hinata, who also never drank sake before, went along with Naruto, not realizing that they were fighting a battle they couldn't hope to win against the Jinchuriki. And so when Naruto was in the middle of describing their first real mission to Kyoku, it happened that Hinata suddenly fell face first on Sasuke's lap. As if that position wasn't embarrassing enough for the both of them, she started vomiting all over his clothes. While Naruto couldn't stop laughing and Sasuke desperately tried to get their female teammate to sit up again, Heishi decided that it was better to put an end to the night. Before the words completely left his mouth, two maidens from the branch house seemed to appear out of nowhere and gently got the heiress out of the room, washed her up, gave her an aspirin and put her to bed with a level of efficiency that betrayed that it wasn't the first time they had to clean up a member of the main house after a night of drinking. And so Naruto helped his, not drunk, but just tired, teammate to his flat and threw him in his bed in a much more crude way than Hinata was gently placed to sleep. Since Naruto wasn't tired yet and there was still plenty of activity in Konoha, he decided to go to Ichiraku's for a late-night snack. Even though he ate a pretty healthy diet, which helped a lot with his growth as he was now amongst the tallest of his generation, he still had a soft spot for ramen and went to the ramen stand at least once a week for a short snack. Upon entering Ichiraku's, he saw Kiba and Choji eating several bowls of ramen with Shikamaru sitting next to them. A quick glance at their forehead protectors showed that they were amongst the ones lucky enough to pass the test and were now celebrating. He knew there was still a second test that would fail most of the ones who passed today, but he decided not to ruin their moment of glory. Besides, he had bet good money that the three of them alongside Shino would be one of the people that were going to pass, so he was feeling confident that he was looking at future colleagues of his. After congratulating them and ordering a beef ramen, he sat down and they started catching up. Apparently Shino earned the title of Rookie of the Year ever since Naruto and Sasuke had already graduated a year sooner. They also mentioned that some new guy from Kiri tried graduating alongside them but that he failed. Tried graduating? Naruto thought to himself. I was pretty sure that guy we saved had been an active ninja for more than a year already. He said so himself when we visited him in the hospital. Why would the old man let him retake the exam again instead of just placing him on a team? And how did he end up failing in the first place? I know he is easily stronger than Kiba. Just when he was about to ask Kiba more, he noticed the sign for a silent alert, so he quickly apologized to his, not yet fully graduated, friends and went to the Hokage Tower to see if his village needed him. Upon entering the tower, he noticed that there were only a handful ninja there, mostly Jonin and Chunin, with him being the only genin. He guessed the majority was too drunk or too preoccupied to notice the silent signal. He quickly recognized his old academy teacher Mizuki and went over to ask what was going on. Mizuki couldn't believe his luck. First he successfully fooled that stupid kid into stealing the scroll while he had an airtight alibi. Then after the kid pulled it off, the alarm went mostly unnoticed, so that the first response team was understaffed and he could easily get the entire northern forest for himself to search, instead of having to deal with several Jonins. And finally the demon showed up and asked him what he needed to do. Unlike the rest of Konoha, he never let go of his hatred for the Kyuubi and its container. He always wanted revenge on that hellspawn for killing his older brother on that fateful night 13 years ago. Unfortunately, that demon managed to fool the Hokage with his trickery, and so he was heavily guarded during his youth, which meant downright attacking him wasn't an option. Even his second plan of gaining its trust and then sabotaging his exam failed when he pulled a fast one last year and did the exam earlier. By the time he noticed that he wasn't in class as he should be, he already had his headband on and it was too late to do anything. He was almost ready to just let it go and focus on getting out of here, but now he was given a second chance to get his revenge, and by Kami he was going to take it. Convincing Naruto to join him so they could search together was easy. As the sole genin, he wasn't supposed to go out by himself on these types of emergencies, and generally Jonin didn't feel like babysitting a genin during such a mission. Therefore, as his old academy instructor, he had a valid excuse to team up with him. The others just assumed he was taking one for the team and were glad they weren't the one who had to drag a genin around, so nobody complained. Naruto realized he wasn't being taken seriously and that they just let him run alongside a Chunin for show, but he knew better by now than to disobey an order from his superiors, and so he grudgingly went along with it. If nothing else, he could ask Mizuki about the exam and how good everyone did. A few minutes later, Naruto was scouting the area Mizuki assigned to him. He didn't really know who he was looking for, just that someone stole the forbidden scroll earlier that night. When he found out that such an important scroll was stolen that easily, he had some serious doubts about the security systems they used. Even with his still limited knowledge of seals, he could think of a few ways to protect such an important item way better. While he was pondering the different methods to secure items with seals, he couldn't help but shake the feeling he was being watched. If only Hinata-chan was here. She could have found any spies immediately with her Byakugan. He thought to himself. Perhaps I should learn some sort of censoring jutsu myself. It really shows that I don't have experience with that sort of thing if I always expect her to bail me out. I'll ask Guy about that next week. Just then his enhanced senses, another gift from his tenant, picked up a faint sound a few hundred meters further in the woods. He knew that was supposed to be Mizuki's part to investigate, but thinking it might be the thief, he sped up towards it anyway while taking care to remain hidden. He remembered Kakashi's words about striking from the shadows and didn't want to ruin his element of surprise. 2 minutes later, he arrived at an open space in the forest. Taking care to remain hidden inside the foliage, he stealthily looked down at the source of the sound. His eyes went wide open with surprise when he found the thief sitting on the ground with the hidden scroll next to him. It appeared as if he looked bored and was waiting for someone else to arrive. In his boredom, he had started throwing twigs, rocks and pineapples at the trees around him, thus creating the sound that lured him to this place. What the hell is going on here? Naruto wondered while he kept looking at the man below him. That looks like the guy we saved from Orochimaru. But why would he steal the scroll, and why does he look smaller than I remember him to be? Right then, Naruto's train of thought was interrupted when he heard a familiar voice enter the clearing. "Ah, Suigetsu, there you are," Mizuki said as he walked into the clearing. Suigetsu? But I thought. The gears inside Naruto's mind were turning at a mile a minute while trying to make sense of what he saw. "Ah, Mizuki-sensei. I was waiting for you. As you can see, I successfully got the scroll and none of the Chunin managed to see me. Is this good enough for graduating?" the genin hopeful asked. Yes, you did a very good job indeed. Now hand over the scroll and I will give you what you deserve," Mizuki said with a smirk. Graduating? Test? Steal the scroll? Hand it over? Headband? Naruto slowly put all the pieces of the puzzle together and realized Mizuki was playing everyone for a fool. "No," he shouted while jumping down. "Don't hand over that scroll. Mizuki has lied to you." Mizuki cursed at how close he was but decided that he might as well play his cards now anyway. "Yes, you idiot," Mizuki shouted, "there is no makeup exam. I fooled you into stealing that scroll for me, and while everyone is looking for you I will make a clean getaway." "Mizuki-sensei," Naruto said, scandalized. "Why are you doing this? Why are you betraying Konoha?" "Why? For power and money, of course. With this scroll as collateral I am guaranteed to get a hefty reward from Orochimaru. My days of scraping by on a teacher's salary are over. But enough talking, Naruto, it's time to die." As he spoke those last words, he picked the 2 oversized shurikens from his back and threw them at Naruto and Suigetsu. Naruto instinctively went for his combat gloves, but he cursed when he realized he was still dressed in his formal clothes from earlier and wasn't wearing them tonight. He also wasn't wearing his usual mesh armor or even his pouch with kunai, shuriken and tags. Deciding to fall back on his ninjutsu, he quickly formed the bird seal, wind release. "Great breakthrough," he shouted as a heavy gust of wind blew the shuriken to the side, so he was saved. Meanwhile, Suigetsu got hit by the shuriken and violently split in half, but instead of blood it seemed that only water flew from the wounds. A few seconds later all the water gathered and reformed itself until he stood there unharmed with a smirk on his face. "You'll have to better than that to stop a Hazuka," he shouted defiantly. Deciding to use the distraction to his advantage, Naruto once again used the bird sign and gathered his chakra for the air bullets technique. Focusing on releasing his wind elemental chakra, like he had been studying for this past year, instead of regular chakra he prepared a much more devastating variant of the normal move. Wind style. Drilling air bullets. He shouted as he launched several projectiles of highly compressed wind blades at his opponent at high speeds. He watched in satisfaction as Mizuki couldn't dodge in time and the attack tore through his hastily put up defenses, tearing several nasty gashes all over his arms and torso. Breathing heavily while he was losing blood from the attack, Mizuki scowled at Naruto. "So you think you can stop me?" he shouted. "I am still a Chunin for a reason, you know. Fire style, fireball barrage." He launched a multitude of fast-moving fireballs at Naruto, who was too close to dodge. Water style. Water barrier. A giant wall of water suddenly erupted from underground and blocked all the fireballs easily. "You didn't forget about little old me now, did you?" Suigetsu said mockingly, revealing that he was the one who made the water wall. But how did you stop that attack? You shouldn't be powerful enough to do that even if you have a water nature," Mizuki angrily shouted. "I think it's time that we stop this charade now," Suigetsu said as he suddenly grew several inches in size and changed his appearance to what looked like an older version of himself wearing a dark blue combat uniform. The forbidden scroll meanwhile turned into a giant sword that he strapped on his back. The most noticeable change, however, was the Konoha headband proudly displayed on his forehead. What's going on here? Who are you? And where did you get that headband?" Mizuki shouted in confusion. Naruto meanwhile seemed to understand what was going on as he now recognized the man he rescued 2 weeks earlier. "Oh, so you were under a disguise, were you?" he asked. "Indeed, I used the water transformation technique to hide my true appearance." "But why?" Mizuki shouted. "What is your game? What are you up to, Suigetsu?" "I am afraid you are mistaken there as well. My name is Mangetsu Hazuka. The one you know as Suigetsu is an image of my younger brother I used as a disguise. And as for what is going on, why don't I let the ANBU explain that?" Mangetsu said with a smile. As he said those words, several ANBU appeared in the clearing and surrounded Mizuki. "Mizuki Tachi, you are hereby charged with treason towards Konoha and attempted murder on fellow Leaf Nin. Surrender now or we will be forced to use violence," said one of the ANBU in a rat mask. "Fellow Leaf Nin. But he failed the exam. He never passed it," Mizuki shouted in his defense. "Wrong again," Mangetsu corrected. "You see, the Hokage himself had me undergo a test more than a week ago. After that I was officially a ninja of Konoha. The reason it wasn't announced was because I had to infiltrate your class as my first mission. I was an undercover agent the entire time. And as far as failing the exam went, once I realized you were sabotaging me, I played along to see what would happen. The ANBU knew all along you were in contact with Orochimaru. I was merely the bait to lure you out since they knew you wouldn't be able to resist framing a former Kiri ninja." As the ANBU dragged Mizuki away, Naruto and Mangetsu made their way back towards the village. "So what happens now that you are a ninja? Will you be placed on one of the new teams tomorrow?" "No, it would be weird to be placed on a team if I don't know anybody in the class. That can't be good for teamwork," Mangetsu explained. "I actually already requested a team. When I heard that you had saved another ninja from Kiri earlier, I requested to be placed on Jugo's team. The Hokage agreed, so starting tomorrow I am a member of the newly formed Team Anko." "A piece of advice," Naruto said innocently. "If you go after your fist mission request, ask to catch Tora the cat. That one is always fun to do for beginning groups. Tell Iruka I sent you. I am sure he will give it to you without problems." "Really? Thanks, man. I am glad that you would do that for me. I was afraid my background would make it hard to fit in." "Think nothing of it. Consider it my welcome to the village gift," Naruto said with an evil glint in his eyes that went unnoticed by the newest genin of the Leaf. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 were currently busy doing one of the favorite pastimes of elite genins such as themselves: watching the rookies chase Tora. Officially, Tora was the cat of the daimyo's wife that escaped in the nearby woods, and every new genin team was tasked with catching her at least once sometime within the first few weeks of the team being formed. "Oh, she almost got her." Sasuke laughed as he saw Ino try and tackle the Hellcat, only for it to change directions at the last moment, causing Ino to fall flat on her face. However, after a team is promoted to the rank of Elite Genin, an unofficial title to differentiate between rookies and experienced genins, they learn the truth. Tora is a nin cat that works for the village of Konoha. When a genin team thinks it is ready to tackle a C rank, they give them this mission as a test. The trick is that Tora is too fast for any genin and thus cannot be caught unless a team cooperates as a single unit and traps her. If a team succeeds, they are deemed ready and are given a C rank mission. If they fail, they get sent back to another few weeks of D ranks to help promote teamwork. The Tora mission has proven to be a very effective qualifier of spotting teams that aren't ready yet, and ever since the mission was first assigned, the number of genins who die on their first mission has dropped by 90%. The fact it was also an endless source of entertainment for the older ninja to watch their comrades struggle like Team 10 was doing right now had nothing to do with keeping the Tora mission as a tradition. Team 7 saw how Shikamaru tried to grab Tora with his shadow only for Choji to run in his path and be caught instead. Because of his sudden standstill, it was too late for Ino, who was running right behind him, to dodge him, and she ran straight into her teammate, causing both of them to fall on the ground while Tora ran away into the woods again. Their sensei Asuma was standing a little on the side and looked disappointed at the spectacle his team was causing. "Looks like Team 10 won't be going on any C ranks soon," Naruto said as he got up. "It's only been 6 weeks. Hinata said. "They weren't really supposed to have perfected teamwork that fast." Team 11 did though. Sasuke shot in. "They caught Tora on the very first day. They even said you told them to take that mission." "They cheated," Naruto said indignantly. "You aren't supposed to just walk up to Tora and gently pick her up. That just goes against all the rules." They all remembered the incident 6 weeks ago when the new Team 11, consisting of Jugo and Mangetsu with Anko Mitarashi as their sensei, tried their hands on the Tora mission on their very first day as a team, causing a lot of laughter from the Chunin that handed out the missions that day. However, rather than the usual entertaining show, Team 11 passed this mission in record time. Jugo Simple walked towards an unsuspecting Tora and picked her up in less than 5 minutes. When they questioned the cat afterwards, Tora admitted she never sensed him coming until he was already behind her. Apparently Jugo, now that he has some control over his bloodline, is so in tune with nature that he blends in perfectly, eluding even Tora's senses. Needless to say, it caused quite a shock to see them walk back into the mission office less than 10 minutes later with Tora securely nested in the giant's arms. After that, Team 11 was unofficially cleared for C-rank missions and already did 2 of them. "Anyway," Sasuke said, "we better get going. Guy is expecting us, and Kakashi said he would train me in using my Sharingan today." "I still can't believe you unlocked it just like that." "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. We all imagined it would be some big event, like a life or death situation on a high-rank mission. You find yourself outmatched and losing badly, and in the nick of time you unlock the Sharingan and turn the match around. Instead your eyes just sort of changed while we were training. That sure as hell was anticlimactic."
"Oh come on, that is so cliché. That is the stuff you read in mangas and adventure books. You can't believe that every single Uchiha has been in a life or death situation as a kid in order to unlock our bloodline, do you? The Sharingan develops naturally over time. There is no need to almost die in order to unlock it. True, there have been cases where a sudden shock sped up the process, but those were the exceptions instead of the rule."
"I know that. I just always assumed it would be a bigger deal than just a normal training exercise." "To be fair, Guy Sensei's training exercises can't really be called normal," Hinata jumped in. "Hinata-chan," Naruto said with a played shock of betrayal, "how could you have forsaken me? I trusted you." "Ouch, you're such a drama queen." Sasuke sighed as the trio reached their training ground, where their eccentric sensei was currently doing one-handed handstand push-ups while challenging Kakashi to break his record. Kakashi was relieved to see them and be freed from Guy's shenanigans and quickly shunned Sasuke away for their private training.
3 hours later, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata shouted as she quickly went trough all 64 strikes of the technique on a training post.
12 seconds. Naruto read from his stopwatch as soon as his teammate landed the 64th and final strike on the log. "That's your best time yet."
"It's not good enough," Hinata answered disappointed. "Neji can do it in 7.5 seconds. I need to at least try and get it under 10 if I don't want to fall too far behind. I still keep losing to him in our family spars."
"You aren't falling behind," Guy reassured his female student. "If anything, it is Neji who is too single-minded. In your family spars you are limited to the gentle fist, but in a real battle you would have more options than him. Your use of water techniques or medical jutsus would tip the scales in your favor. Remember that behind all that strength in taijutsu he hides some glaring weaknesses in ninjutsu. His sensei keeps complaining that he refuses to work on anything else. That arrogance isn't strength. It is foolishness that will be his downfall one day." "Thank you, Guy-sensei," Hinata said with a smile. "Team 7?" A voice suddenly interrupted their training. They looked up and saw an ANBU with a scorpion mask at the edge of their field. The Hokage has summoned you to his office. I already contacted Kakashi and Sasuke. You are to report immediately. Sure thing. We'll be right there, Kazaki-san, replied Naruto. Damn it, Naruto. We have these masks for a reason, you know. You can't just use my real name outside the barracks, the ANBU replied. Sorry. Naruto apologized. It's just weird to pretend I don't know who you guys are. Those masks aren't exactly hiding a lot, you know. Of course you would say that. But normal people don't live with us, you know. Besides, what if someone I put away overheard my real name and decides to hunt down my little sister to get back at me? You don't have a sister. You're an only child, Naruto replied back casually.
That's not the point. Anyway, just go meet the Hokage, it looked urgent.
All right, team. Guy shouted in his always overenthusiastic voice, we cannot let the Hokage wait for us. We shall reach the tower in less than 5 minutes or do 200 push-ups, before running away towards the center of Konoha with Naruto and Hinata quickly following behind. Hokage's office. I'll get right to the point, the Hokage said to the gathered Team 7. 1 week ago I sent Team 11 on an escort mission to the Land of Waves. It was supposed to be a simple C rank. Escort the client, fend off some bandits. Nothing special.
I take it something went wrong? Guy asked in his serious voice.
The Hokage nodded. Yesterday we received an emergency message by their courier hawk. It turns out that some local crime lord has hired missing Nin to do his dirty work. This one apparently has enough coin to spare since he contracted no one less than Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. Everyone had shock written all over their face at that declaration. Luckily they managed to fend him off and escape with everyone alive. But Anko got badly hurt and they have reasons to believe that Zabuza is still alive. They need immediate reinforcements. You are to go to the Land of Waves at once and support them. Anko will tell you more once you are there. Understood, Lord Hokage. We shall depart at once, Guy said while the rest of the team saluted and left the office. The Land of Waves. 2 days later. And that's when I realized that the hunter Nin was Zabuza's comrade and that he is still out there. Anko finished her explanation to Guy from the couch where she was currently recovering in. She knew that Tazuna was lying about the difficulty when they ran into those two so-called demon brothers earlier, but she never expected to run into the demon of the mist himself. For once in her life she was glad the council didn't give her the title of Jonin she deserved. As she was only classified as a Tokubetsu Jonin, Zabuza hadn't taken her seriously and she had managed to surprise him and get in an early hit with one of her poisonous snakes. After that Zabuza got serious and tossed her and her team around like rag dolls. In her opinion it was clear his supposed A rank was an understatement as well. That guy was a lot stronger than your average Jonin and easily qualified as S rank. But eventually the poison caught up with him and he started slowing down and losing some of his monstrous strength. When she started getting the upper hand, Zabuza suddenly collapsed with several Senbon needles in his neck, and a masked ninja, no older than 15, showed himself and claimed to be a hunter Nin. It was only after she cleared her head and thought it over that she realized her mistake, as a real hunter Nin would have destroyed the body on the spot rather than carefully taking it away. Thus she decided to send for backup and used one of the emergency courier hawks Konoha used for such situations. Guy was in deep thought as he went over everything he just heard. He hated liars, as lying was very unyouthful in his opinion, but after walking through the impoverished and downtrodden town he realized that Tazuna didn't really have a choice. He needed protection if he hoped to finish the bridge, and hiring a Jonin squad for weeks on end was impossible unless you were as rich as a daimyo. So they had put together all of the funds he could spare and had hoped that a squad of Chunin would be enough for the bandits that Gato would throw at him. Unfortunately for him, though, he had downplayed the danger a bit too much and the Hokage had deemed the mission safe enough for a genin squad. In the end, though, Guy could sympathize with the man's fighting spirit and refusal to give in to impossible odds. All right then. Even though your earlier lies were most unyouthful, I can see that you had no choice in the matter. We shall protect you from the evil Zabuza that wants to destroy the peace in this land, Guy declared with his fiery passion. Zabuza isn't evil. Everyone looked at the otherwise confident and bold Mangetsu, who was currently looking down and had spoken for the first time since Team 7 arrived. What do you mean, Waterface? Anko asked her subordinate. Waterface. Hinata silently asked Jugo. Anko-sensei likes to give people nicknames. She finds it endearing, Jugo explained. Well, I am waiting. Anko repeated. He is not evil. Mangetsu repeated. Zabuza is one of the most honorable men I ever met. He would never do this if he had a choice. He is just desperate and in need for funds. You know him personally? Guy asked surprised. Mangetsu nodded. 5 years ago, back in Kiri I was a member of the Seven Swordsmen just like him. I was part of his group that tried to stop the terror of the Fourth Mizukage. As you know, it didn't work, so when things went bad and we had to run for it, Zabuza stayed behind to cover our escape. He could have sacrificed us and gotten away easily, but he took the risk of getting killed so his fellow men could get away safely. Zabuza is a hero. I don't know why he is working for Gato now, but to me all it shows is that he is desperate and must have ran out of options. Being on the run for all these years, being hunted like an animal. It must have affected him harder than he is willing to admit, since the Zabuza I know would have never worked for scum like Gato. The way I see it, killing him wouldn't matter anyway, Naruto said. What do you mean? Zabuza is just a hired force. He doesn't have any personal issue against this country but is merely working for Gato. Thus, as long as Gato stays alive, the real problem doesn't go away. Even if we manage to kill Zabuza and complete the bridge, Gato will simply hire someone else and blow it up again. As long as Gato is free to do what he wants, everything else is pointless. So we kill Gato then. It's a start. But if this country wants real peace, it needs a more permanent source of protection, otherwise Gato will simply be replaced by some other mob boss. That is a most splendid observation, Naruto. Guy praised his student. I will leave Gato to you guys while I shall take over Enko's protection duty for as long as she is still recovering. I would say that Zabuza needs 2 more days to recover based on Enko's description. That means that you have until Thursday to take Gato down. In the event that you can't finish your objective in time, you have to come back immediately to help us in the fight against Zabuza and his assistant. Understood, Sensei. The 3 members of Team 7 said and left. As for you two, Guy said to Jugo and Mangetsu, it is better if we are prepared for the worst case. I shall personally oversee your training these next 2 days to make you as ready as can be. Let's start with a small warm-up. Mangetsu and Jugo smiled at the prospect of getting training from a full Jonin. By running 25 kilometers. Afterwards we can begin with the real workout. You will also need to start wearing weights. How about 10 pounds on each arm and leg? We can increase it later. And they immediately hoped Enko would recover soon and save them from Konoha's most eccentric teacher. Meanwhile, Team 7 went over their plan. So taking down Gato. Easier said than done. We don't even know where that man is hiding. And I doubt he will have an office for his illegal deals with missing Nin. Naruto began. We're not even sure he is actually here. He could be in the Gato headquarters back in the water capital for all we know, Hinata answered. I doubt it. Guys like him won't trust such a critical mission to an underling. If he hired Zabuza, then he is close by to keep an eye on things. He is in the land of waves, all right. You know, there is something that keeps bothering me about this, Sasuke said suddenly. What? This whole operation seems pretty expensive. Buying out all the shipping companies, keeping the daimyo in his pocket, and finally hiring Zabuza for a simple assassination on a civilian. That must have cost him millions, and for what? To take over this country, of course. First of all, that's ridiculous. You can't just take over a country and expect to get away with it. The other daimyos aren't going to accept that. If Tazuna hadn't shown up when he did, we would have no doubt received several assassination missions with Gato's name on it. And a businessman like him knows that. And secondly, why would anyone want this country even if they could get away with it? Why wouldn't you want your own country? No offense, but this island is a mess. There are no natural resources, it isn't strategically placed, and the economy is as broken as can be. Gato doesn't care about this place. He doesn't try and set taxes on import or mine minerals or really do anything that justifies spending millions in this dump. So what is he really after? What makes this place worth the risk and the money? If we know that, then we know where Gato is hanging out while he is here. According to Tazuna, he is expecting another shipment tonight. Since this place doesn't have any economy to speak of, he is constantly bringing in his own supplies to keep his men happy. The funny thing is that once a month, after stopping at the harbor like usual, the supply ship doesn't return home immediately but instead sets off again following one of the rivers towards the center of the island. Nobody knows where it's going or what it's delivering on these trips, but I bet it's related to the real reason he is here. So far it's our only lead. Let's go take a closer look at that ship. Later that night, the harbor, Naruto, Hinata and Sasuke had once again put on their completely black outfits. While they didn't like wearing them, unlike Lee who had started wearing it all the time since they infiltrated Orochimaru's base, they understood that for stealth missions they were better than their usual, rather colorful clothes. Being fully disguised and covered in a cloaking genjutsu thanks to Sasuke, they climbed on board the ship while Gato's men were busy emptying it of all the booze and food it carried, to keep up morale. They silently made their way to the captain's cabin and to their surprise found it completely abandoned. Thanking their luck that the captain became lax in his security, they started looking for any clues to Gato's whereabouts. Eventually it was Hinata that discovered the ship's logs and found that today was one of the times it would make a second trip land inwards. Unfortunately, it didn't specify where exactly it would go besides the vague site of operations. After a small debate, they decided that they should take their chances and stay on board the ship to get a direct lift towards their destination. They used one of the small messenger turtles Guy had summoned for them to use and gave it a scroll with a mission update. That way their teacher would be kept up to date on their progress. With that out of the way, they searched a quiet corner and waited for the crew to be done unloading their cargo and continue their journey. 5 hours later. Location unknown. After waiting a while, the ship had set sail again towards its destination. Team 7 was hidden on board behind a strong genjutsu that completely masked their presence. Eventually the ship arrived at its destination deep inside the island's waters. Unlike the small port that was located in the town itself, this place was quite big in comparison, and there were hundreds of people running around, all wearing the uniform of Gato Corp. They were very surprised to see such an operation inside what was supposed to be abandoned land. But at least now they could figure out what Gato had been up to all this time. Using some spare uniforms they found on the ship, they blended in with the workers, many of which were no older than them, and started unloading the ship. They noticed that besides food and other basic needs, the ship also carried several high-power industrial tools like drills, digging machines, and even cranes. After the job was done, they were forced to follow the masses back towards one of the main buildings, possibly a barrack by the looks of it, but they managed to jump inside a small alley without anyone noticing. Still under the cover of darkness, they made their way towards what they assumed to be the local headquarters based on the number of guards. They climbed the walls using the tree climbing technique and entered the building from a window on the 4th floor. The guards never noticed a thing. Once inside, they quickly found the main office, thanks to Hinata's Byakugan, where they assumed Gato spent most of his time if he came to oversee the operation he was working on. Naruto expertly picked the lock and they went inside to see what they would find. They found that Gato was surprisingly well organized for being the head of a multinational. From what they remembered, the Hokage's office was always one big mess with urgent messages piling up for days before the old man finally got around to looking at them. They knew Kakashi's office was even worse from the few times they were allowed inside. Given the urgency of his job, he handled the day-to-day messages well, especially urgent ones, but everything else was a disaster. His archive of mission reports, if you can call it that, was basically one big pile of scrolls that didn't show any sort of structure or consistency, and the floor looked like it wasn't properly cleaned in years. So they were quite surprised to find an office that was spotless, with all the files and transactions neatly organized in several binders according to chronology and theme. It also made their job of finding out what he was up to quite easy. Naruto opened a binder labeled Business Transactions and started reading everything Gato had done the last 5 years. He quickly confirmed that, officially speaking, Gato Corp was losing big time with everything they spent in Wave. Between buying out 16 shipping companies, 5 trade agencies, the rights to both ports, and a monopoly on 12 pre-existing trade routes, he lost 345 million Ryu in 5 years. He also spent an additional 50 million in hiring all kinds of missing nin to do his dirty business. Zabuza alone had cost him 20 million for the assassination. Furthermore, he had relocated hundreds of employees from all branches of his corporation to work full-time on this site, causing him to lose 2 big contracts in Water Country because he was short of staff. All in all, he had lost 500 million Ryu in all the time he spent here. His profits, on the other hand, were a joke. Without any meaningful form of trade he could tax, and with no natural resources or other goods to export, he had nothing. Even his illegal transactions like trafficking slaves, selling drugs, and organizing prostitution barely made 100 million in 5 years. In short, either he was the worst businessman in the world or they were still missing something important. This confirms my suspicion. Naruto said to his teammates, Gato isn't interested in milking this country dry. He is losing too much money here for that to make any sense. If it wasn't for his other contracts, he would have been bankrupt ages ago. He doesn't want to take over Wave. He wants it isolated and quarantined so he can complete this project away from prying eyes. Do we have any idea what they are doing here yet? Hinata asked, looking through a binder labeled Trade Agreements. I think I found it, Sasuke said, looking through a binder labeled Project Yuzu Kami. I don't believe this. What? What did you find? Naruto asked. According to this, we are at the site of the ruins of Uzushio, the old hidden whirlpool village. He is digging it open and looting it of every artifact he can find, Sasuke said before looking intently at Naruto. You Uzu? He asked incredulous. My mother's village. We're at my mother's village. Suddenly realization dawned on him. My mother's village. That scumbag is looting my mother's village, he yelled in frustration and anger. Naruto-kun, calm down, Hinata said to her distressed teammate. Calm down. Calm down. My mother's village is being desecrated and you want me to calm down? Naruto barked at her with his eyes taking on a red color and showing a distinct slit like a fox. Realizing he was losing his control to the Kyuubi, Hinata did the only thing she could think of. Slap. Naruto rubbed his cheek where Hinata had slapped him, hard. Are you calm now? Yes, yes I am, he said after regaining his composure and looking at her with his normal blue eyes. But I am still going to kill that son of a bitch and burn this whole place down. But how did he find the ruins in the first place? Didn't Kakashi say that after the war the village was completely destroyed? Hinata asked Sasuke. According to this, the village wasn't destroyed but merely buried underground as a last defense mechanism. Combined with countless seals to hide its presence, Konoha's rescue party assumed it was gone. However, 5 years ago Gato sent an expedition here to scout for potential natural resources, and with more dumb luck than anything they discovered this place. By then the seals that had hidden its presence were out of chakra and the village was once again visible. Ever since then he is literally digging it up. Since the land is the property of the Wave Daimyo and any discovery was rightfully his property, he decided to take over the country to avoid having everything confiscated. Sasuke kept reading the files, going through the inventory of discovered goods. So far he sold quite a lot of artifacts to collectors around the world. Even otherwise worthless stuff like rusted kunais and vases become quite valuable since they have an authentic Uzumaki symbol on it. He is selling this stuff for 10 to 20 times its normal value. This explains how this operation manages to stay profitable despite all its official losses. Naruto let out a small growl at hearing someone was getting rich from grave robbing his ancestors, but otherwise managed to stay calm. Hold on a minute, Sasuke suddenly said. According to this, he only sold the petty stuff so far. He is also holding on to several unique and valuable items for a big black market auction later. Holy Kami. What? The expected profits from all the items he found so far is worth billions. Apart from novelties like the cage hat or ceremonial robes and the like, he also found some really dangerous stuff. Just look at this list. High-quality weapons, unique jutsu scrolls, blueprints for advanced fuinjutsu. The list goes on. There is even a summoning contract belonging to the last Azukage. This stuff is amazing. Does it say where he is keeping all that stuff? Naruto asked. There is a large warehouse for the regular items that he ships out once per month. But the real expensive stuff is stored in a vault on his private yacht. He has a yacht? Hinata asked. Gato doesn't actually live in this country, and since he only personally shows up now and then, he didn't found it worth it to invest in a mansion for himself, and he also refuses to share living space with his hired thugs. So instead he spends the time he is here on board his private yacht, which he uses every time he comes over. There was a giant yacht in the harbor. I didn't pay much attention to it then, but you think that's where he is now? It should be. I doubt any of his men could afford such an expensive ship, and he never leaves it unattended. If it's anchored here, then that's where he will be staying tonight. Then it's time we pay him a visit. Naruto said, this bastard has terrorized this country long enough. Tonight he dies. Naruto. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. We can't just kill him and walk away. What about his companies, his trade routes, his men, this base? If Gato falls away without any proper chain of command in place, this will degenerate into a war zone where his lieutenants will fight for control. Then what are we supposed to do? Walk away and let my family's legacy fall in the wrong hands? Hinata didn't say that. Sasuke jumped in. She merely pointed out that we need to plan this carefully and not just jump in and kill him. Politics don't work as easy as that. We don't want to kill Gato just for someone else to take over. We need to shut this whole thing down by its roots. Remember what Kakashi taught us. We have to think things over logically and come up with a plan of action. Naruto calmed down, and together the three of them thought it over for a few minutes before coming up with a plan.
Now remember, Naruto, we need him alive if we want to pull this off.
Fine. Naruto grumbled, I won't kill him, but I can at least break his nose, right? Sasuke sighed but chose not to comment on his teammate's remark. He will pay for his crimes, but unless you want to throw this country into chaos and gang wars, we need to make sure that all of his operations, both legal and illegal, are taken over by the proper authorities, and for that he needs to be kept alive and properly tried in court. Simply killing him won't solve anything. Fine, fine. Now let's go already. And with that Team 7 made haste towards the only luxurious yacht in the harbor, hoping to put an end to Gato's crimes once and for all. I'm telling you. He's not here. Hinata once again confirmed after scanning the entire harbor with her Byakugan. After Team 7 discovered that Gato's actions in Wave were only a distraction for his real plans on digging up and looting the hidden Whirlpool village, they decided to put a stop to it and wanted to confront the corrupt businessman in his private yacht. The only problem was that he wasn't in his yacht when they entered it. After knocking out the guards he left behind, they searched every deck for a sign of life, but they soon discovered that Gato wasn't on board. When even Hinata's Byakugan couldn't find him anywhere in the entire artificial harbor, they had to rethink their strategy. Look, he has to be around here. His yacht is still here and he hasn't taken anything with him that indicates he is going away for an extended period of time. So obviously he plans on returning. Maybe he just went to inspect something in the barracks. Sasuke tried to come up with an explanation for Gato's absence. I already checked the entire harbor, Hinata said. He simply isn't here. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. Hinata responded, agitated. I checked every house in this place. There is nobody there anywhere, and She suddenly stopped mid-sentence and activated her bloodline again to look around her. Do you see anything? Naruto asked her. No, Hinata answered with a troubled look on her face. I don't. In fact, that's the problem. What do you mean? I don't see anybody, apart from a few guards here and there. This place is almost deserted. Deserted? But what about all those people we saw emptying the boat earlier? That's my point, they aren't here anymore. And neither are the smaller ships we saw earlier as well. I'm guessing Gato took his forces and moved them all out of here while we were going through his documents. But why? And where did he go with that small army of his? I don't know, but I guess we have to find that out and fast, because it can't be good. Team 7 decided that a direct approach was the way to go and cornered one of the few guards that were left behind. After Naruto used his chains to tie him up, Sasuke used a small genjutsu on him to make him reveal his secrets. To their horror, they learned that Zabuza recovered faster than Guy had anticipated, and he and his assistant were currently in combat with Team 11 and Guy at the bridge. Meanwhile, Gato had decided to cut back on some costs, and he had taken his men to ambush the survivors when they were weakened and out of chakra after the battle. Shit. Zabuza is fighting Guy-sensei right now and we are stuck here. Naruto panicked. Naruto, calm down. Guy-sensei is more than capable to defend himself, even against someone like Zabuza. And remember that he can always open the inner gates as a last resort. Hinata tried to reassure him. Still, we better get there as soon as possible. I don't want to just stay here when the rest of our team is fighting for their lives, Sasuke said. And how are we supposed to get there on time? We hardly know where we are. Simple, he said, we go the same way Gato went, by sea. We are going to water walk all the way around the island? That's even more crazy? Who said anything about walking? Sasuke smirked while looking behind him. The rest of Team 7 followed his gaze and smiled when they realized what he was aiming at. Oh yeah, I can't wait to see Guy's face when we dock in that thing. Naruto smiled while looking at Gato's luxurious yacht, just inviting them to use it. Meanwhile at the bridge. So, Konoha sent reinforcements, huh? Zabuza's gruff voice seemed to appear from within the thick and unnatural mist that clouded the bridge from view. Unfortunately for you, it looks like you are going to die here today. Although Guy never showed any outside signs of stress, he was starting to panic inside. Shit, he is early. I wasn't prepared to face him so soon. Without Hinata's Byakugan to spot him, this fight will be a whole lot harder. I guess I became a little too spoiled by her eyes and I forgot what it's like to fight blind. Discarding his anxiousness, he went into his pouch and pulled out his trusty nunchucks. While they didn't look as impressive as his opponent's giant cleaver, they actually had a core of chakra-conducting metal which he used to pump them full of earth chakra, making them nigh indestructible yet still lightweight enough for his speed-based taijutsu. His sharpened battle instincts were the only warning he got to roll to the left and dodge one of Zabuza's sword strikes. He quickly retaliated by kicking at Zabuza's legs and trying to sweep them from under him, but the missing nin jumped over his attack and tried to counter. Guy saw the attack and silently opened the first gate for a quick speed boost and got out of the way before closing it again. Throughout his extreme training regime, he had conditioned his body in such a way that opening and closing the first 3 gates for short bursts could be done with relative ease and without the permanent damage you normally risked, as long as he allowed enough time to recover in between each opening. He took a quick glance behind him and saw Jugo and Mangetsu take on the false hunter Nin that was now confirmed as Zabuza's apprentice. The battle seemed to be going quite evenly for now, so he focused back at his own opponent, who had once again disappeared into the thick mist. After having subdued and captured all the guards left behind, Team 7 used Gato's yacht to start their trip back towards the bridge, hoping to arrive there in time to help in the fight against Zabuza. Sasuke took the wheel and the ship started sailing along the river towards the sea. Meanwhile, Hinata and Naruto went to the upper deck towards Gato's private chambers where they had discovered his famous vault in their earlier search. "Think you can open it?" Naruto asked. "This won't be a problem," Hinata said while silently activating her Byakugan. She stepped towards the first of 4 dials and slowly started turning it around. By focusing her sight to the inside of the vault's mechanism, she carefully turned all 4 dials until the inner mechanism was aligned and the heavy door opened without trouble. Ta-da! One vault opened without a problem. As they both walked inside the large room, their mouths fell open in shock at all the riches and treasures they saw. It appears that Gato had accumulated a lot more wealth than they originally thought. The entire back of the vault was filled to the brim with gold, gems, jewelry and other valuable goods, all neatly catalogued and organized like the files in his office were. But their eyes quickly fell on the newest edition of the vault. Stuck in a corner were the relics from Uzu, easily recognizable by the spiral symbol that decorated most items. Naruto carefully approached the pile and let his hand glide over the items. "So these are the relics of Uzu. I won't let Gato have them, they belong to my family." Meanwhile, Hinata was looking through the rest of the vault. She picked up a beautifully decorated necklace which she couldn't resist trying on and showing off, much to Naruto's amusement at his teammates' girly behavior. Looking back at the pile in front of him that was dug up from the ruins of Uzu, he found a small wooden chest, no bigger than a small backpack, with a note attached. He looked at the note and saw a short message in Gato's handwriting that read, "Chest locked with something called blood seals, impossible to open even with force. The crest and the location where we found it indicate this belonged to the Azukaga himself. Maybe valuable to collectors?" Jackpot! Hinata's voice came from behind him as she held back a large binder filled with documents. "These are all of the ownership documents to Gato's businesses. With this document we can return the rights to every company he took over back to the people." "That's great," he said before looking back at the wooden chest in front of him. He noticed the Uzumaki spiral prominently displayed above the opening. Taking a closer look, he saw that the crest itself was actually a very detailed seal shaped in the form of the spiral that prevented anyone from opening or breaking the chest and accessing its contents. "A blood seal, huh? I wonder if..." Naruto focused on his combat gloves and they withdrew on his right thumb, leaving it bare. He made a small incision in his thumb and smeared some of his blood on the seal, and to his satisfaction the chest opened with a soft click that drew Hinata's attention. He then focused on his gloves again, and less than a second later his thumb was once again covered with the metal. "I love that I can change its shape so easily. It would be a bitch to remove them every time I needed to." "Did you find anything?" she asked while putting the document she was inspecting back in the binder and sealing it away. "I managed to open a sealed chest. Let's take a look at what's inside." Naruto answered as he opened the chest. Inside they saw all kinds of scrolls which were further sealed with the same blood seal as the chest itself. A quick glance revealed several jutsu scrolls, some for specific elements and others more general, several books on fuinjutsu that were a lot more advanced than anything Kakashi ever showed him, and at the bottom he found another scroll that he recognized as a summoning contract like the one Guy once showed them. "A summoning contract?" Hinata gasped in surprise. "That is a very valuable find. Does it say which animal it belongs to?" "It doesn't," Naruto cursed. "See? The part that mentioned the name is unreadable now." "Well, it was buried and unused for decades, so I guess some damage is to be expected," Hinata reasoned. "Are you going to sign it?" Naruto remained silent as he watched the summoning contract intently. "Am I going to sign it?" he wondered. He knew that Jiraiya promised to let him sign the Toad contract, and Guy offered all of his students the chance to sign the Turtle contract as well. Until now he hardly thought about it. He would have simply gone with the Toads since that is the one his father had used and that was the only reason he needed. But this contract was similar. True, his mother was too young to have actually signed it herself before Uzu fell, but it was still a contract that belonged to his mother's clan, and that meant that for the first time the Toads didn't automatically win this one just because his father signed it. He needed to really think it over this time. "I'm not sure," he finally answered. "I don't even know what animal it summons. It might be something stupid. At least with the Toads I am sure what I'm getting." "Why don't you see who the previous owners were? If one of them is famous we can look up what animal he summoned," Hinata offered. "Hey, that's not a bad idea." Naruto beamed at finding a loophole in knowing the unknown animal. "Let's see here." He opened the scroll and looked at the previous entries. He noticed 5 names, 4 of them being Uzumaki's, including Uzumaki Arashi, who was the founder of Uzu and the first Azukage. But eventually his eyes fell on the only non-Uzumaki on the list. Senju Tobarama. They both gasped at reading the name of the second Hokage. This contract was signed by the second Hokage. Hinata said in disbelief. But how did that happen? I thought it belonged exclusively to the Uzumaki clan? The Senju and the Uzumaki often intermarried. Naruto explained his family history, which he had studied intensively ever since he found out who his parents were. It's a little-known fact, but Tobarama and Hashirama weren't full brothers but half-brothers. After his first wife died, their father remarried to an Uzumaki, who then became Tobarama's mother. As such, Tobarama is actually half Uzumaki. I guess that was enough to let him sign the contract. I'm actually relieved to see his name there, Naruto admitted. Why is that? Hinata asked curiously. Well, I was secretly afraid that since I'm not a full-blood Uzumaki and I don't belong to Uzu, they might reject me. But if they accepted Tobarama, then obviously neither of those are absolute rules and I might have a chance. Anyway, do you happen to know what contract the second Hokage had? Then we can finally find out which animal it summons.
Naruto thought back to their history class and tried to remember anything he could about the second Hokage. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember anything about a summon contract. I don't know. He finally admitted, I didn't even know he had one till now.
Well, there goes that idea, Hinata said, disappointed. I really thought we were close to finding out. Then again, if both the first Azukage and the second Hokage used this contract, then it must be quite strong, right? I suppose so. But enough about that contract. What else is in there? Hinata asked curiously. Several training scrolls with various techniques, several designs for seals, and one weird scroll I can't make heads or tails of, Naruto answered. The Azukage's personal library of techniques. Hinata whistled through her teeth. Gato had no idea on what kind of treasure he was sitting. I second that, Naruto said while putting the chest away again to study later. Besides that, there are also these weapons he found. He pointed at the rest of the pile that included all kinds of weapons in surprisingly pristine shape. Did he really dig those up? Some of those look like they just came from the store, not found buried in rubble for 3 decades. I already checked some of them. They have self-repair seals on them, Naruto explained. Even with a limited amount of chakra stored inside, they can maintain their optimal state for years on end. It's not that hard. Oh, Hinata said, surprised at the versatility of seals. She looked through some of the weapons until her eyes fell on a weird-looking black bow that looked a lot more damaged than the other weapons. She casually picked it up to take a better look at it and was surprised when it suddenly started glowing. She felt some of her chakra being drained into the weapon as if it was being loaded. Then as sudden as it started, the feeling stopped and the bow now had a bright white color and looked and felt brand new. What did you do? Naruto asked after seeing the weapon change shape and color. I don't know, Hinata admitted. I just picked it up and next thing I know it drained my chakra and changed its shape and color. It appears the weapon adapted to you, Naruto said. Adapted? Hinata asked. What is that supposed to mean? It's similar to my combat gloves, Naruto explained while showing the gloves he now wore almost all the time. The weapon has bounded to your chakra and has changed his appearance and color to suit your style. I guess it must have been empty for all these years and you were the first one to touch it. Me? But what about Gato then? Surely he must have had his hands on it if it ended up on his boat? The first one with enough chakra to trigger the transformation, Naruto elaborated. Gato is still a civilian. Him touching a chakra-based weapon wouldn't do anything. Suddenly the room started shaking and they heard Sasuke's voice coming from below the deck. You better come over here. We are nearing the open sea. We will arrive at the bridge soon. Naruto quickly opened a storage scroll he was carrying and put all the relics from Uzu in it before hurrying to the bridge. Hinata followed him, the white bow equipped on her back. Meanwhile at the bridge, ice-style, demonic ice mirrors. The now unmasked Haku shouted while a dome of mirrors appeared around Jugo and Mangetsu. He then stepped into one of the mirrors and his image appeared in every one. This is my greatest technique, you will not survive this attack, he announced in a sad voice. Jugo was breathing hard and looked quite worn down. Both of his arms no longer looked anything human and appeared overly large and brown. He had several needles all over his body, but he bit through the pain and managed to keep moving. Next to him stood Mangetsu, who was hacking at the ice that had formed around his feet. Just my luck, he thought, turning into water makes me almost impossible to hit no matter what attack I face, and I end up fighting the one guy in the whole world that can turn me into ice. Just great, He grabbed his sword in a tighter grip and prepared for another wave of senbon needles and ice shards. They didn't hurt that much individually, but there were just so many of them. He knew they were slowly being pushed back, and he frantically looked for another way to fight his opponent. He tried throwing several explosive tags at the mirrors. He was still surprised at just how powerful these tags were that they sold in the Dragon's Fang. They far outclassed any of the other tags he ever used in his career. He smiled when the explosions managed to put large spiderweb cracks in the mirrors. However, his face quickly fell when the damage healed before his eyes and the mirrors looked as good as new. He prepared for another attack and inwardly cursed at Team 7's absence. Where the hell is Naruto when you need him? If I didn't know any better, I swear those guys were cruising around on a yacht or something. Sasuke was still behind the wheel when his teammates came back down from the vault. Found anything good? He asked. Oh yeah, Naruto confirmed while holding a storage scroll. Gato dug up a fortune in weapons and techniques. We even found a summoning contract belonging to the second Hokage. Sweet. Anything else? The rest of the vault is filled with gold, jewelry and the property rights to all of his businesses. I also found this bow. Hinata said while pointing at the weapon on her back. It's a special weapon that works on the user's chakra, she explained. Chakra-based weapons? Sasuke said, impressed. I'd like one of those as well. You can take your pick later, Naruto said. It looks like we reached the sea. The yacht had indeed finally reached the sea after having followed the river they came from. Looking at the compass next to the wheel, Sasuke saw they were about 10 kilometers east of the bridge. He turned the wheel and set course for their destination. At our current speed we'll be there in 10 minutes, he said. Meanwhile, Naruto had unpacked the summoning contract again and looked at it in deep concentration. What should I do? He wondered. Tazuna's house. Thank you for saving our lives, Tsunami said in tears to Anko, who had just saved them from two of Gato's men that tried to kidnap her and her son to use them as hostages. Luckily for them, Anko was still in their house resting from her wounded shoulder. When she had heard the commotion, she quickly got up and summoned several snakes to constrict and subdue the two thugs. Though she wasn't completely recovered, she was still capable of handling some low-life thugs without straining her injury. After reassuring her clients, Anko headed for the bridge to help out her team. Damn it guys, you better be safe, she thought while hurrying. Though she would never admit it, she had gotten quite attached to her little team and couldn't stand the thought of them dying while she wasn't even there. Just hold on, I'll be right there, she shouted while running at the site of the battle, the pain in her shoulder all but forgotten. See anything yet? Sasuke asked Hinata, who had her Byakugan activated and was looking through the thick mist to navigate them towards their goal. Nothing so far, she answered while focusing back on her self-appointed job. Meanwhile, Naruto had come to a decision regarding the summoning contract. I'll sign it, he announced. Are you sure about that? Sasuke asked. Once you sign it, you can no longer get the Toad contract as well. Didn't you always want that one? Yes, but that was before I knew the Uzumakis had a contract as well. Now that I know it exists, not signing it seems like betraying my family. The Toad contract belonged to your father as well, Sasuke pointed out. Yeah, but the Namakazes aren't a clan. My dad just signed it because Jiraiya did. There is no real history attached to it. But you don't even know which animal it summons. What if it's something really lame? It belonged to both Arashi Uzumaki and Tobirama Senju, Naruto said. If it's good enough for 2 cages, then I doubt it'll be bad. Fair enough, Sasuke said, getting curious himself. You know the drill? Gai-sensei explained it, so it'll be fine, Naruto answered before pulling out the summoning contract and writing his name in blood next to the entry for Akira Uzumaki, the last one to have signed it. He took a deep breath and did the hand signs for the summoning just you before slamming his right hand down with as much chakra as he could gather, summoning jutsu. From his hand, the seals that indicated the jutsu worked appeared in a spiraling pattern, and a large column of smoke clouded the arrival of the summoning animal. What the? Who summoned me? The mighty voice belonging to the summoned creature demanded while looking at the 3 members of Team 7. Is that? Hinata asked. No way, Sasuke said in disbelief. Oh yeah, Naruto exclaimed. I knew this contract would be awesome. Meanwhile at the bridge, Mangetsu, Jugo shouted as he helplessly watched his friend collapse to the ground with several places of his body frozen solid. Jugo, I'm sorry I couldn't help you after all. Take care, my friend, he said before his eyes closed and he fell into darkness. Haku watched the scene without any emotion on his face, though inwardly he was in deep turmoil. Why'd I have to fight them? They're just like me. But he soon reverted back to his personal mantra. No, if Master Zabuza says it needed to be done, Then so be it. I must close my heart and be the tool Master Zabuza needs. It's time to finish this, he whispered to the still shell-shocked Jugo. Just as he was about to launch a Senbon needle at his heart, he heard his target scream an inhuman wail at the skies and watched in horror as black plague-like spots sprouted forth from everywhere on his body until he was completely covered in a suit of living armor. The last thing he saw was his eyes becoming completely yellow before his opponent unleashed a massive torrent of chakra. He reflexively shielded his eyes from the onslaught and missed the massive punch that broke through his mirror like a sledgehammer. He flew several meters back and lost his control over the demonic ice mirrors. As his dome collapsed, he just barely saw Jugo propel himself towards him with jet-like protrusions on his back. His gentle and calm eyes now showed signs of pure insanity as he received a second hit in his stomach that launched him against one of the pillars of the bridge. He felt some of his ribs break from the hit and lost consciousness from the pain. Jugo prepared to jump after the downed ninja to finish the fight when he suddenly found himself constricted by several large snakes that stopped him from moving. He looked behind him and saw his sensei Enko kneeling next to Mangetsu's body, carefully using a healing jutsu on him. "Enko-sensei," Jugo asked, "why did you stop me?" "He killed Mangetsu, let me avenge him." He tried to wrestle free from the snakes, but they only bound him harder instead to stop him from struggling. "Calm down, Jugo," Enko scolded him, "your opponent is already down. There is no need to keep fighting." "But he killed Mangetsu. I can't let him live," Jugo cried in tears, though he had stopped struggling against the snakes. "Mangetsu is still alive." Enko interrupted her student. "He took quite a beating, but he will recover just fine." As if to prove her point, Mangetsu started coming to his senses and let out a groan as his body was still in pain from the damage he took. Jugo's eyes were wide upon seeing his friend still alive and hurried over to his side. Meanwhile, Enko went to the downed ice user and used some ninja wire to bound him. "No need to take risks. The last thing we want is that he awakes as well and takes us by surprise." She then looked at the bridge itself and frowned when she still heard the typical sounds of combat. "It looks like Guy is still busy," she thought. "Damn it, if only my shoulder was healed yet. I can't risk running into such a fight in my state. I'll only hinder Guy like that." Back with Team 7, Naruto was happily talking to his summoned animal. Guy had taught them that besides signing the contract, you had to undergo some sort of test as well before you were allowed to be a summoner of the clan. However, Naruto lucked out since the alpha summon of the owls had decided that him being one of the last remaining Uzumaki and his intention to honor and revive the lost clan was enough for him to be allowed as a summoner. In essence, he had been given the contract for free. Owls, huh? I wonder how he feels about them. They're not exactly as strong as the toads. Sasuke asked Hinata as they both watched Naruto fly before the ship on an owl the size of a large horse. There's more than just strength. They aren't as big or as strong as, say, the toads. But they belong to his clan. That alone must mean more to him than raw power. Hinata answered with a giggle as she watched Naruto and the owl make pirouettes in the sky. They also know how to fly and they don't look as gross as toads do. Owls are majestic creatures. The flying is cool, I'll give you that. Are you jealous? Hinata asked with a smirk. Sasuke ignored her teasing and instead changed the subject. We should be quite close now. Can you see Gado's ship yet? Hinata activated her bloodline and looked straight ahead. I can see the outlines of the bridge ahead of us, but my vision is being blocked. Probably the hidden mist jutsu. Damn it, that means Zabuza's already there. You really can't see through the mist? That's the first time you have problems seeing through a technique? It's not natural mist, it's laced with chakra. If we get closer I should be able to focus and see through it, but at this distance I just see one big cloud of chakra that blocks everything in it. And Gado's boat? Is he there as well? Hinata focused her eyesight and scanned the area until she spotted the boat approaching the bridge on the far side. I got him. He is aboard a ship 750 meters ahead of us. There are about 60 other men with him, all armed with various tools and crude weapons. Sasuke nodded and steered the yacht to go right ahead towards the smaller boat. We'll catch them soon. Inform Naruto. He can fly ahead and attack them from the sky. Moments later Naruto was informed and he and his avian partner picked up speed and went towards their target for a surprise attack. Hinata meanwhile had picked up her bow and tried to see if she could hit someone at this distance. She pulled back the string and felt her chakra being drained into the weapon. Using her Byakugan to zoom in on one man at the back of the ship, she let go of the string and the bow fired several arrows made of her own chakra straight at Gado's men. She watched in surprise as not one but 6 men fell down simultaneously from her shot. What the hell? She thought. Did you just fire 10 arrows at once? Sasuke asked in disbelief. I guess so. I only meant to fire one though. The other 9 were a surprise. Chakra weapons aren't like normal weapons after all. I guess you need to practice some more with that bow before you can safely use it. It wouldn't do if you can't control where all the arrows land now, would it? Why not? I killed 6 of them instead of 1, so that's good, isn't it? She reasoned. In this fight it doesn't really matter, I guess, but what if we were dealing with a hostage situation and you just killed 5 innocent men alongside the enemy? Killing people you didn't mean to is very dangerous in our line of work, Sasuke insisted firmly. Hinata looked a bit shocked at hearing she could have just killed innocent men because of her lack of control and vowed to not use the weapon until she was able to safely pick of only the targets she wanted to hit. She tried again, and this time she carefully focused on just one guard at the back. 3 arrows flew from the bow and killed 2 men, while a third one was only wounded and gave a loud cry of pain, alerting everyone. She watched how panic and chaos spread through the boat at watching someone fell down with a large wound in his knee, but no sign at how it got there. The beautiful thing about the chakra arrows is that after they hit something they lose their cohesion and dissipated without a trace, the perfect murder weapon indeed. Meanwhile, Naruto and his owl summon Minerva reached the boat and dove down from the sky. Using her large talons, Minerva picked one of the men up and tore him in half before letting him drop dead in the ocean. On the second run, Naruto used a wind jutsu to hit 3 more men and blowing them overboard. In between each of his runs, Hinata kept firing arrows at the group and their numbers quickly fell to the dual onslaught. By the time the yacht caught up with the smaller ship, only Gato himself and 10 men were remaining. Sasuke was tired of not being part of the action and jumped on board the vessel, where he quickly dispatched the remaining men until only Gato was left behind as a shivering mess begging for his life. Since they agreed to let him face proper justice, Sasuke simply appeared behind him and used a quick chop at the base of his neck to make him lose consciousness. He then used ninja wire to bound the small man and lifted him over his shoulders as he started walking towards the bridge. Back on the bridge, the battle between Guy and Zabuza was nearing its climax. Both fighters were tired and on their last breath. They each had enough energy for one last attack. Here goes nothing, Guy thought as he prepared to open the 6th inner gate for his finisher move, the Morning Peacock. Meanwhile, Zabuza gathered all his remaining chakra and quickly went through several hand seals for his strongest water attack, the Water Style, Dance of the Infinite Water Snakes. Just as both men were ready to end it, a giant gust of wind hit the bridge and all the remaining mist was suddenly blown away at once. Looking at the end of the bridge, they saw Sasuke and Hinata next to a bound and unconscious Gato, while Naruto was hovering above them on a giant owl. "Give it up, Zabuza," Sasuke said while holding a kunai next to Gato's throat. "With your employer gone, you have no more reason to continue fighting us. However, if you cooperate, we will hand over the money you were promised by this guy here as a sign of goodwill." Zabuza realized that the only way he could get his cash was to take their offer, so he slowly lowered his hands and sheathed his sword again. "Very well. But you better not cheat me out of my cash, you hear?" Guy was glad his students had appeared and stopped the battle, and even more proud that they had managed to capture Gato as well. So he gave them a thumbs up and loudly congratulated their youthful spirit. "Well done, guys. I am glad that the fires of youth burn brightly within you. As a reward, I shall do my best to make the next training session extra hard so you can reap the best possible benefits for the future." The 3 members of Team 7 let out a loud groan at the idea of even harder training sessions, as if his regular schedule wasn't already ridiculous by itself, they thought. Meanwhile, Minerva the Owl Summon had landed on the bridge and turned to her summoner. "Since the battle is over, I shall take my leave now. Till we meet again, Master Naruto," and disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Well, now that it is all over, let us go back to the town and rest," Anko proposed after she showed up and handed Haku over to Zabuza. "Don't worry, he's only a bit beat up, but he'll be fine." "Very well," Zabuza said, "but you better not forget our agreement. I expect to be paid." 3 hours later, in Tezuna's house, and then Minerva used a wind technique to scatter the mist and, well, you know the rest. Naruto finished telling everyone what they had done these last days. Guy and Anko were gaping with their mouths open, and for once neither knew what to say at the unbelievable story. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Mangetsu were catching up after he finally recognized him as one of the junior swordsmen in training. Jugo and Haku also started talking after the former had apologized for almost killing the ice wielder. Gato was officially arrested by the people of Wave and kept locked up in a cage in the town square until he could be given a trial. His fortune was divided in 4 parts. Zabuza got the 20 million ryu he was promised by Gato plus an additional 5 million to keep him cooperative. All the shipping companies and other business from Wave were returned to the people with their profits going to the public good.
The items that were identified as property of the Uzumaki clan went to Naruto since he was the only known heir, and the other items in the vault that fit neither previous category were considered spoils of war, and went to Konoha, with all teams involved getting an additional 10% finder's fee.
With the bridge completed and with the shipping embargo lifted, waves started recovering fast as trade picked up again. The following day the Konoha ninjas were about to depart when Zabuza and Haku suddenly appeared to stop them. "Hold on. I've got some things to discuss with you guys before I go my way," Zabuza said to Guy. "What do you want, Zabuza-sama? Are you ready to accept my challenge of who can do the most push-ups?" Guy asked with eagerness in his voice. "Maybe later," Zabuza said. "I came here to discuss some serious stuff." Guy understood that Zabuza was serious and decided to listen to his request with a sudden professionalism he never showed before. "I am listening, Zabuza-san." Everyone's sweat dropped at the sudden change in attitude while Team 7 face-palmed in embarrassment. Is this guy bipolar? Zabuza thought before clearing his throat. Anyway, the first thing I want to discuss is the release of two of my subordinates named Maizu and Gozu. I understand that Konoha has them in custody and I would like to see them released. I am willing to pay their bounty as collateral for your losses. Guy and Anko looked at each other and nodded. That can be arranged. I'll talk to the Hokage when we get back. Thank you. The second thing I wanted to ask you is a personal favor for me. I want you to take care of Haku. Aloud, "What?" filled the area as every Konoha nin fell backwards from hearing Zabuza's request. "What do you mean, take care of Haku?" they asked. 3 weeks ago, before I came here, I received a message from the Land of Water. Zabuza explained, there is another rebellion growing around a leader named Meitarumi. They asked me to join their cause and attempt another strike at the Mizukage. This won't be just a skirmish but an all-out war, and I don't believe Haku is ready for that. To make it worse, since he is the wielder of a bloodline, he will be targeted by Yagura's forces, and as he is now, he cannot defend himself under these conditions. We discussed this last night and I believe he will be safer with Konoha. He then turned to Mangetsu specifically and said, "You better take good care of him, you hear me? I only trust you with that task." Mangetsu nodded and saluted Zabuza with a, "Yes sir." Zabuza smiled with his eyes, something that vaguely reminded everyone of a certain cyclopean ninja back home. "Good. As a token of appreciation I have a gift for you," he said while throwing him a scroll. Everyone wondered what was in it while Haku gasped in recognition. Zabuza-sama must really respect this boy if he is willing to part with that. Mangetsu unsealed the contents of the scroll and gasped at seeing two chicken sabers pop out. They looked to be ordinary weapons without any fancy design on them, but he immediately recognized them for what they really are. "Kiba, the Thunderswords," he whispered in disbelief. Zabuza nodded. "After Raiga died in the battle I took his weapons with me for safekeeping. I believe you are worthy of wielding them. Congratulations Mangetsu, you are a true member of the Seven Swordsmen now. You better live up to the name though, you have quite a reputation to defend." With that Zabuza said his goodbyes and soon the Konoha ninjas, including their newest member Haku, went back to Konoha. They had quite the tale to tell. Omake. Meanwhile back in Konoha, Kakashi was holding a meeting with his lieutenants from ANBU. As you all know, the Chunin exams are approaching soon and this year Konoha is chosen to be the host. So what tests shall we give the genin that want to try out? I was thinking of a standard 10 questions, with a moral dilemma at the end, Ibiki answered. Again? You already did that twice. Kakashi said, try to think of something original will you? And the second test, Genma, what do you have? The Jonin looked desperate as he tried to bluff his way out by spouting the first thing that came to his mind, Forest of Death. Finding 2 scrolls. Yano, try again. Kakashi said with a deadpan voice. Listen people, we need to make a good impression here. So I demand 2 original tests against next week. With that everyone left while Ibiki cursed at being ordered to make up a new test. And what's wrong with the standard 10 questions? It's not like any of them have ever seen it before. Hokage Tower. 2 weeks before the Chunin exams, the Hokage was looking at all of the Jonin that were currently teaching a genin team. He had gathered everyone in his office to officially inform them of the upcoming Chunin exams. Of course everyone already knew that the exams were coming months ago, and all of them probably already knew whether they would enroll their students or not. But the last meeting to make it official was a tradition nonetheless, and thus he began the speech he prepared earlier. As you all know, the Chunin exams are coming up soon. He began, and since they are being held in Konoha this year, it is crucial that we put up a good show. Therefore I expect each and every team to take this seriously. The older genins already filled in the paperwork themselves, but for the first-timers it is tradition that their Jonin sensei decides if they are ready or not. So let us begin, shall we? Hayate Gecko was the first one to step forward and bowed for the Hokage. I, Hayate Gecko, sensei of Team 9, hereby officially promote my team for a chance in the Chunin exams. Everyone politely applauded, though none were too surprised. Next up was Maeda Guy. I, Maeda Guy, sensei of Team 7, hereby officially promote my team for the Chunin exams. Once again everyone applauded out of tradition.
There was some surprise though when Asuma Sarutobi stepped up next. I, Asuma Sarutobi, sensei of Team 10, hereby promote them for the exams. This time the room fell silent and everyone looked confused at each other. They hadn't expected one of the rookie teams to join in after all. Before they had a chance to react, however, Asuma was joined by Kurenai Yuhi, who also promoted Team 8.
This time Guy felt like he had to speak up. Are you too sure about this? The Chunin exams aren't a joke, you know. I felt it better to let my students wait a full year before I let them join the exams.
Our students are the same age. Asuma simply shrugged. Ever since Team 7's early successes they have been extremely motivated to prove themselves. They are far better than most would expect of a rookie team.
Kurenai nodded and added her own opinion. It seems that after Team 7 graduated a year earlier, the rest of their class decided that they didn't want to fall even further behind. They have upped their personal training when they were still in the academy. My team was already far above what you usually expect from fresh genin by the time they graduated. I only needed to work on their teamwork since that was the only thing they were still lacking. Iruka tried protesting, but the Hokage cut him off. Very well then. I accept your nominations and I look forward to see how they do in the exams. With every team handled, the Jonin were about to leave when the Hokage stopped them with another announcement. We have one last nomination this year, he said to the gathered ninjas. Really? Asked one Jonin. But every team is already nominated, is it not? Even the rookies have joined in? I also received a nomination from Enko Mitarashi for Team 11, the Hokage said. A lot of the Jonin frowned at hearing from the infamous Team 11, as Enko called her two students. Excuse me, Lord Hokage, the same Jonin said, but I seem to be under the impression that Team 11 isn't an official team. Besides, they only have 2 members and the rules clearly state you need to enlist in a group of 3.
Normally you would be correct, the Hokage stated, but recently a new bloodline user has asked for amnesty and Konoha and Enko has been named as his teacher, therefore she now has 3 pupils. Furthermore, as of this morning I have officially promoted Enko to full Jonin and granted her and her students the status of full team. Team 11 is hereby officially added to our roster and nominated for the Chunin exams.
This raised a lot of questions from everyone in the room. Well, except for Guy, as he already knew who this new bloodline user was. After the Hokage had dismissed all the Jonin from his office, he turned his attention towards Kakashi. And how is the exam itself going along? He asked. Ibiki and Genma just finalized their tests, sir, and I must say they really outdid themselves. These exams will be very memorable indeed. The Hokage looked at the file his ANBU commander handed him and raised his eyebrows in surprise. They really had fun with this one, did they? He said while smiling. I'm very curious how the teams will handle these tests. They're quite original after all.
It all depends on how good each team is prepared, sir, Kakashi said before leaving to make some arrangements for the exam. With Team 8, Fang over Fang, Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru finished their combo and destroyed the wooden log they had been practicing on.
Good work, Kiba. You too, Akamaru, cheered Sakura. We will show those other teams that Team 8 is just as good as any of them. I do believe we are ready for these tests, said Shino. Why? Because we have trained hard as a team and have grown a lot these last months. Very well said, Shino, said Kurenai as she seemed to appear out of thin air. You have all grown a lot. Especially you, Sakura. You can be proud of the progress you made. Sakura had indeed made some major improvements since her days at the academy. When she started, she had some very bad traces of fangirlism on her, but Kurenai very quickly showed her what a true kunoichi is supposed to act and look like. Since she stopped dieting and actually worked out alongside her teammates, she made some major physical improvements. Kurenai also sharpened her hidden talents for genjutsu, and she was now a serious kunoichi and a force to be reckoned with. Kiba, despite great scores in taijutsu, had graduated at the bottom of the class, though more because he goofed off than because of any real lack of talent. Nonetheless, his mother Sume had since then personally overseen extra training for her youngest son. As a result, he and his partner Akamaru were in great shape and their combos were quickly becoming quite dangerous. His ninjutsu and genjutsu was still a soft spot though, but Kurenai at least managed to make him recognize and dispel easy ones so he could defend himself.
Shino was the strongest and most versatile member of the team. The Abarame's insect techniques were the most well-balanced style out of all the clans in Konoha, and he was extremely adept at them.
Together they became a well-oiled machine where each covered the other's weaknesses, and though they specialized in scouting, they were equally capable of handling themselves in combat. "Watch out, world!" Kiba yelled with his fist in the air. Team 8 is coming to the exams. Team 9. Meanwhile, the 3 members of Team 9 were holding their own final preparations for the exam. Neji was still trying to work on the Kaden, a move he hoped he would be able to finish for the final. Meanwhile, Tenten and Lee finalized one of the combos they created while working together. Tenten's long-distance weaponry and Lee's skill with a sword were a perfect match for each other, and the two of them often fought alongside each other. Lee went in close and kept the enemy busy with his sword, while Tenten used her own weapons to keep him covered and to guide the enemy into Lee's path of destruction. Through their training they became quite close to one another, and 3 weeks ago they had also started dating. Hayate thought they were a good match for each other and was reminded of the early days between him and Yugo. Neji, on the other hand, hadn't noticed it yet. In fact, Neji barely talked to either member of his team if it wasn't for missions or training sessions, and even then he preferred to do things alone rather than working together. The most insulting part was that it looked like he really didn't need any help, as his mission records said he was still the best performing member of the team. Though he had recently started respecting their skills and no longer thought of his teammates as useless dead weight, like he did in the beginning, and sometimes even asked for help with certain training exercises, something that greatly surprised his teammates the first time he did it. In the end, though, all 3 of them were very skilled ninjas, and each of them was looking forward to testing their skills in the exam. Neji was hoping for a chance to fight his cousin Hinata in an all-out battle, while Lee and Tenten hoped to fight some of the other swordsmen that would be entering the exams.
Team 10. The new generation of the Inoshika Cho team was currently training their teamwork by going over one of the combo attacks their fathers made famous years earlier. When they first got together, they still had some problems to coordinate their attacks, and more often than not they hit each other instead of the target. Incidents like Shikamaru's shadow manipulation attack stopping Choji dead in his tracks, or Ino's mind control missing and hitting her teammates, were common occurrences. Luckily, once they managed to become accustomed to each other's fighting style, their team took off like a rocket. One of the major advantages they had was that they had an entire library of moves already made before they even began their Genin test. Most teams need several months before they can come up with some level of teamwork that actually takes advantage of 3 different fighting styles. But the Inoshika Cho combination was already put to the test for several generations, and as such they already knew exactly what worked and what didn't. It also helped that the 3 of them were childhood friends that trusted the other completely. However, the downside of this setup was that their individual skills weren't that good. Choji was the only one who was somewhat decently trained in one-on-one combat. Shikamaru's only chance was to hope he could outmaneuver an opponent using his tactical skills, and Ino did not really have any offensive skills at all besides the basics. And even then she was still stuck in her fangirl days from the academy. Without a strong example like Sakura had, she was never motivated to take her training seriously. Her teammates' lazy attitudes didn't help either. To be honest, Asuma didn't really think they could pass. He only hoped seeing other teams at the exam would wake them up and make them realize they needed to train harder. Team 11. Congratulations, guys. Anko said to her newly formed team. We are now an official team and we have been allowed into the Chunin exams. Mangetsu, Jugo and Haku smiled at finally being given the chance they were fighting so long for. While it's true that, not trying to kill them, made Konoha already the best village they had been in so far, they were still treated as outsiders by the general forces. Having Anko as their sensei didn't really help either, though they would refuse to trade her for anyone, and thus they became the butt of many crude jokes wherever they went. But now they had finally been granted the status of full team and been given a chance to represent their new village in the exams. Though their individual skills were probably amongst the best of all the contestants, with them being 3 years older than the other rookies on average, they only worked as a team for a few weeks. As a result, their teamwork was shady at best. The fact that they had tried and almost succeeded in killing each other not 1 month earlier didn't really help either. Still, in the end, Anko had forced teamwork by focusing them on a common enemy. In this case, a 20-foot-tall poisonous snake that tried to kill them. After dodging the snake's fangs and trying to pierce its impossibly thick scales, they finally started working together out of necessity and managed to survive the training in one piece. They even managed to damage the snake some with a coordinated attack, at least enough to distract it and run away in hiding. And thus the new Team 11 became motivated by a shared goal to take these exams on, even if their teamwork wasn't optimal yet. Meanwhile, in Suna,
Now remember the plan, the Kazekage said. It is crucial that the three of you reach the final round. Do not disappoint me. No, father. Konkuro and Tamari answered in unison while their youngest brother Gaara merely snorted. Nobody will hurt me. I will validate my existence. Tamari and Konkuro looked at their little brother with a mixture of fear and compassion.
When he was born, Gaara had the one-tailed beast Shukaku of the sand sealed inside him. Their father had hoped he would be able to control it and become a mighty weapon for the good of their village. Unfortunately, the seal used for the procedure was too weak and the demon was able to influence their brother and turn him into a bloodthirsty maniac. The hateful glares of the villagers and the assassination attempts at his life didn't exactly help his mental development either.
After the meeting with their father, the fourth Kazekage, both siblings went back to their room to prepare for their trip to Konoha. Tamari was a wind type and she favored using a giant fan in combat. She has always been a bit of a tomboy and had taken her career as a kunoichi seriously since the beginning. The one thing she hates most are little girls who disgrace the kunoichi name by acting unprofessionally and being fangirls. She had mixed feelings about the mission she was assigned. She had a very developed sense of honor and betraying an ally was not something she looked forward to. But she understood why it needed to be done and would not hesitate when the signal came.
Konkuro meanwhile was checking his puppet one last time and restocked the supply of Senbon needles it could fire from his hidden compartments. Puppeteering was a rather obscure branch of Suna's battle forces and one he did not choose for himself. His father had decided that the puppeteer corps needed a boost after Sasori's betrayal years earlier left the corps in a bad situation, therefore he was given the honor to be trained as a puppeteer. Though he had to admit that he liked it a lot once he got more acquainted with the art. Normal ninja had limited potential they could hope for, but skilled puppeteers were limited only by their imagination. And a true master could wield up to 100 puppets at once. He often imagined himself as a general controlling an army of deadly puppets that rained destruction on his enemies while he himself stayed out of harm's way. Gaara on the other hand had no such thoughts or ambitions. He was currently talking to Mother, and the only reason he even bothered to walk in line was the promise that he could kill as many people as he wanted when the invasion began. The promise of blood was also the only thing keeping the Aikibi calm for the moment. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, Dosu looked at his two new teammates Zaku and Kin and judged them. Zaku had some sort of wind tubes implanted in his arms, turning him into a human cannon, something he could easily work with, while Kin was the most promising kunoichi in Ado thanks to her skills in genjutsu. His new team was assigned just yesterday and today was the first time he ever saw his teammates. He looked back at his life and thanked Kami for ever encountering Orochimaru. His early life wasn't great. The bandages on his face weren't for decoration after all but to hide his horribly disfigured face after barely surviving the fire that killed his entire family. Once he became an orphan overnight at the age of 5, he was thrown on the streets. His disfigurements were unnerving. Everyone he met in the town's orphanage said he would never get adopted with a face like that. Living on the street drove him to desperation and he soon turned to crime to survive. One day he picked the pocket of a visitor in the town he was currently working in when he got caught. Rather than beating him like others did when they caught him, this man started talking to him and asked questions about his past. He didn't know why he did it, probably because he was the first one who cared, but he told that man everything about his life. When he introduced himself as Orochimaru of the Sannin and asked him to join him, he couldn't believe what happened, but he hadn't hesitated and went along with him. He never regretted the decision in his life. He used to be weak and disfigured, now he was powerful and the bandages made him look mysterious instead of crippled. He used to be alone and hungry, now he was part of an entire village and he got free housing and food. He used to just dwell around trying not to get killed, now he had a purpose in his life. Deep down he knew that Orochimaru only accepted him because he was useful and he had no doubt that he didn't truly care about him, but compared to his old life he was treated like a king and he would do everything to convince his master that he made the right choice by trusting him. He would fulfill his orders, no matter what he had to do. With his new teammates they would take the Chunin exam by storm and fulfill his master's wishes. The village of Grass, Kusa. A young red-headed girl with glasses was looking nervously at her two new teammates. Due to her training as a medic nin, she was selected as the third member for this year's Chunin contestants. When their third teammate had received an injury and couldn't compete in the exam, the village elders had asked, well more like ordered, her to take his place. Her two teammates were the sons of a rich merchant and a nobleman. And while their actual skills were mediocre at best, they were nonetheless selected to represent Kusa in the exams. She was merely the third member on the team and it was made abundantly clear that she was not allowed to fail her two noble teammates, or else she would no longer be welcome in the village.
Karen gulped and tried to force a smile as she and her new team were leaving towards Konoha. She hoped that everything would be going smoothly because neither of them were really all that good in combat. Not that her arrogant teammates would ever realize that they actually believed all the praise they received was genuine instead of the village sucking up to their parents.
The village hidden in the waterfall, Taki. The village elders were looking at the 3 teams that would represent Taki in the upcoming Chunin exams.
They did not have much hope in the first 2 teams. Truth be told, they were only accepted to ease their parents' complaints and they expected them to fail in the first test. Luckily Konoha had a habit of making the first test strictly non-lethal, which was the only reason they allowed those teams to try out. Maybe they would get a wake-up call and use the humiliation as a motivator to train harder. Ignoring them, the elders turned towards the third and most notorious team.
Unlike the other 2, this team was specifically created for one reason only, to win the exams and make Taki look good, thus attracting more customers. Already this team was very controversial and they weren't sure if showing the dark side of the village to the rest of the alliance was worth the extra income their victory would surely bring. But those thoughts were quickly silenced since they realized their poor economy didn't leave them a choice.
When they announced the creation of this team, there was a massive uproar in the entire village. The members weren't some of the most talked about genin they had for a reason. First of was Hiro Kui, nicknamed Pretty Boy by his teammates. Hiro was a prodigy in the ninja arts and a very talented genin. Under regular circumstances, a ninja like Hiro would be considered the leader of his team and the one his teammates looked up to. In this team, however, he was chosen as the only one who could potentially not hold the other 2 back. The second member was a green-haired girl with orange eyes. Her name was Fu, nicknamed Beetle Lady. Fu was the Jinchuriki of the 7-tailed beetle and as such did not have a pleasant childhood. Though the villagers despised her and tried to make her life miserable, the elders at least made sure she was kept safe and received proper training. They still remembered the last time a Jinchuriki lost control 15 years ago and ended up releasing the tailed beast, almost destroying Taki completely. While they still considered Jinchurikis to be weapons for the good of the village, they had at least understood that a Jinchuriki should also actually be treated as if it was a dangerous and unstable weapon. This includes not attacking it or making it feel emotionally threatened. However, in their eagerness to protect them from a demon, they had created a monster.
This monster was the 3rd member of the team, Krios, nicknamed Scarface.
Krios was born just after Fu was, and when she was picked to be the next host of the 7-tailed beetle, the elders decided to make a second weapon that day in the hope he could be able to handle Fu should she ever lose control. As such, the elders broke the worst village law there was and performed the Earth Grudge ritual on Krios. The Earth Grudge was Taki's darkest secret and one of the most repulsive forbidden techniques in the elemental nations. 60 years earlier, the secret was outlawed and sealed away in the deepest, darkest corner in all of Taki. 60 years earlier, Kakuzu, the strongest ninja that ever came from Taki, defected and in his escape gave the Earth Grudge his gruesome reputation. The elders should have listened to the warnings, but the fear of the 7-tailed beetle overrode their judgment, and that day they created the only person in the village more hated than Fu. The only plus side was that their bet paid off since Krios and Fu became good friends with each other. Well, more like each was the only friend the other had, and Krios was able to calm Fu down and subdue the beetle's chakra if she went too far in trying to access its power. Now Fu, Krios and their reluctant third teammate Hiro were on their way to the exams with the single mission of making Taki look strong and powerful in front of the gathered lords and daimyos that visited these events to see which village would receive their money the next few months. Team 7, Konoha. These last weeks were a blur for the 3 members of Team 7. Guy kept his promise of even harder training, and thus the 3 of them hadn't had a moment of free time in between training, doing missions, training, eating, training, sleeping, training, resting from all the training they did and more training. But as a result, their skills increased tremendously. Naruto finally managed to channel a basic wind sword in his combat gloves and made some leeway in the more combat-oriented seals he found in the scrolls from Uzu. Hinata managed to control her bow and could now fire exactly as many arrows as she meant at the correct target. Sasuke was given his own pick at one of the chakra weapons from Uzu and picked up a bow staff that upon contact with his chakra became pitch black. He had since took some basic lessons from a few ANBU that knew the weapon, but he wasn't exactly an expert yet. In the end, he kept favoring his fire and electric ninjutsus. After another gruesome training session, Guy had finally told them that he enlisted them to the Chunin exams. The 3 of them were determined that they would pass and become Chunin so they could finally get rid of D-rank missions and move on with their ninja careers. 2 weeks later, day of the exam, Team 7 was on their way to the location of the first test that surprisingly enough took place in an abandoned warehouse 25 miles out of Konoha.
Guy was surprised that the test took place outside the city walls since they usually just use the academy building for the first test. Seeing Kakashi looking quite pleased with himself and giggling every time he saw a genin train for said exams didn't exact fill them with confidence either. They just knew that the first test would be all kinds of troublesome.
When they arrived at the warehouse and their identities were confirmed one last time, they got inside and looked around. A lot of other teams were already there and none of them looked friendly at them. They were one of the youngest teams there after all. The average age of the participants was 20 years old, with some people as old as 35. They also knew that anyone who wasn't Chunin yet at that age and hadn't received a field promotion either would probably not be worth their time. Either you made it before you were 16 or you would probably never make it at all.
Eventually they spotted their old classmates from teams 8 and 10 and decided to talk a bit to pass the time. Teams 9 and 11 joined their groups later once they had entered as well.
When their conversations became a bit too loud, they were approached by an older genin named Kabuto Yakushi who reprimanded them and urged them to be more quiet in order not to draw attention to themselves. He then showed them a neat trick with information cards, something Naruto knew required little skill in sealing and he could do it himself if he bothered, before he carelessly insulted a team from the new Sound Village Auto. Said team didn't like being insulted and one of its members tried punching Kabuto. Naruto noticed in surprise that while Kabuto managed to dodge the attack completely, he still felt forward with blood coming from his ears. He stored that piece of information in the back of his mind and was about to strike back at the sound team when a booming voice interrupted him and a large scarred man appeared in the front of the warehouse. "Stop right now, maggots." Ibiki's booming voice echoed through the building. "There will be no fighting unless I allow it. Use of violence is forbidden in the first test and any caught fighting will be failed immediately. Now come here with your team so we can get started." As every team came closer to the front of the room, Ibiki smirked at seeing their faces. "Oh yeah, this is going to be good. I wonder how many will pass this first test. Now listen up and I will explain. Everyone be quiet," Ibiki said. "I will now explain the first test. Pay attention because I will only explain it once." He snapped his fingers and 20 Chunin appeared and started distributing bags to every team. Inside these bags you will find custom-made poker chips. Each team will receive 100.000 points worth of these chips. The object of this task is simple. You must play a series of gambling games against the other teams. You can only leave this room with a minimum of 300.000 points. Those who do not manage to collect the necessary points within 2 hours will fail this exam immediately. The persons who are caught cheating will have to pay up all their remaining chips to the person who accused them and their team will be thrown out. Falsely accuse a person and you will be the one that has to pay up. And finally, a piece of friendly advice. Though 300.000 points is enough to qualify for the second test, there are bonuses for those who manage to get more. Any questions? Kiba raised his hand and asked what was on his mind. Hold on. How does gambling determine who is ready to be a Chunin? That's not ninja work. As a Chunin you can be asked to infiltrate gangs of bandits. Many of these gangs are active in the underworld gambling scene as well. Knowing how to play these games can be an easy way into such a gang and might one day save your life. And to those who say it's not fair, well, though luck. Life's not fair, get used to it. Any other questions? This time Shino raised his hand. Do we play this as a team or individually?
Good question, Ibiki said. The answer is both. Your points are counted as a team and the three of you need to collect the 300.000 points together, however the games are played individually. You must decide as a team how you best approach the situation. You can divide the chips and play individually, or you can let one person sit this one out if you think that strategy is the best. There are no restrictions apart from the use of violence. Any other questions? The room stayed silent while each team huddled together while discussing the best strategy. Eventually all teams seemed to have worked out something and were ready to go. If all teams are ready, then the first test has now officially started. With that, the Chunin that distributed the chips earlier appeared again with dozens of casino tables where people could go to gamble. Naruto sat down at one of the tables for a game called poker, and looked around. There were 8 other people playing the game alongside the dealer, but he didn't recognize anyone. He was given 30.000 of his team's points to spend, and by the looks of it everyone had a similar amount, except for one player from Kusa that had all of his team's 100.000 points at once. After being explained the rules, they started the game. The games continued for 20 minutes without anything happening. No team had yet reached the necessary 300.000 points to pass, and every time it looked like one came close they lost it just as fast.
Most teams got stuck around their original starting point and people were getting desperate to make some headway before the time was up. This is impossible. There's no way enough teams can win that much money in a fair game. Hinata taught when she suddenly had a revelation. Fair game. Of course. We aren't supposed to play it fair. We're supposed to cheat. We just aren't allowed to be caught doing it. With a new plan in mind, she looked at the table again. She was playing a game of competitive blackjack against 4 other players. She silently activated her Byakugan for a second and looked at all the cards, 2 19s and 2 20s. She then looked at her own cards and counted 18. A peek at the deck revealed the top card to be a 3 and she smiled. She deactivated her bloodline so no one could see her cheating and called out, "I call 1 card and raise the bet with 10.000 points." The other 3 people looked at their hand and 3 of them called her bet. Only one of the players with a 19 folded. The dealer gave her a card and revealed a 3, 21, the lady wins. Hinata smiled and picked up her winnings. A few games like this and Team 7 would be victorious. Across the rooms people started catching on to the hidden meaning behind the test and soon most people were using all tricks in their arsenal to cheat their way to victory.
Sakura was playing a game of blackjack as well and revealed a 3 of hearts and a 2 of diamonds. "Blackjack, I win," she called out while hoping the genjutsu she placed over her cards went unnoticed, and luckily the 6 other players on her table cursed and threw down their cards while she collected the 40.000 points in the pot. Better luck next time.
Shikamaru and Choji were playing poker on the same table. Currently Choji was raising the pot constantly and drawing attention to himself while in actuality it was Shikamaru who had the best hand. This was another trick their fathers explained to them one time when they had won big at the local poker tournament the clan heads held once a month. The greatest part of this strategy is that even if someone caught on they couldn't do anything since technically it wasn't cheating. However, this time their little scheme had run into some problems. After raising 3 times in a row, one opponent was still in the game and by the confident smile on his face it looked like he had some really good cards. They had already spent 70.000 points on this hand and couldn't afford to lose, so they started Plan B. Shikamaru manipulated his shadow and stretched it out, which was the signal for their last teammate Ino to step in. Sitting across the room she silently prepared her jutsu and fired the Yamanaka special mind-body switch technique at the last player. Since the target was sitting down and wasn't paying attention to the rest of the room she could hit him easily and took over his body. She looked at her cards and saw he had a 4 of a kind. She waved his hand through his hair, a code they used to indicate a successful takeover, and Choji raised one more time. This time she folded the cards in the other player's name and then dropped out. The ninja came by looking confused and lost it when the dealer awarded all the chips to Choji. He accused both of them of cheating, but the Chunin in play told him that neither of them did anything illegal and as a punishment he lost the remaining chips as well. Team 9 counted their winnings and came to a neat 213.000 chips. They moved to the next table to play their little trick again. At this rate they would make 300.000 for sure. Meanwhile Sasuke was sitting on the same poker table as Neji and he had a hard time winning. Neji used the same trick Hinata did and strategically used his Byakugan to peek at the cards. He folded every time someone had a decent hand and called the bluff of all those who didn't. His aggressive playstyle and talks about fate unnerved many players and he soon started winning big time. Sasuke managed to hold his own and took advantage of the other players making mistakes every time Neji folded early. He managed to make a small 25.000 points profit, taking him to a total of 55.000 points, but he realized that he needed to cheat if he wanted to reach his goal. Unfortunately, cheating was also next to impossible with an all-seeing Byakugan user at the table, as Neji had already caught 2 players with cards in their sleeves and one who tried a genjutsu on her cards. He hated that his Sharingan was next to useless here. He could use it and not get caught, but having a Sharingan didn't give him any advantage here. He smiled when Neji folded and reasoned his full house was the highest combination left. He raised the stakes considerably and could barely suppress a smirk when he won another 20.000 points. Perhaps this won't be so bad if I just play it cool and don't make mistakes. Gaara was looking at the table where his sister played. When it became clear that his powers were useless in this game, he opted to sit at the side and wait this one out. He stared straight and unblinking in the eyes of Temari's opponent and watched in satisfaction how the man freaked out and dropped his cards, thus giving up and letting Temari take all his remaining chips. He smiled inwardly at seeing he was able to help his siblings after all. Meanwhile Konkuro was playing a game of craps. He used a near-invisible chakra string to connect the dice to his fingers and manipulated their result. 7. The gentleman with the makeup wins. The dealer said much to his frustration as he collected his winnings and prepared to roll again. Shino stared intently at the cards in his hands and the 5 cards on the field. He was playing Texas Hold'em and tried to contact his hive.
Several games ago he started spraying pheromones on every card he held in his hand and gave them an invisible mark.
At first it went slow, but eventually his insects had marked enough cards to make informed decisions. He knew that the 5th card face down was another ace and the 3rd and 4th one a 6. With the ace and 6 in his hand he would end up with a full house. He also knew that the other 6 and at least one ace was still in the deck. Convinced no one had a better hand than him, he placed 10,000 chips in the pot and watched as everyone followed suit. He let out a smile beneath his collar when the dealer revealed the first 3 cards and the 6 showed up as expected. On a different table, Krios and Fu were playing a game of blackjack against 2 teams from Suna that were obviously cooperating. Krios was using the threads from his Earth Grudge to silently pocket several cards under the table. By keeping his hands still and in everyone's sight, he appeared to be playing fair, while secretly he looked for the cards he and Fu needed. Since his opponents were outnumbering them 3-1, they had a system where only the person with the highest score went ahead against them. At first they were losing a lot, save for a few lucky shots that they couldn't match, but now they slowly started turning the tables. After having selected the cards that he and Fu each needed to form a 21, he let one of his threads brush against Fu's leg and she coughed loudly as a distraction. In a matter of milliseconds all 4 of their face-down cards were switched with new ones, while he put the old ones inside the threads of his body for later use. He then raised the stakes with 30,000 points while Fu did the same. Their opponents conversed a while, which technically wasn't cheating as long as they didn't switch cards, before 2 of them followed with 30,000 each as well. When it was time for the showdown, all 4 of them had a 21, but Fu and Krios had 5 cards each while the others only had 3. Thus they won by having more cards as the tiebreaker. The remaining cards were gathered in the deck again, but not before Krios managed to sneak another ace in between his threads. He now had a collection of 10 cards to freely switch around. 1 hour into the game. At the 1 hour mark, Team 10 had gathered 300,000 points, and rather than taking further risks, which Shikamaru called troublesome, they opted to leave and walked out through the doors reserved for those who passed. This seemed to raise several alarms with people that weren't doing so well that they needed to hurry up and be more aggressive in their betting and cheating. Kiba finally had a lucky break when he spotted a Kunoichi from AIM putting a card in her sleeve. Well, technically Akamaru had spotted it, but nobody needed to know that. He called her out, and when the Chunin examined her sleeve and found the card, he was awarded her pot of 15,000 points while she left the table, giving him a glare. He looked at his own staple of a measly 25,000 points, 10,000 less than he started with, and rather than take further risks and losing it against people who cheated a lot better than he could, he went to find his teammates and spotted Shino with a large pile of chips at one of the tables. Seeing that he didn't need help, he looked for Sakura instead and found her hanging around with her pile that barely matched his own. A silent conversation learned that she made some profit using genjutsu to cheat, but then nearly lost it when she accidentally was about to reveal a card that was already in play. Luckily she caught it on the last moment and could avoid being called out on cheating. However, as a result, she was forced to fold her hand when she had just placed a big bet in the pot, resulting in her losing almost all her winning up to that point. They quickly made up a new strategy and decided to work together for the next game. The plan was that Sakura would use a genjutsu to disguise Kiba's cards rather than her own. That way, when people caught on and called Kiba out, he was safe, since he never cheated, and since her cards weren't tampered with, nobody would think of calling her out. 1 hour and 30 minutes into the game, 15 teams already cleared the mark for 300,000 points and had left the building. These included Team 9, Team Suna and Team Taki. The remaining teams were getting really desperate since there were only 30 minutes left, and since some teams took more than 300,000 with them, there were barely enough points for 17 more teams out of the 55 teams remaining that hadn't been disqualified yet. One of these teams was Team 11, that currently held 267,000 points and was trying to make the last 33,000 in one final game. They were sitting all 3 on a poker table against a team from Suna. They had raised the bet just high enough that if any of them won, they would have an even 33,000 points, and were currently working a strategy to guarantee their victory. One of the advantages of having Anko as their sensei was that they had an intimate knowledge of all kinds of gambling games and how to spot people cheating at them. Being conditioned to pick up on Enko's subtle ways of cheating lest they lose all their money, they had no problem discovering several of the more straightforward attempts that other people had tried that day. Their strategy didn't really involve cheating themselves but raising the pressure until someone else snapped and broke the rules, then they came in and capitalized on that. Now was another time they were close to succeeding. The cards in the middle were all pretty worthless with almost no room for straights or flushes. That meant that one of them was going to try something soon to go for a good hand combination. The trick was to pay close attention and call the right person out at the right time. The last card is a 3 of spades, the dealer said while revealing the 5th card in the middle. Everyone looked at his hand and most people inwardly cursed at the poor combination they had. Unbeknownst to anyone, the kunoichi from the Suna team currently had the highest hand with 2 pairs, a pair of 7s and a pair of kings. Had they just went with it and played it fair they would have won. However, unfortunately for them, one of the males in their group was getting desperate since he had nothing besides a king high that was in the middle. Not knowing that his teammate was going to win and with the pressure of the nearing deadline, he decided to cheat. Jugo, who was currently using his bloodline limit to try and sense the aura of people, immediately noticed the change in the genin's mood from anxious to desperate and paid close attention to him. He nudged Suigetsu towards the person most likely to cheat and the swordsman who was trained to fight and see movements in thick mist focused in on the sweating male. Since he anticipated the distraction, he didn't look away when the other male from Suna accidentally knocked over his chips and apologized while putting them back. In the split second that he would have otherwise missed, he saw how he replaced the 2 cards in his hand with 2 new ones he drew from his sleeve. He had to admire the speed but especially the boldness in which the other person acted. Had it not been for Jugo's advanced warning, he was sure he would have missed the switch. Especially since his method was so crude that it didn't require any jutsu or bloodline. In a way it was ironic, since if he had used a jutsu, then Haku, who was a censor, would have noticed the technique a mile away, but simply switching the cards went undetected by his otherwise perceptive teammate. Still, he wasn't here to admire other people but to pass this exam, so he pointed at the cheating ninja and declared that he had cards hidden in his jacket. Immediately after his accusation, 2 Chunin jumped in and held the accused person still while a third went through his pockets and found 5 hidden cards that were stashed there. As per the rules of the game, he and his team were disqualified and their points went to Team 11, who now had 424.000 points. Deciding that they had no need to play on, they went to the jonin at the exit and paid their points to walk out towards the next test. 1 hour and 55 minutes into the game, 26 teams already passed and 70 teams were thrown out for cheating. The remaining 29 teams were now reaching the height of their desperation and all of them went for broke. Hinata had just won her last game with another strategic cheat and went to look for her 2 teammates to see how many points they had. She spotted Sasuke and went towards him. "Hey Sasuke, how much points do you have?" she asked. "I managed to get 85.000 points by myself, and you?" 125.000, she responded, "so now it's all up to Naruto. If he managed to make at least 90.000 points, we are safe. Do you know where he is?" Sasuke nodded and pointed towards a large table with at least 16 players. He went and joined that table. A bunch of people went all out at the same time and they put 2 tables together to play one last massive game. Hinata looked at the massive table and saw her blonde teammate playing a game of poker. The pot in the middle was the highest one she had ever seen that day and was easily 700.000 point by itself. If Naruto won this one, they would pass on to the next test. She held her breath and followed the game. Naruto looked at his cards and went all in, thereby raising the stakes with 165.000 points, which was so high that no one had a choice but to go all in themselves. "Last round," the dealer announced. "Anyone wants to swap cards?" Nobody did until Naruto threw his entire hand down. "5 new cards please," he said with a smile. 5 cards. Hinata almost shrieked. He went all in with more than 150.000 points and now he asks for 5 new cards? "I swear to Kami, if he screws this up I'll kill him." Everyone at the table was laughing at Naruto when he received 5 new cards. With so many eyes watching, it was impossible for anyone to cheat in any way lest they be caught immediately, and it indeed looked like he received 5 random cards and wasn't able to manipulate his hand in any way. "The last round is done. Show your cards now," the dealer announced. All around the table the players revealed their hand one by one and it looked like some of them had managed to sneak in some cheats anyway. There were 5 full houses, 3 flushes, 4 four-of-a-kinds and 2 straight flushes. Eventually the player next to Naruto revealed his hand with a smile. 5 aces, he said while showing his hand. 5 aces? How can there be 5 aces? Hinata asked. With this many players they are playing with 2 decks mixed together, otherwise there wouldn't be enough cards. Sasuke explained. In that case there is a new combination called a poker, which is basically 5 of a kind, and is the second highest combination of all. 5 aces is one of the best possible hands in all of poker. There's no way he got such a hand legitimately, he must have cheated, Hinata exclaimed. Maybe, but we didn't catch him, and unless we can prove how he did it we can't do anything. Simply having a good hand isn't enough proof by itself after all. So it's over then? She hung her head in defeat and almost cried. We didn't even make it to the second test. Not so fast. Sasuke tried to comfort her. Naruto still hasn't revealed his hand yet. Meanwhile at the poker game Naruto looked at the 5 aces in amazement. 5 aces, huh? What are the odds of that? Last player reveal your hand. The dealer said. Oh right. Naruto said while putting his cards on the table one by one. First was a 10 of hearts, followed by a jack of hearts, then a queen, then a king and finally the ace of hearts. Not bad, huh? Everyone looked at the cards with shocked eyes until after about 1 minute the dealer came to his wits and coughed to break the silence. Royal flush. Mr. Uzumaki wins. Naruto took all the chips in the pot, which were easily more than 1 million, and calmly proceeded towards his teammates while the rest of the room was still in shock. So you guys coming? We only have 1 minute left after all. They numbly nodded and followed him in a daze while he walked through the doors and slammed them shut behind them. At that moment the rest of the remaining genin seemed to wake up and the room erupted in all kinds of cries of outrage and disbelief at what they just witnessed. Silence. Ibiki's voice roared. It has now been 2 hours. All those who did not manage to get the necessary 300.000 points are hereby disqualified. Better luck next time. Meanwhile with Team 7. Genma greeted them with his ever-loyal senbon in his mouth. So I guess you must be the last team to pass, huh? That makes 27 teams total. Not bad for a first test. Anyway, welcome to the second test. Great, so when does it start? Where do we need to be? What must we do? Naruto asked all at once. Genma let out a devious smile between his teeth, which somehow didn't make his senbon drop at all. Easy, easy. I will explain everything. Where is quite simple. The test starts right here, and when is simple as well. It already started 1 hour ago. What? They all 3 yelled. The second test started as soon as the first team passed the first one. Since you are the last team to finish, you guys are already behind a full hour. What? That's not fair at all, Naruto said indignantly. It's realistic, kid. Genma said without sympathy. The real world doesn't wait for you to be done playing games. If you waste too much time on one part of an assignment you risk missing out on the other half. Had you left the casino as soon as you made the minimum instead of goofing around you would have had more time now. Sasuke and Hinata gave Naruto a nasty glare that promised him pain if they would end up losing because of him, while the latter looked nervous and hoped it wouldn't come to that. But there is of course a bright side to your strategy as well. Genma continued. Ibiki did say that having more points than the minimum will result in receiving a bonus. And since you guys managed to collect over 1 million points you are entitled to the biggest bonus we have foreseen. Who knows? You might end up making up your lost time after all. Naruto was relieved to hear he didn't screw up after all. So what's the bonus then? Perhaps I shall first explain the purpose of this test. Here's what the second test is all about. Meanwhile in the other room. So do we have the numbers? Ibiki asked. Yes sir, here's the list of all the points each team and person managed to collect. A Chunin said while handing Ibiki a scroll with all the scores. Ibiki studied the list. A lot of teams went for the bare minimum. In fact only 5 teams have more than 400.000 points. And who is the absolute winner? Another Chunin asked. That would be Team 7 with 1.365.000 points. But it looks like 1.155.000 of those are exclusively thanks to Naruto Uzumaki. One kid made over 1 million. Damn, he's good. So who won the betting pool? The betting pool was another proud tradition of the Chunin exams where every Jonin and Chunin could place bets on which teams they thought would pass which tests. This year with the new format, there was also the option on betting on which team they thought would win. Let's see. Another Chunin said while reading a massive scroll that held all the best made by the various teams. The winners for fastest team is Asuma Sarutobi from Konoha, who correctly betted on his own team. A small round of applause was given to the bearded Jonin when he came forward to collect his winnings. The winner for first team that is caught is Katuya Jiko from Suna, who correctly betted on the team from Suna that was the first one thrown out. Another small round of applause went to the Jonin from Suna, who came to get his cash, much to the dismay of his friend whose team he betted on. After another few small rounds for various bets, it was time for the big pot. And finally the big event. The team and person that collected the most points, the Chunin said while all the ninja in the room were waiting to see who won. The winners are Maeda Guy for betting on his own team and Hitaki Kakashi, who betted on Naruto Uzumaki as the big winner. Both Jonin came forward to collect their prize money. Kakashi was even on time for once, since the rules clearly said that not showing up meant forfeiting your cash, which was a rule they put in place especially for him after he let some Chunin wait for 2 hours the first year he won something. After the ceremony, the doors opened again and Genma walked back in after having sent Team 7 on their way. He placed the list of teams that passed the first test in front of him and announced the next round. The bets for the second test are now open. We only accept cash. Immediately the Jonin crowded the Senbon chewing ninja and started placing all kinds of bets on the various categories, including the infamous but ever popular number of teams that die. Omake. So did anyone see how he did it? Ibiki asked. I managed to see very other person cheat in some way, but I missed Naruto. So how did he manage to get that royal flush? Everyone was wondering the same thing and looked around hoping that one of them had seen his trick, but eventually it became clear that no one had seen it either.
You were telling me that nobody saw how he did it? Ibiki asked, incredulous. There were over 20 Chunin watching his every move and no one saw what he did. Come on people, someone must have noticed something.
I don't think he cheated at all, sir, one of the Chunin said. As incredulous as it sounds, I think he really did just lucked out. That's impossible. Obviously he must have cheated some way, we just missed it, that's all. Meanwhile with Team 7. Say Naruto, how did you cheat anyway? Hinata asked. Cheat? Hinata. I don't cheat. That's very uncool, you know. I played every game fair and square. Naruto answered. You are telling me you just drew a royal flush on pure luck? I guess so. I've always been pretty lucky at cards. It isn't the first time I had that hand.
Unbelievable, Sasuke exclaimed. You really do have the devil's luck, you know.
Let's just focus on this test, shall we? Naruto said while they were jumping through the trees at high speeds. We have some catching up to do. Genma looked at the 3 members of Team 7 that were the last to leave the room. It's time to explain what the test is all about, Genma said while the 3 others were paying close attention now. We are now in the main building of the samurai training grounds outside Konoha. This entire domain is used by the armies of the daimyo to train and prepare new recruits to the life of a soldier. It is 50 kilometers wide and 100 kilometers long, and there are about 576 bases like this one spread throughout the domain. Your job is to decipher the correct base with the clues you have been given and reach it in less than 5 days. In the meantime, you will also have to survive on the domain itself. That seems easy enough. Decipher the clues, find the base. No problem, Naruto said confidently. Aha, but there is a catch, Genma said. 27 teams passed the first round, but only 8 will be allowed to enter the third one. So not only do you have to reach the base, you have to be amongst the 8 fastest teams to do so. So in other words, it's a race? Hinata asked. Yes, Genma confirmed. And to make things worse for you, since you were the last team to leave the casino, you are now effectively in last place. The first team already left a full hour ago. So you have some catching up to do if you want to make the top 8. But wait a minute. Naruto quickly said to escape the angry glares his teammates were sending him. You said there was a bonus if we have enough points. Ah yes, Genma said. Apart from the 300,000 needed to pass, you will receive another clue for every 100,000 additional points. Since you have more than 1,000,000, you will have the maximum of 10 clues. So that must be a good thing then, huh? Naruto tried to turn his situation around. It will help to decipher the answer faster, but that doesn't mean it will be easier to win. The other teams can also find additional clues to help them out, so your advantage is constantly slipping. Well then, let's not waste more time. Give us those clues so we can start. Genma nodded and handed them a sealed scroll. Inside they found a map of the area, a small survival kit and several clues to help them with the location. Afterwards he simply left them and rejoined the Jonin in the other room. All right, let's see what we have, Naruto said while reading the first clue. The base you are looking for is in the northwest quadrant of the grounds. Sasuke nodded and selected the correct area on the map. Next. The base is less than 5 kilometers from a river. Sasuke scratched all the bases that did not fit that criteria and nodded again. Next. The base has the number 7 in its name. Sasuke scratched another 10 bases of the list and nodded again. Several minutes later they were eventually left with a single base. Base 347, upper northwest corner next to the Fire River. Hinata said. It looks to be about 2 days travel away from here if we take a direct route. No time to waste then. Let's go, Naruto said while heading towards the door. Hold on, Sasuke stopped him. I think we better take a different exit. Huh? Why would we do that? Naruto asked confused. Just think about it. A lot of the other teams didn't have the same number of clues we did, so the odds are they don't have a real clue where they need to go. And, what I mean is that some of them will probably stay out there to ambush the other teams when they leave the building. Hinata understood what he was trying to say and activated her Byakugan to see if he was right. I see 4 other teams waiting for us. They have prepared an ambush and will attack us as soon as we leave. Damn it. Now what do we do? Wait until they leave? Naruto asked. We can't afford to just sit here and wait it out. Only the first 8 teams can participate, remember? Sasuke added. Hold on. I see a way out. Hinata suddenly said as she was still scanning the area with her Byakugan. There is a large group of those who lost about to leave from the other exit. If we mix up with them we can sneak out undetected and be on our way before anyone realizes we already left. That's a great idea, Hinata-chan, Naruto exclaimed and gave her a thumbs up. And so Team 7 left the building alongside the group of those who lost. After about half an hour they separated from them and re-entered the domain undetected from the side to head straight for the finish line. They were running for 4 hours when the night started to fall. So how far are we? Naruto asked. We are currently here, Sasuke said, pointing at a location on the map. Our target is at least another 12 hours away at our current speed. I suggest we rest for the night and run all day tomorrow. But what if we are too late by then? Why not just run through the night? Naruto, the terrain is dangerous enough as it is. I do not want to navigate it at night if we don't have to. Besides, I doubt many other teams have found the correct answer by now. We have been running straight for the goal for hours straight. The other teams will have to make detours at the other bases to gather more clues before they can make any real progress. I'm sure that arriving at the second day will be enough to make the top 8 easily. I guess so. So where do we sleep then? Sasuke looked at the map again and pointed to a small base further up ahead. There is a cabin just ahead from here. We can stay there at night and get rested. The next day, after they woke up and ate a small breakfast, Team 7 was back on the road towards their goal when a giant wind blast suddenly hit them from behind and separated them. Sasuke and Hinata landed next to each other on the grass, but Naruto was unlucky enough to get pushed off a cliff and he fell down several hundred meters when he landed in a river and was dragged along with the strong current. Eventually he managed to overcome his shock and dragged himself to the side where he recuperated a bit before standing up again and looking around. He panicked as he had no idea where he was and he couldn't find either of his friends. The only clue he had was that they were alongside the river when he got separated, so he shrugged his shoulders and started following it in hopes of coming back to known territory. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Hinata had no time to worry about their missing teammates since they had their own problems to deal with. Before them stood the one that had used the wind blast to separate their team, and she was currently taunting them. The last of the Uchiha. You are difficult to find. It was a smart idea to leave the main building from one of the side entrances instead of walking out the main door like some other teams did. Who are you? What do you want? What did you do with Naruto? Sasuke demanded while activating his Sharingan and taking a battle stance. My, so many questions. Let's see if you have what it takes to deserve an answer from me, shall we? With that, the female dashed forward at speeds that no genin could possibly hope to match and prepared to strike Sasuke at the side of his face. But luckily the Sharingan warned him of the otherwise impossible to follow speed and he could duck under the attack just in time to send a punch of his own. Very good, Sasuke-kun. Those eyes are very handy indeed. The female chuckled as she easily avoided Sasuke's attack and countered with one of her own. Meanwhile, Hinata pulled out her bow and prepared to fire several shots at the attacker. She activated her own bloodline to take better aim and couldn't believe what she was seeing. Sasuke now, she yelled as she fired the arrows straight at his back. Recognizing the combo they had practiced all week, Sasuke immediately dropped down for a low kick while all the arrows Hinata launched flew above his head to attack the enemy from 2 sides at once. However, instead of being hit by the attacks or being forced to retreat, the enemy ninja bended his body in an impossible angle to dodge both attacks at once in one fluid movement. Before Sasuke could recover from his surprise, he was kicked hard in his stomach and flew back straight at Hinata, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Not bad. Such teamwork would have killed most genin in this exam. I can see you became quite strong, Sasuke-kun. The enemy taunted them. What is up with that guy? Sasuke asked. How can a genin be that strong? Careful, Sasuke. Hinata said with her Byakugan still activated. That's not a mere genin. He is wearing a disguise. Looking at his chakra reserves, he is at least Jonin level. Correct, little girl. Those eyes of yours are quite handy indeed. If I wasn't interested in the secrets of the Sharingan, I would have definitely tried for a Byakugan instead. Who are you? What do you know about the Sharingan? Sasuke demanded. The enemy peeled back his suspiciously realistic-looking mask to reveal his real snake-like face underneath. How rude of me. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru of the Sannin, at your service. Orochimaru. Oh man, this is bad. There's no way we can take one of the Sannin. They both thought, though neither of them visibly flinched. What do you want with us? I know about Itachi. I know where he is and how you can fight him, Orochimaru simply said. Sasuke's eyes were wide open in shock. Itachi? He knows where he is. Suddenly Orochimaru took advantage of the confusion and his neck shot out like a giant snake, and before anyone could react he had bitten Sasuke in his collarbone, after which he collapsed on the ground and a small seal appeared on the place he was bitten. Consider this a parting gift. If you want to know more about your brother, then you will seek me out. With that he disappeared while Sasuke finally lost consciousness. Hinata was now in a full-blown panic mode with Naruto gone and Sasuke unconscious. Thinking back on their survival training, she lifted Sasuke on her shoulders and looked for a safe hideout so she could start healing him. Naruto, you better be okay. We could really use your help now, she prayed while she started walking towards a small base she had spotted with her Byakugan. Meanwhile, Naruto was trying to find his way back to his teammates. He had summoned several smaller owls to scout the area earlier and was now sitting near a small fire to await their report. He cursed himself for relying on Sasuke to hold the map, since as a result he had no idea where he was or where he needed to be. He could only hope that one of his owls was successful. 3 minutes later a brown owl landed near him and gave his report. Naruto-sama, I have found another group nearby. They are on the run from a giant bear and will need help or they'll die soon. Naruto stood up without thinking and followed his summon to the spot. He knew that helping another team wasn't really a smart tactical decision, but he refused to just let them die without even trying to help them. After running for several minutes, he heard the sounds of battle up ahead and he landed in a clearing where he saw a giant bear slowly move in on a petite redhead that was desperately trying to clutch a kunai to defend herself. He saw 2 others, probably her teammates, lying dead on the ground with claw marks on their body as the bear had mauled them earlier. Without hesitating he channeled chakra in his combat gloves and immediately 2 sets of claws sprung forth from the metal. They were surrounded by the green residue of his wind chakra that signified their already impressive cutting power just got multiplied several times. As the bear raised its massive claw to strike at the young girl's head, Naruto used his chains to capture it and pulled as hard as he could. The bear was caught by surprise and tumbled back as the chain was pulling on its arm. When the bear fell down, he swiped at its skin with his own set of claws, and the wind-enhanced gloves tore through its muscles like a hot knife through butter. Letting out a loud roar of pain, it got back up and attempted to bite Naruto with his enormous teeth. But luckily Naruto was faster and he instantaneously replaced the claws for the hidden blade as he struck at the predator's massive head. The blade hit the large teeth head-on and tore through the skull with barely any resistance straight at the brain behind it. When the wind blade penetrated the soft tissue, the bear died immediately and its lifeless body crashed on the forest's floor with a large hole where its head used to be. Meanwhile, Karen was still in a fetus position, waiting for the inevitable claws that would kill her at last. It was only by mere luck that their team had managed to get the bare minimum of 300.000 points needed in the first test, and it was obvious to anyone but them that her 2 teammates weren't ready yet to become Chunin. When the bear found and attacked them, she ran away, thinking they would do the same. It wasn't until she heard the scream behind her that she realized they stayed behind to fight it, thinking they were actually good enough to take down such a monster. Some might consider her heartless, but the truth was that she didn't feel any sympathy for either of them and couldn't care less they had died. Ever since her father died, she never felt at home in Kusa. She wasn't mistreated or anything serious, but it always felt like everybody knew some big secret about her and she was left out of the loop. It wasn't until she became somewhat skilled as a medic that they started noticing her, and even then she had to work twice as hard to get the same appreciation other medic nin took for granted. So when she was selected as the medic on the team, the village elder had specifically told her that if she screwed it up she was no longer welcome in Kusa. Not that it mattered anyway, since she was about to die any second now. Come to think of it, what is that bear waiting for anyway? And what was that loud noise just now? Are you okay? A gentle voice suddenly asked. She looked up and saw a vague image of a man holding his hand out to her with the dead bear somewhere behind him. She patted the ground for her glasses, and when she put them on she saw the face of her rescuer. His wild blonde hair was gently swaying in the wind and blue eyes shined brightly as she accepted his hand and he pulled her up to his chest. Yes, thank you. Who are you? She asked her savior. My name is Naruto. What's yours? Karen, she said with a small blush on her cheeks. Thank you for saving me. It was nothing, Karen-chan, Naruto said while rubbing his hand on the back of his head in embarrassment at the sudden praise. Damn it, why am I acting like an immature idiot? He thought to himself. Are you here alone? Don't you have a team? Karen suddenly noticed that her new hero came by himself rather than being accompanied by his teammates like she first assumed. Naruto's mood immediately turned around at being reminded of his predicament. I sort of got separated from them. I was actually looking for them when I saw you needed some help, so I made a little detour. He went out of his way to save me. Karen was shocked when she heard him say that. Nobody had ever done anything like that for her. Suddenly she also knew the perfect way to pay him back. I think I can help you with that, she said. You see, I am a sensor, so I could try and sense for 2 chakra signatures by themselves, and that way we can know where they are. Karen-chan, that's amazing, Naruto said while giving her a big hug, much to the girl's surprise. Thank you. She stumbled before focusing on her new task. Spreading her senses out in the general direction Naruto told her they should be, she tried to look for a group of 2 signatures. By Kami, she thought once she sensed Naruto. I've never seen so much chakra in one person. His aura is simple, amazing, and dare I say rather exciting. She tried to ignore those voices and instead looked for the 2 signatures she was supposed to locate. After a few minutes she found a possible match and told Naruto the general area she detected them in. If you want a more accurate location, I need to get closer to them though. No problem, Naruto said while biting his thumb and flashing through several hand signs, summoning jutsu. Hello Naruto-sama, how can I help you? Said the mighty but somehow still elegant voice of Minerva when she looked at her summoner and his new companion. Hey Minerva, I need a lift to Sasuke and Hinata. Can you carry us there? No problem. Hop on, the owl said as she lowered her back. Naruto easily climbed on board and positioned himself so that Karen could crawl on before him. Karen here knows their location, so she'll give us directions as we go, he explained to his familiar. Minerva nodded and spread her wings to take off in the air. After gaining a decent altitude she followed Karen's directions towards Sasuke and Hinata. Meanwhile Hinata had carried Sasuke into a nearby base and had put him on a bunk to rest. His new seal started acting up and he developed a fever which she tried to suppress as good as she could with what basic medical knowledge she had. I really don't like the look of that seal. I wish Naruto was here to take a look at it. As the evening fell she noticed that Sasuke's condition was stabilizing and he was sleeping soundly now, so she went out for a while to check her traps again. It wouldn't do to be ambushed while she was left alone after all. As she stood out there she activated her Byakugan again to scan her surroundings and noticed the team of sound ninjas approaching fast. She quickly went back to the only entrance of the base to place an ambush for them in case they decided to enter. If she could surprise them and take the fight into the small corridor where they can't move, she could turn their numerical advantage around in no time. Dosu and his 2 teammates neared the base where Sasuke Uchiha should be staying the night and prepared to carry out the orders Orochimaru had given him. He wasn't really sure why he needed to kill the young ninja so badly, but he would do as he was told regardless. If we can kill the Uchiha Lord, Orochimaru will be impressed with our power. This must be a field test to see how strong we have become. I must succeed at all costs, he reasoned. As they approached the entrance he was initially unimpressed with the lack of any security. Those Konoha genin are too spoiled, they don't know what the life of a real ninja is like. However, a carefully set spring razor sprung out of nowhere and almost tore Kin limb from limb if not for Zaku's fast reactions. Despite pushing her out of the way she still got hit pretty bad and there was a nasty wound on her left leg. In light of this he became more careful. This area is trapped, Zaku, tear it apart, he ordered. The other man nodded and aimed his 2 arms at the ground before them. He pushed chakra into the tubes that were implanted in them and launched his destructive technique, sound style, decapitating airwaves. He yelled as the tubes in his arm vibrated softly and released a destructive blast of air. The waves crashed into the ground and several more traps were forcibly triggered as a result. When the dust cleared, Dosu saw that a safe path was now open directly to the door of the base. Move in quickly. This must have alerted them to our presence, we can't lose the element of surprise now. The three genin rushed towards the entrance and came out in a long corridor. As they ran through it, they failed to notice Hinata dropping from the ceiling behind them, aiming for Kin, who was struggling with her bleeding leg. 8 trigrams. 32 palms, she said as she unleashed her technique on the back of her unsuspecting opponent. Since there was no resistance at all, she quickly went for all the weak spots and shut down her main chakra core, causing the kunoichi to go in shock from the sudden collapse of her chakra network and black out. Realizing his error, Dosu and Zaku tried to turn around, but the small space of the corridor hindered their movements and they weren't fast enough to stop a giant wave of water crashing down on them, water style. Big wave attack. Zaku now. Dosu yelled to his teammate, who aimed both his implanted cannons behind them to literally blast them out of the death trap they found themselves in. Using the blasts as propulsion, Zaku and Dosu shot out of the small corridor and back in the open outside where they could even the field. Hinata cursed at their escape but quickly went after them to press her advantage further. Standing in the entrance, she pulled out her bow and quickly fired several chakra arrows at the 2 remaining sound nin. This time it was Dosu who reacted first, and he raised his modified gauntlet to let loose a sonic burst. The frequency of the sonic burst tore through the sky and managed to disrupt the arrows, causing them to dissipate early. I am glad that worked, we would have lost this match already if it didn't. Hinata was equally surprised her arrows got destroyed so easily. What kind of weapon is that? He channeled chakra in that gauntlet of his and suddenly there was an explosion of chakra coming from it that destroyed my arrows. Using this new victory as a morale boost, Dosu and Zaku stood back up to resume the fight. Zaku aimed his open palms at Hinata and let loose another attack. Sound style. Decapitating airwaves. He yelled as 2 blasts of wind shot at Hinata. Wind style. Open palm blast. A voice shot out from above as an equally strong gust of wind hit Zaku's attack and stopped it. Looking up, everyone saw Naruto in the sky flying on a giant owl. He dropped down and landed next to his teammate. Hey Hinata, need a hand? He said with a smile. Hinata was glad to see Naruto again and smiled at his timely entrance. Naruto, am I glad to see you. So what can you tell us about these guys? The one who looks like a mummy has some sort of gauntlet that lets loose sonic blasts. Try not to get hit by them. The other one has these tubes implanted in his arms that allow him to fire blasts of wind. Got it, I'll take tube guy. You get the mummy. Naruto said while dashing up towards Zaku. Tube guy? I'll show that bastard not to underestimate me, Zaku thought while aiming his arm cannons at Naruto and channeling them at maximum power. Sound style. Extreme decapitating airwaves. 2 enormous blasts of wind sprang forth from his hands, going straight at Naruto, who simply lifted his hand in response and yelled his own technique. Wind style. Hot current. The airwaves from Zaku's attack suddenly rose up and flew over everyone's head to hit some of the trees above them. What? What happened? He asked in confusion while looking at the trees that got hit instead. Did I miss? No, I couldn't have missed so much at this range. But then why did it steer off like that? Meanwhile, Naruto was right next to him and punched him straight in the face, making him fall down on the ground. It's simple really, my hot current heated the air of your wind attack. And since warm air rises, the entire attack steered upwards. If you seriously studied wind techniques rather than relying on those tubes of yours to cheat, you would have known that. Zaku tried to stand up, but Naruto dropped down and landed his knee hard in the sound nin's stomach. In a last-ditch effort, Zaku aimed his arms straight at Naruto at point-blank range and tried to unleash his technique that would surely kill him. However, Naruto anticipated the attack and had already taken out his hidden blade enhanced with wind chakra. Without hesitation, he struck it straight at Zaku's chest, piercing his heart and killing him instantaneously. Zaku no! Dosu yelled while aiming his sound amplifier at Naruto. You'll pay for this, sonic blast. However, before he could unleash his attack, his arm and torso was shredded to pieces with several arrows coming from Hinata's bow. Never take your eyes from the enemy, she simply said before a last shot hit him between the eyes and he fell down dead as well. That were all of them, Hinata said. I wonder what they wanted though. It looks like they just attacked us for no good reason. They probably wanted to get rid of some competition. Naruto shrugged. By the way, where is Sasuke? Hinata's eyes turned serious at the mention of their third teammate. After you got separated from us, we were attacked by Orochimaru. He did some weird stuff to Sasuke and placed a seal on him. Later he got pretty sick, but I think I managed to pull him through, though that seal still bothers me. I'll go take a look, Naruto said. Is the battle over? A voice suddenly came from above and Hinata turned to see Naruto's owl still hovering above them with a girl on its back. The bird landed in the clearing and let her passenger descend. Naruto, who's that? She asked. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Hinata, meet Karen. I met her a few miles west from here after I saved her from a bear. She is actually the one who led us here. She is a censor, so without her I wouldn't have found you guys so fast. Pleasure to meet you, Karen, Hinata said to the redhead. The pleasure is all mine, Hinata. Karen returned the polite bow to the other girl. Later in the base, Naruto was looking at Sasuke's collarbone where Orochimaru's seal was placed and frowned at what he saw, Juinjutsu, cursed seals. He thought, this is way above my current level. Can you make sense of it? Hinata asked behind him with Karen in tow. This seal is pretty advanced. A complete removal would take a lot of time and resources I don't have right now. I'm afraid he'll be stuck with it a little longer. So there's nothing you can do, Hinata said while dropping her shoulders. I can't remove it completely, but I suppose I could place a second seal over it to block this one off. Since this seal has 3 prongs, I should be able to disrupt it with a 4-pronged blocking seal. That would stabilize it until the Hokage or Kakashi can remove it completely. Can I help with that? Karen suddenly asked. I've always had a talent for seals. My dad used to say it was something I got from my mom. A simple blocking seal wouldn't be too much of a problem. Sure thing, Karen-chan. Naruto said. I could use a second pair of hands with this. It'll make preparing the array a lot faster. With that, Karen and Naruto set out to work on a 4-pronged blocking seal array. Naruto was impressed that Karen seemed to be quite knowledgeable of seals despite not having been formally trained in them. She really has a natural sense for them. That and the red hair. I wonder if. I'll look into it later. After 10 minutes they finished with the design and Naruto placed the array over Sasuke's upper torso. Blocking seal. Lock, he said while channeling his chakra into the seal as it spread out from the paper and placed itself on Sasuke's body around the cursed seal to block the cursed chakra from interfering with his body any longer. There, it's done. Now he should wake up in few hours and we can finally go towards the meeting place. It wouldn't do if we weren't amongst the first 8 teams to reach it after all that happened. After a short sleep of 5 hours, Sasuke finally awoke with a major headache but otherwise completely fine. After having a small breakfast, the 4 of them moved out again. They decided that Karen could tag along with them until they were back in Konoha, as leaving her alone in the middle of the test was too dangerous, and went straight for the base they should have reached yesterday. Luckily they were still on time as only 3 other teams had beat them there. By the end of the 4th day the 8th team had finally appeared. The finalists were Team 7, Team 8, Team 9, Team 10 and Team 11 from the Konoha rookies alongside an older team with that guy called Kabuto they had met earlier. From Suna there was Team Baki with Gaara, Kankuro and Tamari. And from Taki the team with Fu, Krios and Hiro. After everyone was assembled, the Hokage appeared himself to address the finalists. Congratulations all of you for passing the second test. You are now only one step away from the promotion to Chunin that all of you are looking forward to so much. The final test will be held in Konoha itself 1 month from now. But first I would like to ask you all a question. What is the purpose of this exam? The genin looked confused at each other as if it were some kind of trick question they didn't see the answer to until Sakura raised her hand and tried the most obvious thing she could think of. To see which of us are ready to be promoted to Chunin? No, the Hokage simply said to much confusion of the assembled genin, or rather, that is not the only reason we hold them. After all, most people get promoted in the field and only a select few receive the honor of passing the exams. No, these exams are held for another reason. To allow the villages to compete with each other without going to war. What? What does that mean? Lee asked. It's simple really. These exams, at least the final part of them, will be closely watched by all kinds of noble lords and rich merchants. If a village makes a good impression here, they will be more likely to invest money in that village and it will prosper in turn. That is why these exams are shared between all the villages instead of just letting each village take care of their own promotions. I want you all to remember that in the final test. You are fighting not just for yourself, but to represent your village. So what is this final test all about then? Naruto asked. I will let the third examiner explain it himself. Yamato, if you'd please. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Yamato said while stepping forward. Traditionally the final test is a tournament where each of you can show the judges what skills you have and why you deserve to be a Chunin. Most of the genin were already aware of the traditional third test and were already planning different strategies against different opponents they could meet when Yamato spoke again. However, this year there are too many contestants for a regular tournament. Since this tournament doubles as an exhibition for the villages that is watched by noblemen and merchants, we can't afford to waste the spectators' time with 24 brackets. What does that mean? Kiba asked. Will not all of us be allowed to participate? So what, will we have preliminary rounds? The notion that there would be preliminary rounds was met with a loud murmur amongst all the candidates who weren't prepared to fight again so soon after completing the second match. But they were quickly silenced when Yamato cleared his throat to speak again. Normally we would indeed hold preliminary rounds to reduce the number of finalists. However, this year we have found a different solution that limits the scope of the tournament while still allowing everyone here to participate. This news was met with a lot of confusion, not the least from the gathered senseis who already anticipated there would be preliminary matches like they did every time this happened. What do you mean? Baki, the sensei from Suna asked. Allow me to explain, Yamato said. In order to keep the fights going, we have decided that the third round will be a team-based tournament instead of the usual individual tournament. With exactly 8 teams we can hold a manageable tournament while still having 24 contestants. And since ninjas usually fight in teams anyway, this will be more realistic than one-on-one fights. However, do take note that promotions still happen on an individual level, so if you depend on your teammates too much without contributing anything yourself, you won't make Chunin even if your team does very well. With that out of the way, the second round is officially over. You now have 1 month to prepare before the tournament starts. Use it well. The Hokage said to the assembled genin before they all returned back to Konoha to prepare for the exams in their own way. Team 7 was gathered in their training grounds while Guy went over the training schedule they would be following the coming month. Now, as you all know, the exams will be team-based this time, which changes a lot of the dynamics of the usual fights. After the short introduction, Yamato has given the senseis a more detailed explanation of what will happen as well as the opponents for the first match, which were randomly chosen. So what can we expect, sensei? Hinata asked. It goes like this. At the start of each battle there will be a random coin toss. The team that wins the coin toss has the option of choosing whether it will be a true team battle or a series of one-on-one fights until one team is completely taken out. Depending on which teams you face, that is the first tactical decision you need to make. After that, the usual rules apply. A match lasts until a person is knocked out, gives up, the referee calls the match, or until someone dies. And do you know who will fight who as well? Sasuke asked. Yes, the combatants for the first round are decided up front to allow each team the chance to prepare properly. After that, though, every new round will be randomly selected on the spot. In real life, you don't always have the option to know your opponents up front every time after all. That makes sense, I guess. So who do we fight? Guy pulled out a scroll with all the info he had been given and started reading. The first round consists of these 4 matchups in this order. First up is Team 7, you will face Team 9. Next up is Team 8, who will face Team 10. After that it is Team Baki from Suna who faces that older team from Konoha with Yakushi's kid, and finally Team 11 faces a team from Taki. After that the 4 winners draw lots again to determine the second round, and finally the 2 remaining teams will meet in the final. So our first match is against Neji Nissan? Hinata asked with a frown. Is he still acting like an asshole to you? Sasuke asked. They all knew that the relationship between Hinata and her cousin was very strained. He used to pick on her a lot when she was younger and still had issues with her confidence and stuttered a lot. She had grown a lot since those days, but Neji still didn't ease up on her after all that time. He stopped claiming she was weak though, since even he could no longer say that with a straight face, but he still tried to undermine her and challenge her at every turn. It actually took a while before they realized the problem, since Neji was professional enough to drop whatever issues plagued him while on the job. Therefore he never said a bad word on any of their joined missions. But at home during the gentle fist practices he always commented on her style and said her posture was all wrong. He even called it a disgrace that the heiress was wasting her time with lesser arts like medical jutsu. Naruto and Sasuke had often wanted to beat Neji when Hinata came back all flustered and almost crying after another vicious comment, but they were always stopped by Hinata, who hadn't wanted to get them involved. However, now that they were matched against each other, they were free to dish out some long overdue justice. Meanwhile, Guy interrupted their thoughts and got their attention again to prepare a training schedule for the coming month. Now, originally I had planned to let each of you train individually to improve your skills. But since this test will feature team-based battles, I think it is equally important that we keep working on our teamwork as well. The 3 genin nodded and kept listening. I propose that we do our usual teamwork exercises in the morning starting at 7 a.m. till noon. Afterwards you will each train for the rest of the day with your tutor on individual skills. Tutor? Who is going to train us then? Naruto asked. Kakashi has proposed to work with Sasuke. He says you need more training with the Sharingan, and he also thinks about teaching you a new move of his. Sasuke nodded. He had trained with the ANBU commander before on the various uses of the Sharingan a few times, and he could really appreciate what that man could do even if he wasn't an Uchiha. He really deserved to be called a genius. Naruto, you will be trained by Jiraiya. He is back in town for the month and wants to oversee some of your progress. I'm sure you two can figure something out. The pervy sage is back, Naruto said with a smile. Jiraiya was his godfather who dropped by now and then when he wasn't working on his spy network. Unfortunately, he also had some bad habits like peeping at women in the hot springs, which quickly earned him the nickname, Pervy Sage. Naruto was looking forward to training with him again since despite his eccentric behavior, Jiraiya was still a very talented ninja and an even better teacher. And Hinata, after discussing it with your father, we have decided that you will train with me for the rest of the month. He would like to do it himself, but his responsibilities as clan head prohibit him from taking much time off. So during the next month we will focus on your taijutsu and see how we can incorporate your Byakugan and gentle fist with your other techniques. Hinata nodded, though was a bit disappointed that her father couldn't train her personally. He had really warmed up a lot since she graduated early, something he often liked to boast about to anyone who was there to hear it, but his responsibilities as clan head sometimes held him back from acting like the father he wanted to be. Good then. Now that everyone is up to speed, we can begin our training. Let us run 10 laps around Konoha to warm up before we start with the real work. Guy shouted before he took off with the rest of his team catching up to begin their normal training exercises. With Sasuke. After the morning training with his team, Sasuke went to the private training grounds Kakashi had arranged for the next month. He arrived to see Kakashi already there and going over some scroll he was reading. Thank Kami he got rid of his bad habit of showing up late all the time. I remember how he always used to show up at least 1 hour after the appointed time. I guess being ANBU commander means you have to take things more seriously. Kakashi noticed that he had entered the training grounds and put the scroll away to greet him. Ah, Sasuke, good that you showed up on time. How are you feeling? Pretty good, I guess. Sasuke shrugged. And how did removing that seal go? Did Jiraiya look at it yet?
Sasuke nodded and showed his shoulder where the cursed seal was located. It had a strong inhibitor around it and it had already shrunk to half its regular size. He said that the counterseal they developed from studying Jugo's bloodline has worked perfectly. Its internal structure is being slowly destroyed and it should be completely gone in 2 to 3 weeks. At least that's how long it took for Anko.
That's good. And what about your control in the meantime? I remember that Anko couldn't do much while the seal was being destroyed since it messed with her chakra control. That shouldn't happen to me. Jiraiya said I was lucky that Naruto put the first seal on there before it had fully taken root. As such, it never actually activated and there was no need to purify the rest of my chakra network like he did for Anko. The seal only works on the isolated part. That's great. Kakashi said with relief. Anyway, about your training. Now that Guy has managed to drill some decent speed in your body and your Sharingan has the necessary minimum of 2 tomo in each eye, I can safely teach you the Chidori without risking the tunnel vision it usually causes. The Chidori? I never heard of that jutsu before. What does it do? It's normal you haven't heard of it. The Chidori is a personal jutsu I created. Kakashi said proudly. It is recognized as an A-class assassination jutsu and is almost completely unstoppable. I recently added it to the ANBU scrolls and only a select few have managed to fully control it. That seems amazing. Are you sure I am ready for such technique? I'm not sure I can handle A-rank jutsus yet if even ANBU have difficulty with them. It is considered a rank because the high speed it requires causes the user to develop a tunnel vision that leaves him vulnerable for other attacks. Therefore only the best of the ANBU can pull this technique off without endangering themselves. However, if you do the Chidori with your Sharingan activated, you won't run this risk. So you should be safe to use it as long as you activate the Sharingan first. I see. With the Sharingan I still get advanced warnings if there are oncoming projectiles, so the biggest risk of this technique is nullified. Any other things I should know before we start? The second biggest requirement is that the Chidori requires a great deal of speed and stamina, but with Guy as your sensei that shouldn't be a problem. Also, this technique works by focusing all your kinetic energy in a single entry point laced with lightning chakra, therefore will be a lot more effective the faster you move at the point of impact. Doing it while standing still is almost impossible and not nearly as devastating. So you should always get a running start before trying this technique. Alright, I think I got it. We can begin the training.
Excellent. Let's start with getting your lightning manipulation up to speed. It will save us a lot more time later to get things right. Now take this leaf and try to crumble it with your chakra alone.
Sasuke nodded and set out to start his new training. With Naruto. After Jiraiya missed their appointment and Naruto had to drag him away from the hot springs where he was peeping through a hole in the fence, the two of them finally arrived at a deserted training spot outside the village. "So kid, how you've been, huh?" The white-haired man asked his godson. "It's been a few months since I last saw you. Anything new I should know about? Met any girls yet?" "What?" Naruto shouted indignantly. "Is that all you can think about? You're nothing but a damn pervert." "Me? A pervert? How can you say that, Naruto?" Jiraiya said while looking genuinely offended. Naruto felt bad for offending his godfather and was about to apologize when Jiraiya's demeanor suddenly changed completely and he took a wild stance. "I am a super pervert," he announced while not looking sorry at all as he said so. Naruto's eyes started twitching and he couldn't help but start yelling angry again. "How can you be proud of that? You are supposed to be a legendary Sannin, for crying out loud. Can't you take my training serious here for a second?" Jiraiya laughed but eventually seemed to control himself. Of course. But first tell me what you were working on before I arrived. Let's see if I can help you with that before I start introducing new stuff." And so Naruto went over the scrolls he found in Uzu and explained he planned on following the training regime described in there. Jiraiya was surprised he found such a valuable scroll and agreed that following that regime was the best basis to work with. He was a bit disappointed that Naruto already signed a summoning scroll since he was planning on training him with the toads, but he understood why he chose to sign his family scroll instead and had no hard feelings. So Naruto went over the first scroll and they were both heavily surprised that it immediately opened with the Shadow Clone Jutsu. They didn't expect an A-rank technique at the start, so they looked again to make sure it was indeed the first scroll, and when they found it was, they started reading it again to see why the technique was considered beginner material. From the scroll: "The Shadow Clone Jutsu is traditionally among the first jutsus an Uzumaki learns. While many of our allies consider this a high-rank technique due to the high chakra cost, it is actually about the only clone technique a beginning Uzumaki can perform. Due to our clan's unusually high chakra reserves, using a normal clone is almost impossible for a beginning ninja since it requires too much precise control to pull off. That is why the Shadow Clone is an ideal choice for Uzumakis, since the technique is all about pouring as much chakra in it as you can and has almost no requirements for control. Furthermore, Shadow Clones, when properly dispelled and not destroyed in combat, have the ability to return all their thoughts and experiences back to its creator and other clones. This is why most other villages treat it as a tool for spying, as it allows them to send a clone into a base without running any risk themselves. While this is indeed a very novel use of the Shadow Clone, it was not with this purpose that it was created by the first Uzukage. The secondary but most useful use of the Shadow Clone is that they can be used to decrease the time needed to train in chakra manipulation and elemental control. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows as they read that part. Using Shadow Clones to train? I can't even imagine a regular ninja trying that. Even making one would be too noticeable in his reserves to even think it could be a feasible shortcut. Naruto simply shrugged. I never really tried to see how much I can make, but I should easily be able to do a few hundred or more. Damn, kid. Just how much chakra do you have? Naruto shrugged again and continued reading. In the scroll, experiments have shown that using 50 clones at the same time and dispelling and replacing the 10 best performing ones each hour yields the optimal result in speeding up training. Using 50 clones simultaneously will speed things up tenfold on average. The reason it is not the expected 50 is that many clones will come up with the same ideas and you will not have unique memories from each clone. It is also ill-advised to combine 2 training sessions at once, since the memories will blend into each other too much to make sense of. And then it shows you how to make the Shadow Clone, but I already know it, so we can skip that part, Naruto said while reading from the scroll. So there's a catch after all, huh? I knew it was too good to be true. Still, by speeding up your training 10 times we can make a lot of progress this month. Jiraiya grinned at the possibilities. Naruto agreed that it would be a serious help in speeding things up, but he wondered why there weren't more scrolls with techniques in there. After all, if every Uzumaki trained like that, you would expect that they had amassed quite an extensive library over the years. He knew from Sasuke that the Uchiha had a vast library of almost every move they had copied. Even moves they couldn't do themselves because they were part of a bloodline were documented anyway. The same could be said for the Senju, who had created almost over 10,000 techniques, all precisely documented and safely stored away in the deepest ANBU vaults. So why didn't the Uzumaki have a similar library of techniques? He decided to continue reading and discovered that after that introduction the scroll recommended testing your natural chakra affinity and then continuing with the appropriate scroll. So he placed the first scroll back and picked up the scroll with the kanji for wind on it. The wind scroll. Out of all the elements, wind is known as the most aggressive one. A wind user is someone who dominates the battlefield with aggressive and destructive tactics. The wind's ability to combine brute force of a hurricane with the cutting ability of a sharp blade, all at extreme high speeds, is what makes this element the preferred choice for the no-nonsense close combat warrior. The downside of wind is that it lacks a good defense, therefore most wind users prefer to dodge rather than block. A wind user is always in motion, just like the element it is modeled after. In order to start developing one's bond with wind, a ninja best starts with the leaf-cutting exercise as described below. And then it explains how to cut a leaf with chakra, Naruto read out loud. You already know how to do that? Jiraiya asked while handing Naruto a leaf and taking over the scroll. Naruto nodded and focused his chakra in the leaf until a cut appeared in the middle and it split in two. I've been practicing this for over a year now. Not bad, not bad, Jiraiya commented, but according to the scroll you should be able to do that almost instantaneously instead of taking 10 seconds. So it looks like you'll have to keep working on it for now. Oh come on, do I have to? Naruto whined. There are no shortcuts Naruto, now get to it. Naruto grumbled and created the 50 necessary clones to start. They each tried different approaches to try and reduce the time needed to cut the leaf. After 1 hour there were 10 clones that managed to get it down to 8 seconds. As instructed by the scroll they dispelled themselves and immediately all the remaining Narutos received a wealth of information on the possible techniques they had each tried. Just like the scroll warned, there were many doubles, but in the end he isolated 3 distinct tricks. When he tried all 3 tricks at the same time he managed to cut the leaf in just under 6 seconds. This is amazing, he said, by combining all techniques at once I can reduce the time a lot faster than each managed individually. He immediately created 10 replacement clones and they all set out again. This cycle continued for the rest of the day until he eventually got it down to 3 seconds by nightfall. Not bad, kid. Jiraiya commented upon seeing the progress he made in 1 day. You should rest for now and we'll continue tomorrow. Once you finish the first step we'll continue with the second. Naruto simply groaned and pulled himself up before heading home to get some well-deserved rest. With Hinata and Guy went to one of the many dojos in the village. Guy had reserved the indoors training hall for the month to get some privacy while they trained. Hinata followed her teacher inside and was surprised to see an elder from her clan, Hyuga Shidori, there waiting for them. Ah, Guy. He greeted the other man, right on time. Are you ready to take the oath? What oath? Hinata asked in confusion. What are you talking about, Shidori-sama? Just a standard precaution, my dear. Shidori answered. In order to help you with your training, Guy has been given permission to look into some of the advanced techniques of the gentle fist. Since he is an outsider he has to take an oath of secrecy where he swears not to reveal any of our clan secrets to other people except main branch members of the Hyuga clan. It's actually quite standard for clans to protect their techniques like that, Guy explained. After all, it wouldn't do if one leak could spill hundreds of years of clan traditions. Shidori nodded and took a document from his robes that he presented to Guy. Guy took a quick glance and then bit his thumb while signing the document in blood. After he signed, a small seal lit up to signify the completion. There, you are now recognized as a privileged instructor of the gentle fist, Shidori announced while handing over a series of scrolls, after which he left to leave the two alone for training. While Hinata was warming up, Guy looked at the various scrolls and looked at the style and the techniques that were written down. After reading through them all he frowned and looked again as if searching for something that wasn't there. Is something wrong? Hinata asked after she was done with warm-up. Well, I've been going through all the scrolls and it seems that I found something quite odd about the gentle fist, something I hadn't noticed before, Guy said with a frown. What do you mean, sensei? Hinata asked. Well, it looks as if these techniques are rather old, is that right? He carefully asked. Yes, Hinata said with a hint of pride. The gentle fist is a proud tradition that dates back almost 100 years. Guy sighed. That's what I was afraid of. What do you mean? While it is good to stick to tradition, there is also such a thing as stubbornness. When I looked at these techniques I noticed that some of them are, for lack of a better description, outdated and obsolete. They don't incorporate any of the more modern approaches to taijutsu. I didn't even see a single technique that uses kicks or grapples, for instance. If it wasn't for the Byakugan supporting critical hits, the gentle fist would never be as strong as it could be. Hinata frowned at hearing her teacher point out the flaws in her family style, but unlike the rest of her clan she wasn't personally offended and saw the logic in his words. To be honest, I had similar ideas before, but my father doesn't want to hear about them. What do you think we should do then? Guy smiled at her youthful answer and gave her a reassuring thumbs up. We will show your clansmen what they have been missing out on. We shall work this month to improve the gentle fist into a more modern style while still keeping all the old things that makes it powerful. When they see how you perform, they will be forced to acknowledge that it is time for a change. Hinata smiled enthusiastically. Do you think we could incorporate my bow into the style as well? It would be great if I could keep using it in short-range battles. Guy thought it over and decided that it could work. A bow is pretty tricky since it is by definition a long-range weapon, but if we find a way to sheath and unsheath it at the drop of a hat, we should be able to work with it. But for now, let us focus on standard taijutsu. Do you know those exercises you used to do to release chakra from your fingertips? Hinata nodded. I want you to do the same exercises but focusing on your feet instead. If we can manage to have the same devastating effects from your kicks as well as your punches, we can really work on creating some variation in your moves. For the rest of the day, Hinata tried to release her chakra from her feet in various ways to see what could and could not be done. She found out that the optimal way involved releasing it from the top or bottom of her feet rather than from the toes or heel. Since using chakra on your feet is not done by most ninjas, except fro tree walking or water walking, it took quite a while to reach the same level of control she was used to having from her hands, but eventually she reached a level where it could at least be done well enough to be able to start creating new techniques. So by the time the sun set, they decided to call it a day and she went home for the night while Guy worked out some taijutsu style that could work with the new gentle fist. At the iceberg, it was around 9 p.m. when Naruto finally came home from the first day of training. He was pretty beat up from using his shadow clones continuously for the entire day. Man, I used more clones in one day than I normally use in a whole month. But before he could open his door, one of the ANBU, in his regular clothes, called out to him.
Hey Naruto, you have a visitor. A visitor, for me.
Yeah, a girl wandered in earlier. She said she was looking for you. Someone gave her your address without mentioning that she went into an ANBU safe house. She is in the lobby for the moment. Naruto nodded and went to the lobby to see who came for him. He immediately recognized the red hair as soon as he saw his visitor sitting in one of the chairs with her face down and resting on the palm of her hands. Karen? Is that you? The redhead looked up and tried smiling at him, but he could see from the red in her eyes that she had been crying earlier. He went over and tried comforting her. What happened? Are you still in Konoha? I thought the other teams had all left already? He then noticed that she was wearing civilian clothes and wasn't wearing her kusa headband like she did in the exams. He realized that this could take a while, so he invited her into his flat and offered her a cup of tea, which she gratefully accepted. So what happened? He asked again after she calmed down a bit. Karen looked up and hesitantly started telling everything that happened after she came back from the second test. She explained how her sensei was furious that the rest of her team died in her place, and that he called her a failure as a medic since it was her job to look out for them.
The other two teams from Kusa were also mad at her and nobody of her friends wanted to talk to her and they all ignored her until their captain showed up later.
The Jonin in charge had simply looked at her with a mix of anger and disgust and told her she was no longer welcome in Kusa. He then took her headband and ripped it off before kicking her out of the hotel they were staying in. Not knowing anybody else, she asked around for his address and ended up in the building until someone told her to wait in the lobby. Naruto meanwhile was almost boiling in rage after hearing what happened to Karen. How dare they treat her like that? It's not her fault those two idiots got themselves killed against that bear. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself and decided that he would help Karen. Don't worry, Karen-chan. I'll help you. I'm sure the Hokage could offer you a place in Konoha. After all, you are a trained medic and we could always use more of those. Karen's eyes opened in surprise at hearing someone wanting to help her out and smiled from happiness. He's going to help me? Is this really happening? Someone actually cares about me? It's rather late now, so we'll go first thing tomorrow. In the meantime, you can sleep here in the spare bedroom. I sent some clones ahead to prepare it. Thank you, Karen said and surprised both of them by giving him a hug. Oh Kami, I'm hugging him. Why did I do that? Now he'll be mad and won't want me to stay anymore. Afraid of what was going to happen, she subconsciously held on tighter. Meanwhile, Naruto was equally surprised at the sudden hug but figured she must have went through a lot and not really knowing what else to do simply hugged her back while gently rubbing her back and trying to put her at ease. After a minute, Karen finally let go and awkwardly thanked him again while heading to her new room for the night. She got in bed and tried to catch some sleep, but she couldn't help but keep thinking at what happened earlier. He hugged me back. He actually hugged me back. Why did he do that? Does he like me? She wondered before finally falling asleep from exhaustion. Naruto meanwhile had similar thoughts, and while staring at the ceiling of his room he wondered about why she hugged him so suddenly and what the Hokage would decide to do with her tomorrow. I really hope she can stay in Konoha. A beautiful girl like her doesn't deserve to be treated like that.
Wait, did I just call her beautiful? Where did that come from? He wondered before falling asleep as well and having a dream about a girl with red hair.
Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.